So hot in the Philippines.
All right.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1.
Oops, sorry.
Rise Pacific.
Ah. It's starting.
Team RRQ.
It's the battle of the very best from Southeast Asia, RRQ and PRX. And RRQ with their most successful Pacific stage to date. This team's persistence has paid off, finally in qualifying to Masters Toronto, but has all the hard work steal them against the likes of PRX? Does the power of friendship pull through this Pacific stage?
We want to see them have a good game here. They cannot afford to get knocked out in the lower bracket here and not go into Toronto with any momentum. They want to prove that they just have a rough matchup against Gen G, but they're still one of the most dangerous teams in Pacific.
Oh, definitely, but they have to prepare for an equally dangerous one in PRX. And this is a team that has been a regular on the final stage, both in Pacific and internationally. We know they had a rough start in the beginning of the stage 1, but they are back. It's real, guys. Everyone is aboard the PRX train. The question is, where does the train stop, if it stops at all?
Yeah, as you say, it was a rough start for this PRX team, but they've been picking up so much momentum, and now they're practically at terminal velocity. I don't think the hype behind this team could get any bigger. They're pushing to get back to that final, get revenge against Gen G, and of course, take that crown.
Definitely. That crown is up for grabs, of course, with our 3 teams that are going over to Masters Toronto with Gen G, RQ, and PRX. And for our lower final, RQ and PRX, again, the very best from Southeast Asia here. And as we're seeing, we have players also that know each other so well. So that's going to be very exciting to see on the...
There's so much beef, guys. It's insane. No! They were just talking to each other on the couch. What happened backstage? No jokes.
Actually, as they walked away, I did see them exchange some heated words. I'm joking.
I heard a scuffle in the hallway. I couldn't believe
as they
it.
moved over. But as you're seeing
Ooh,
a
fracture.
once again come up, the fracture map is going to be very telling for this series.
Yeah, I think this is RRQ. I mean, they're backing
Fracture
themselves. It's been a
split,
map that's been
Pearl,
a solid pick
Icebox
for them
ascent.
in the past. They did play DRX, who backs themselves on that map quite a lot. Very close. That's their only loss. And other than that, they mostly played it in kickoff. So they can smell blood in the water. They're not sold by what PRX is doing with this double.
But I think it's a good pick for
RRQ.
RRQ,
They think
this
they've got a
Fracture.
good approach against it, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I think PRX on the flip side, they're going to be happy
I
to
think
pick this
I
is a map
agree.
that they have shown that they like, so I don't think they're too worried.
I'm laughing at this just because I think I
Yeah, a
would
lot
be
of people
happy with
predicting
any
3-1 here.
Any output, and you can come. Well, yes, I would, but any output.
I'm
rather
actually
of
saying
this-
3-1
of
to
this
PRX.
result. It's getting too real on my end, right? But I think this really doesn't explain like just how close this series can be, especially with the side of RRQ that is known for like such incredible comebacks.
Yeah, PRX has got full momentum, and that's undeniable, and I've given them that respect. I give them at least 2
Me
maps in this
also,
series if
3-1.
RRQ takes it. I think it'll be a 3-2. I think this should be a pretty tight game. It's up to RRQ to show up to it, because PRX is definitely going to show up today. They're in fantastic form. They're riding that momentum wave, so it's going to be up to whether RRQ can kind of steady themselves in the rocky waters.
Yeah, I've just been a little bit more convinced by PRX. I feel like they have that momentum.
Parang wala
and
yung
they beat
camera.
PRX pretty
Mas-
handily.
Is it the hero thing again? Is it the
could be.
protagonist thing
It could be.
again?
This is what I mean.
It's the plot armor.
They have the plot armor. They have the storyline.
Look at that! Look at that!
Wow.
See, that's such an anime-ish
Yeah,
kind
exactly.
of handshake.
They know they're the protagonists of Pacific. They know what they're doing.
Here's the thing, though. If we're talking about storylines, I think RRQ were pretty crushed with their performance against Gen G yesterday. I do not think they're just going to rock up to the server today and get rolled over by PRX. They want to show that that was just an off day. They are here to play in the lower final. They really want to make it to the final. You could tell when they lost to Gen
Double
G how
duel
much
this
it
again,
meant
yeah.
to them. Looking at the agent comps here though, RRQ going to be playing that Vice into the double duelist. This is a comp that T1 played very well against PRX. I think the formula to beat PRX is quite well defined. At the same time though, PRX going to be aware of what went wrong in that game and hopefully play this comp a little bit better into the Vice comp that RRQ will
This
be
is
bringing.
must
Yeah,
win more
absolutely.
for.
I feel like you learn a lot. More from
Yeah,
losses
if
than your
RRQ loses
wins.
this, I think it's gonna
First
be
game
3-0.
where we saw there's
Yeah.
something
For
on the
me.
Brimstone. Of course, he didn't have a good time, but he bounced back strong, and I do think they're familiar enough with double duelists to know how to counter what RRQ have here.
I think Cushy's going to have a little bit of an easier time breaking the KJ utility, but it is worth mentioning Buzz on the op was quite key over on the side of T1 against the way that PRX were playing. They want to play that contact pop style. I don't know if you're going to be seeing Monyet picking up an op, to be honest. He was absolutely sending it on the rifle, getting very aggressive, but I don't know if Monyet's necessarily got the same kind of op chops that someone like Buzz will have on T1 on the Neon Fracture.
Well, maybe he'll get a little braver up against a former team, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
who knows? The aura definitely changes when it's against friends,
Let's
when it's against people that you
go.
know like the back of your hand. And of course, with RQ and PaperX, it's exactly that. So let's get started and move over to Fracture and send it over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much. You heard it right there from the desk with Mika, Big Time, and Pilsky, and they are absolutely right. In Southeast Asia, every road, every track does kind of lead up to PaperX.
Yeah, it does, but are we going to see some derailment come in towards today's games from RRQ? If you do think about it as well, it is technically still a battle of the Rexes in this one. PaperX, Rex, Rigum, Keon will follow on with that one. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see RRQ fall over like they did yesterday. I think this series definitely has a lot more going in towards this one. But you also do just have to remember, the pressure is kind of off for these teams now. They've made it in towards Masters Toronto, and this is the game to see who is going to get a battle against
A lot of
Gen G
people
to
here today.
potentially take the Pacific Trophy.
Without a doubt. I mean, you're just thinking about... Oh. Go on.
So we'll see how things are going to start here on map number 1 in this best of 5.
Oh, actually,
PaperX
PaperX
opting
now
to
is the
start on
pistol
the
number 1.
attackers' side here.
Yeah.
And it is good
I
to
think
see
I
as
feel
well,
this
you know, a bit of a bounce back
With the
for
pistol.
somebody like Something.
How was
as well,
ours?
having a bit of a shocker in the
I
first
think
installment
we
on the
did
Brimstone,
good
putting in
also
something like
with
7
pistol.
Yeah, I think our
hours of
pistol was
point
okay, right?
Yeah.
just to get an idea. Pistol round to shake off a couple of nerves. A big amount of players though here for RRQ.
Challenging. Straight up sliding out though, but Divine gets the first shot.
Yeah, stalled out by the smoke a little bit right now. A lot of damage delivered though. Something low. Crazy guy gone.
Whoosh.
Divine as well. Look at this. He's just already out for the gates.
Ace, ace.
Here.
And that's just a bit of temperament coming through as well, but PaperX opting to start on the B as the first shot still though. With a full fire team in front inside of A main, it's not going to be easy.
Hey!
It's the ace for Defy, just to kick things off.
Well,
That's
if
why
you
I
want to
got
get a
it.
good start coming in towards a map like this, where historically you've had some fumbles, right? To highlight the old Arcros flash that we've seen be a bit of a problem, but switching things up, Devi out for the Sheriff, Ace in the pistol rounds, coming out with confidence. Definitely agree with what the Deskers were saying a little bit earlier as well, where RRQ are most likely going to be playing quite differently to the likes of T1 that absolutely smashed PaperX on this map.
You would imagine, hopefully trying to study things up from that one before, but currently off just meeting each other with huge clash outside of A main does not really inspire you with much confidence. But at the same time, though, PaperX with the buys up now into the B site.
Yeah, seeing if they can establish a plant here. And again, you're just going to want to see what damage the pistols can come out with. Devi carrying on with a pistol. though.
By killing everyone.
Starts off with at least one, but taking a look at the positions as well, you got tower control as well as tree. A little trade over with Patman kind of losing his life, but not too much loss. They have a really good idea of where RRQ are, and they're keeping them suppressed thanks to these smokes from Ilya, from Something.
Yep. Big jet players going onto the Brimstones as well. When you pull out your iPad, you drop your smokes, then you can just hopefully have some yeehaw action, get your shots out. Meanwhile though, PaperX already spotting out kind of what they need in this game here, Quack.
Yeah, full and full. Just trying to make it as clean as possible. Not losing this Guardian at all, not missing a single beat. First round started with an ace. The second round ends with a quad from Forsaken.
Man, it's good to see
Everybody kind
Paper
of,
X having
you know,
fun now.
We want to see them all firing on all cylinders, right? We want to make sure that there's no slacking. We want to make sure that everyone's shots are ready to connect. So it is good to see already for the train side of things, right? On Paper X that they've got a couple of their key members out the gates already. But this is the time where we'll flip it on over towards RRQ, get their first gun round out as well. Where you'll start to have to consider too, a map like Fracture, the ace for Divide, right? How are you going to start to counter a lockdown when that comes, you know, maybe even possibly this round, who knows? 3 away from it there.
Especially when you're starting on a defense as well. Currently though, it's just Xfero on the B site.
Yeah, they've read this one quite nicely, Paper X. An idea that when you're in towards tower, you're not seeing him there, you just put some focal point in towards A main as well, where Divide's lurk will start to come. Turret retrieved though. There's an opportunity here for RRQ to get this flank happening, but Xfero's already lost his life.
Alarm bot as well, and you're not seeing too much action closer towards Cantina or anything like that, so enough information for Paper X to shore up around tree.
Yeah, but you are locked out of the side at the moment.
Oh, it's so good from something.
Just kind of holding off of it. Something's
This is so
already
good.
spent all of his smokes. RQ just waiting for him to pop off, but now something still marking every exit. Out from tunnel, out from the back of bench. He finds the double. Just tree left, and Paper X, soon enough, with all the information, with all the numbers, there's no chance of RQ retaking.
Not at all in this scenario. You want to see if they can just hold on their guns, don't you? A couple of good shots out. Can at the end, and Crazy Guy as well. So whilst they do remove all of the Paper X members, they're not going to be in for a defuse in this round. So Paper X will claim the bonus here.
That said, with all those kills getting picked up as well, Komodo, you've got Jemkin now 3 points away from the orbital strike. Crazy Guy with 2 away from Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, again though, they might just be a bit of an answer towards the lockdown at the moment. I do like the initiative from Something taking this bench space too. You got to feel for Cushy in that moment in time. Bailed out by the Boombot coming his way. Jing's little piece of utility there, working a treat. Had that not happened, maybe you see a world where he dispatches of Something and they can actually start to formulate a bit of a retake, but the fact that the 1-4 split doesn't go their way, gonna have a little bit more awareness for Xfero if he wants to go for any engagements or not.
Okay. Well, just back in with the round-to-round adjustments. Currently, it's Monyet. This is a play that Jing is very familiar with, though. So Forsaken as well, they've marked it.
Yeah, generally
they
you
had
see
a
a raise satchel up on top of that and try to peek over the smoke, right? We've seen some players already having some success, some non-success of that as well. This time, Monyet will be the casualty, and well, we'll see what damage RRQ want to go for. It's not the worst decision for Jemkin, for example, if he does just want to hold the Phantom going to the next round too.
So at least kind of position themselves around spawn, around Canteen, look for whatever frags and picks they might be able to find. If he does get a little bit more, maybe some slight opportunity in the retake, but otherwise, it's pretty much written off. And at the same time, you consider how this round started off.
4-0, timeout.
Monyet used to play with Paper X. Monyet is the guy who kind of came in place of Jing. Still though, it's going to be the fights that pop off straight through Canteen. There will be a nice sheriff shot being found by Cushy, but that will be it. Just Crazy Guy left with the classic, possibly to dive at a spike.
I wouldn't have minded him getting in and with the team and getting a bit dirty, right? The fault line available to help set up for his teammates to get a kill, or maybe he can get one himself and then
First time out?
die in the last
Yep,
stage
time out
of the
for sure.
round to, you know, somebody on Paper X getting his ult horde, but
Yep,
you also
time out.
at the same time don't want to see them getting
Oh.
their ults online either, which is what Forsaken will have now coming into this next round. Maybe not going to be used, however, though. Keep that for when they might need a bit of a investment or so, but the way things are going at the moment for Paper X quite swimmingly, right? 4 rounds in a row, very stark difference.
Timeout.
Q started their game against DRX on this map earlier on in the season as well, right?
What do you
That
think will
upper final,
Ewok
that
say?
game to get
No.
in towards Toronto, but 13-11.
Stop
the DRX
playing
scrape
aggressive.
by on, ultimately losing it out, and then ultimately losing against
Yeah, I think we'll say
as
don't
well,
keep,
right? They
stop pushing now. Try to
bow
hold.
out,
Stop
not
pushing.
able to get through
Yeah.
towards the international stage. Marco had a phenomenal map in that one. The rest of RRQ though, you know, everyone kind of delivering what they needed to. A bit of a slower start for Monyet on that one. This time though, ultimately, Quack, it's a very slow start for all of RRQ at the moment. Some great little fast ideas to come through from Paper X. W Gaming at its finest in all of these rounds so far.
Yeah, it's definite feels and also just a lot of lessons being learned, and that's exactly what the desk was talking
I
about.
think
as well. I think
PRX
he
will
was
do a
mentioning
pass
that,
play now.
you learn the most from your losses, and I think the one against T1 definitely felt quite a bit for
Really?
PRX. So
Yeah.
you see the improvements coming through.
I think it might even be a little bit before that.
If I were
for
them, I'm gonna
PRX,
do
right?
pass
The fact
play.
that they're changing up their agents midway through the season. Gen G
Oh,
and
well.
Boom, they are playing on the Teo Vice. Things aren't working well for them. They swap it over for the comp against T1. Write that one off on the 13-3 loss, but then you
No,
come
they
back
play
to the
slow.
Boom game and they're looking a little bit more
For me,
coordinated, right?
I would say slow
But the
also
answer
because
towards Pilski's question earlier, don't think that
I don't know. I just felt like
they
they been
in
playing too
play.
fast also.
See if he can do his best Buzz impression.
Yeah, not too aggressive though currently, right? Really different scorelines from that previous
Oh,
game.
no.
Right now, just watching for info lines around A main. However, PaperX into tree, you already have a good progression smoke to try to deal with the shear.
See if
Something
the
used
lockdown
this
has to be
smoke, though.
respected here because there's no orbital strike from Jemkin that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
That's right,
Good
no
timing on the
chance.
Thorns too.
And that's going to be now Forsaken popping off over from drop, but the
Oh,
headshot
no.
angle, it favors Cushy instead. Just a bit of pressure though, and still enough information for RQ to solve
If
the
Forsaken
problems
got that
around
kill,
the B
it's
site.
over.
Something 6 HP. Keep an eye on that one.
Oh, and at the same time, you got Monyet now trying to head over to north side through the ropes. Maybe a bit more presence, might be able to catch a player
One
off guard
orb
too.
away
It's
for
gonna be super
Putman.
slow from Monyet though.
He's going to have to take his time. His team needs to push up a little bit more, buy more attention away, and they're doing just that. Monyet then pops off,
No.
finds another shot. Jemkin takes down another player, and all of a sudden, it's just Jing inside of tower. Can he clutch this up? It's a 1v3. He dives straight
What?
into it, but the forces prove too overwhelming.
Yeah, respect's given to the lockdown in the beginning, but when you start to get in, kills start to be collected from RRQ. Quite patient on the retake as well. It's good to see that they are on the board on the back of a timeout coming through too, right? So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find their footing here. Already some adjustments though from RRQ, holding onto a little bit of this early utility, having a really late flank where you've still got a good amount of bodies on the site, looking to get the crossfires as well.
You gotta reckon it works out well. You know, taking a slower approach, saving the utility, letting that lockdown just burn through.
And in this sort of scenario too, you can rely on these ultimates on
Oh,
this
yes.
defensive side. When you consider a map like Fracture, you generally want to take some space somewhere around one of the
What,
four
they're
corners
using
of the map.
also
I say
PaperX.
generally, this time RRQ being quite patient instead of going with numbers towards main, for example. They're waiting to see if PaperX are going to be exploding onto the site somewhere.
Oh, yes.
They're just
You
waiting
would
for any
generally see,
aggression.
You know,
Yeah.
Breach Rolling Thunder going in.
They're gonna
Jing
play
on the
contact now.
showstopper if you want to get real excited.
Never mind.
Right? Just let PaperX burn those ults first and come in with something a little bit more.
And now they note that the Vice Shear is towards drop as well. So bait that out and try to trap him in. This is actually a stellar read from PaperX, recognizing that the Armageddon is in effect. As soon as they see the the fault line, they know that that ult's coming.
And that's now been completely baited out.
Yeah.
The only other tools you might have left would be the Orbital Strike and maybe the Rolling Thunder from Crazy Guy.
And the initiative right now from RRQ realizing that they have to get a little bit of information around the map, right? They're
That
going
could be an
together
ult too.
as a team in towards main. There's the showstopper that I talk about. They're going to see that no one's home. They can set up for the post plant, and they still have a bunch of utility to play for at the post.
Which would mean that PaperX does need to find a little bit more, an extra kill or two before the retake begins. Jing, that's why he's holding up into this position. The paint shells as well, just to buy a bit more time and space. RQ, though, will be happy to push out. Flushed out of position, that said. And it's going to hurt them somewhat. The firefight going through. Monyet finding a frag. This range, it just does nothing for him.
Yeah.
Forsaken.
So
Forsaken's
good.
Another
Forsaken's
4K
the most
for him
flex
on
player.
For the ace at the
Yeah.
moment, but I don't think Jemkin wants to give him an
Can't
opportunity
play
for
anything.
this one here. It's just confidence at the moment for Forsaken, isn't it?
So good.
And he's just feeling it all the way through.
No.
Ever since round 2. He was looking for it at the end, but, you know, Jemkin's still able to hold his ground.
Yeah, he should be surviving for the tail end of this round as well. That is a really great information play to come out from PaperX. We already highlighted the utility early on in the round that they get through, and then taking the further space in towards main as well. If they played patient, if they played on the side itself and gave RRQ an opportunity to go in for a proper retake, might have been a little bit different when you consider the orbital strike is in play too, so they had to get a little bit hungry to go elsewhere to find the information. And this time another similar scenario for RRQ where they're just a hero rifle in towards the rounds. You may see Monyet on the overdrive if he can get set up nicely.
I reckon Overdrive coupled with Steel Garden could be catastrophic.
potentially. Kind of feels like the onus is on RRQ, though, to have a individual moment, right, to propel the team a little bit more forward. Time and time again, we
I
have
think that one's
seen
very
teams
Indo
really
team
turn
style,
on that
playing the
switch after you
4-1,
get one crazy round come
1-4-4-1.
You really need a catalyst of a round for RRQ. Things have not been going their way, and right now Forsaken just toying with them around the B site.
Yeah, he's checking all the spots that the shear could be with these.
But
little
this
drop
map,
spots
I
right
think
now.
this map is good for 4-1.
Specifically that one towards main,
I think
baiting
most
out a
times we
couple of
should,
shots as well, but with that not being
play
seen just
4-1
yet,
on
the
this map.
team at the minute mark will just come out with an idea to go together. It's currently only Cushy at this A site where the
Because
rotations
there's so
do
many
start to come
sides.
from RRQ.
Which wouldn't be a bad thing. However, still not enough space, not enough defenses being held up on the A site itself. You got the fast lane going through. Jin already diving up towards the top of heaven. And it's some kills being exchanged.
Oh, he's trying to read it though.
Oh my god, what is that
What?
wild spray?
Just get a loose bullet towards the head of Mon yet. 30 seconds to go though.
Oh, and the spike getting planted soon enough.
Oh,
Holy
Rolls around under
shit.
Riptide, orbital strike as well, and that burns against Patman.
Oh, this is so good
Angle
for her.
still being held though.
Oh no.
No.
Fast lane's up. It kind of keeps him out of dodge for it now until the kills continue to
What?
domino through. Forsaken once again.
Style points.
The triple in the round.
Things get a little bit spicy at the end there as well for PRX.
Style
20 seconds to go.
points.
The spike plant is denied. You get a little bit worried that RRQ might be able to steal a round away, but they do weather it in the end. Overlooking an angle, some crossfire sprays coming on out from the bottom of drop from Forsaken. Again, another multi-frag round. Yeah, the investment of the overdrive at the end, but you just want to make sure that you are getting the rounds. He'll probably have that again in a couple
I don't know why
rounds
they
the way that
invested
he is
with-
going
you
at
know,
the moment.
they're just ego.
Second time out now invested as well.
I think they want to try
You
something
would
though.
expect from RRQ, things are not going well on this defensive side at the moment.
I was expecting a
This was
7-1
just
timeout
3
actually.
rounds after the initial tactical timeout
More
being
time
called.
for RRQ.
Yeah.
It just makes you think that
That
maybe
was gonna be
something
tough.
might be in the water. You know, everything that was prepped just kind of going awry.
Well, that's it, isn't it, right? You think about this best of 5 veto, the Lotus respect ban makes sense. Haven being banned by by PRX, sorry, yeah, that also makes sense. They've been permaing that for quite a little bit. So you consider what map do they think that they can trip up PRX on, right? What have they been practicing in the last week, sitting back, getting
Giving
ready
away
for
aim-in
last
so
night as
easily.
well
Ran a
to
similar
just-
comp to T1.
Yeah, for sure.
I think
See
one
what
thing they need to
weaknesses
start doing is
PRX would
control
have.
something.
And so far,
The only
it'll be
control they
interesting
have
on
is when
this
they push.
defensive side with the A main skirmishes.
Like we don't have to, they don't have to push and control, right?
This is also just because PRX
They're not
has kind of
contesting aiming.
returned to that top form. They're still going in with that momentum. Forsaken was citing, you know, assistance from Mini, some slight like sort of assistant coaching going on, and performance coaches as well, giving them such a psychological boost.
This is the right read though from RRQ.
Okay.
Towards Arcade, silence behind the sky smoke.
PRX though, backing
Ooh.
down from it. A couple of shots going through, and they've spotted out Jenkin.
Ooh.
Oh, the stuns, man. Look at this.
Oh, and he uses that to slide through. Forsaken has slipped underneath tunnel to try to draw that attention away. Comes back through with Jing as some
Nice fight.
assistance, but then the kills, Monyet and Cushy able to fire back until the exchange comes through.
Yeah, the battle is essentially won by PRX over at Arcade. Now you can settle down for a little bit, see what Devi might be able to scope in towards the site. Go and meet with your boys as well. Forsaken and something with one Sky Smoke, a fast lane available. But time starts to dwindle a little bit. What could Xpharaoh potentially do on the rotate? Start to pivot towards
They gamble
this
now.
A side as well, which by the radar is going to be the wrong call. So it's going to
It also
potentially
for
be just
PRX.
the retake scenario here,
Yeah.
or might even have to consider the save for RRQ.
You really might. I mean, Forsaken just gave RRQ a rabbit to chase, and they did. And when they went in for it, they found a trap.
Nano's now on the spike. You've got an incendiary. Devi can just post up with that operator as well. There's no smokes for RRQ to come in with a retake here. You got to consider the investment of the ult as well, but they're already starting to rotate back. It seems like the call to the save
No.
is there. So this is going to be a non-conversion after the timeout.
Precisely. I mean, even if you tried to go for it, just every angle would leave you so exposed. Steel Garden would only buy you so much space.
Yeah, it feels like for RRQ, that ability is going to have to be something used in the next round, perhaps with 2 guns being salvaged over. Monyet with the overdrive. If you can cut PRX's guns in half, may very well be able to have a round. Just really liking the adjustments of PRX at the moment and how they're navigating the duels, the stuns, how they're navigating the mid-rounding as well when they do go a little bit more quiet.
How they were so incredibly aware. I mean, look at this little angle as well. Just spotted out Jemkin by the top of his beret. And then this. The push down into tunnel.
Just good confidence at the moment for PRX, right? Forsaken having an absolute belter. 16 kills in there. You almost forget that Patman's on 0 still. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I mean, the guy has been putting up the clutch statistics.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like what Pilsky was talking about, but still. Next round shores up, and that's going to be PRX once again back in towards bench.
Well, here we go, in towards the B side at the moment.
Oh, no, he
Trying to
didn't.
see what he can
Ooh.
get in. Looking the angles, Jemkin, well stunned. Finds Forsaken. That's the shutdown that you needed to see from RRQ.
Unbelievable. And with that, the engine is completely halted around the back of Arcade. No real entry from that
Devi.
point forward because Jemkin has placed down the smokes, and then Devi, to get some good awareness going on, checks out his 6.
Got to start to shovel some coal back in towards the scene train here for PRX.
I need quite a bit more, though. Could go for a possible rotation off to the A site, but with that flash over, it kind of stops things once again.
Yes, Batman first kill.
And Cushy pushing through main as well. Seeing nobody home.
Well clutch.
In the right
3v1
spot for
again.
the flank, now the 3 versus 1, and you play this together if you are RRQ. You don't give Patman an opportunity to find so many 1v1s, though, the
What a noob.
navigation that he's going at the
no.
moment.
Right.
Might find
If
the
he
right
wins,
route on a
crazy
crazy
guy.
Spot
Yeah,
not yet planted.
possible now.
Crazy guy
Now
beginning
possible.
to think. He turns back around and he finds
But
Patman.
Kush shooting too fast.
Headshot to his face.
Salvo is available for Cushy.
Might be able to
Flush him out.
afford some positioning.
Okay, he
But
knows.
Patman has a full kit of utility as well, barring one flash. Goes in for the
Wow.
Kind of isolates the duel until Jemkin
Sorry.
swings out from the wayside.
Yeah, nice try there. You know where Cushy's coming from the
That was
direction of the
clear for
salvos,
RRQ.
but you gotta have an idea
Yeah.
that Jemkin may very well be with him. Just can't get the second one, but importantly, the fact that Jemkin
Now they
immediately
don't have
swings for the
economy
trade is what you
again.
need in that scenario. That's what I'm talking about. Don't give opportunities for the 1 versus 1s because it makes it look very doable. This time though, Forsaken, I mean, not checking the corners, kind of understand that, getting in towards the site. You haven't seen too much standing ground there from RRQ so far.
There's a lot of trust in the stuns. But sometimes, you've said it lots of times before, Komodo.
My favorite thing, man. Stuns in this game are cosmetic. New round, fresh round though. See if RRQ can start to get a couple more on the board on this defensive side as well.
Oh, but we do
Here
have
comes the fight.
huge
Ooh.
dive out from Monyet. Just fully met face front by Devi.
Good flash actually in return from PRX, just allowing them to escape from the aftershock, and they can reset here, right? 5 versus 4 advantage. You've removed Monyet. You've also got something, just making sure that nothing goes afoot over towards A main. So just call a mid-round here for the team. You know that RRQ are going to have to go
not
looking
contesting
somewhere. You
A
can
main,
see
eh, no?
all of the top north side of the map control. Expect that they might have
They're
a
just
bit of a
giving
how do you
away
do over
A main
there, but
free.
more importantly, just go together as a team.
But that's why
Drop your sky smokes and execute into
I
the
think
site.
it's more on also because they feel they
would have
PRX
a
don't
decent
like.
position
I think
out
they're
of
trying to
RRQ
read
now,
them,
trying to hold up towards
but it's
drop.
not
They've
working.
Kind of elected to go possibly through south side instead. More angles would favor them in the retake.
Yeah, Forsaken getting in front of the Thorns too, so he can scope out the site. Meanwhile, PRX going to be held at bay for a little bit of time before getting into the site for the plant, wherever they want.
Yeah, Sphero trying to get lucky with the spams, but unfortunately not able to fish up anything.
Spike planted.
Spike down. You got smokes up towards the side as well, just to attempt at keeping PRX pinned down.
Got to see a fault line salvos combo if Cushy survived, but he's down.
Yeah, out from the flank, and that's exactly what PRX are so good at right now, being very fully aware of every possible entrance coming over.
They've called the save again. They just
Oh,
do not have the
no.
resources to go in for the retake at the moment. This is looking pretty grim for RRQ, essentially on the back of Monyet falling, right? You've got a 5 versus 4 where you've conceded control of the A site in its entirety, looking north side.
They're chasing.
And PRX just get into the site, get the plant down.
Keep pushing
very
one
minimal
side, right?
utility from there on out.
Yeah.
to
But
kind of stave
they're
off
not getting
any
the info they
retake
need.
from RRQ.
You really feel for RRQ in this moment as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, no resources, no time, no numbers, no reads.
There's no confidence, it feels like, at the moment of them as well, right? The reads that they're trying to get, they're getting shut down. They're losing a number, a body or two here and there on those early engagements. They're not winning just the scrap battles at the very beginning either.
And thinking down to the fact that this is the lower final as well. I mean, PRX has always been standing at the top of Southeast Asia. RRQ finally make it to an international, but still, they have got a lot more to prove.
And shaken up by Gen G yesterday.
No PRX going
Performance
B.
of them leaves to be desired. This is some A-main control, though, that RRQ are going to find, and if PRX wants it back, they'd have to invest a couple of resources to get in here.
PRX switching up the pace as well.
Tight angle. Will Devi expect Cushy to be here? Just seeing if the jacket would poke out.
Oh, wait.
But now Moniette is going to be stuck. He's got a stinger. He can slide out.
It's an angle that EDG has held before back in Bangkok, but now back into it. Enough time has passed that Forsaken begins to try to bait out the reactions, and they will go for it.
And that's just another 5 versus 4 advantage for PRX, where they're just going to stampede.
Moniette
towards
versus
the end, like you
Forsaken.
might expect, but this is a new look to PRX. Once again, they're very level-headed in their comms at the moment. Patman, Jing, both one away from an ultimate 2. They can pick up the A orb that's actually already gone.
Level-headed is a great description, but that said, Komodo, decent reads or reactions from RQ as well. You got Crazy Guy already close towards B, and he buys time for the team with an aftershock.
They've got all of the tower control, by the way, from Xfero.
He's going to have to come up huge with the goods, though. A single kill might not be enough, but he's good for the first until
Moniette too.
The stampede just doesn't stop. Now it's Jemkin to try to hold down the angle. A 2v4 turned into a 2v3. Fault line coming back up.
Rolling Thunder if you need from Patman. Stuck at default.
And PRX
The
noting
swing.
these positions, noting every
Well, everything's
resource
working
that
out for
they have
PRX
are
right now.
just
It's so good.
comfortably sitting down in the pool while RQ attempts at making a splash.
Yeah, I mean, so far in the history of this map for PRX, you know, getting smacked by T1, really figuring things
PRX
out
form looks scary.
against Boom.
Yeah.
Now you're feeling astronomically more confident coming in towards this installment. Map number 1, the BO5, you want to get a challenge against Gen G. You want to get a Pacific trophy on your downward spiral of 2024's performances. You know, pretty shocking start to the year as well. Definitely a change of look for PRX in the server. Patman coming into the fold too, having his moments of brilliance to shine. This time, though, it's a slow creep up in towards the main for PRX. Last round of the half, an ace split on the cards.
And they'll just dive straight in for it. RRQ reading the ultimates, trying to play for a retake instead. They do have some ults going on for themselves as well.
Yeah, Armageddon and Orbital Strike going to be used nice and early.
Whoa, what a
Keep them out
combo.
of the site, both actually used to remove any forces. The flanks, though.
Oh, the
That's a little bit
run.
too eager, Komodo. The flank does come through, but still the trade's being found by PRX. Jing coming out on top of that one.
The trades again for PRX, always on top of it. You missed that the spike was planted, and now it's Crazy Guy.
And he's still got Patman with a possible Rolling Thunder if needed. Might not even be necessary at this point unless Crazy Guy can isolate the duel. Patman just sends it through anyway. It's not going to be found. He's stuck into a corner, and Patman snuffs out that light.
There has just been, you know, no power for RRQ at the moment. No chance to flick on that switch, is there? 10-2 at the half. That, yeah, I mean, you really can't even fault RRQ in a lot of these scenarios too, because they're going with numbers, they're going for the crossfires, they're having the standard pieces of utility to try and give themselves favor. But PRX are just ready with great crosshair placement at the moment, great recognition of numbers, and again, they're just having the numbers a lot of these times in the duels to get these quick trades.
And the confidence to truly just
Zero.
prospect themselves
Easy.
into sights again and again. I mean,
Looks
like
3-0.
these rounds in the first
I
half
think
have
13-2
begun
though, first
with
map.
a 5v4
I think they just lost
Komodo.
every confidence in
And
this
it's
map
tough
already.
luck for RRQ. Patman as well. I mean, finding the clutches, finding the right moments to send off that ult. This guy, you know, he's talked about facing a bit of imposter syndrome like the
Other way.
went through with.
3-0,
At the
please.
same time, he's kind of found that confidence back in with a previous quote from before. He's playing with the best right now. He's definitely standing tall as one of the best.
I mean, if you want to think about this question at the moment, the prediction for today, the way that this map is going, a lot of people might be considering the 3-0, the way that the percentages were going for the community as well. everybody on the train hype at the moment. A lot of us here on the PaperX train as well, except one bearded man.
Gloriously bearded man. You can definitely, you know, bet that there are so many PaperX fans always, any single time. But at the same time, you've got to be honest. This current scoreline, 10-2, it's just not a great look for RRQ.
The thing is, though, it's a best of 5, right? So if you have a bad map, you still have a good length of recovery as well. You can technically write off one map here or there in this sort of scenario and come for a reverse comeback, right? We've seen it throughout Pacific time and time again.
And that's exactly what we were hoping for. Monette having pistol-aced up against PaperX just a year ago.
Yeah, but immediately
Start things off now, yeah. Onto the
Devi
attacking
coming out
side.
with one on the attacking side.
It's a great answer back.
For sure. And what does it look like? What does it look like rather now for RRQ on the attacking side as well? Some big amounts of patience towards the south side of things. PaperX playing 1-4, more heavily defended towards the B site where RRQ are not currently going towards. A turret will spot some early information, but no real bodies here to reciprocate anything for PaperX means that it most likely will just be a full retake.
Which could be good. Devi reading the situation correctly, opts to play for an ultra safe angle.
Will he go early though? That's the thing.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
David versus David, and the PaperX one comes out on top.
And now the flank can actually come out because as far as sheer is null and void.
Which means RRQ has to
This
watch
one,
out for
you know?
this back position.
Whoa.
And then can continue to line things up out from spawn. Forsaken with the dive through, something with the assistance. And down to it at the end, Monette trying his best to get a little bit more space, but to no
Wow,
avail.
PaperX so good right now, really.
Reigns supreme.
Yeah, this might be the nail in the coffin on this map right
They
now.
look so good right
PaperX picking up another pistol rounds. That's both of them.
But I don't know why
on this
Xpero
map,
pushed
and
that.
RRQ just deficit numbers.
PRX
once
playing
again,
later,
pushing
and
into the
it's just
sky
push it.
smoke, not expecting Devi to be here. You allow for the flank to come out. I'm seeing Crazy Guy toy with the idea of getting his salvos, you know, shot probably towards main on the spot from Jemkin, but just caught in transition, switching between the utility and the weapon.
But
Yeah.
what about the hero Stinger play, Komodo?
I mean, it's had some really good percentages so far, but we've not really seen even the rifles connecting too much at the moment for RRQ, so we'll see. We'll see. Benefit of the doubt, they force up on the back of the plant in the last round. See if they can steal a cheeky round where, again, you've got a different look to the forces of PaperX in this round. Just slow and steady creep ups from RRQ.
Not a lot of information for PaperX until that turret goes off.
You hear the
Rotation's
stingers.
coming over.
Yeah, the Stinger as well, so you get an idea, and now cemented, I guess, that the force is possible.
And you just know that RRQ are trying to
Oh.
go in with a lot of mobility as well. Forsaken slows that down just in the nick
No,
of time. Ghost
no.
shots instead, and he finds a wallbang through the ghost as
No.
well.
Yeah.
Petman to finish things off with the Spectre.
Already tagged
See,
him up
I
with
told
the
you,
outlaw.
13-2.
Great little adjustment that we get
It's
to see
over.
from him, trying to wriggle the spray, get that shot out, finish him with
Everyone
the side
buying
up.
full armor now.
Just knew that they were looking for some kind of a, you know, high gear play into the site.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a map from Forsaken, hasn't it? He is angry today, getting involved in all of these duels. 25 kills already.
Is he angry though?
In a map of 15 rounds, Quack, going into the 15th, he's got 25 kills.
Let's go. 30 bomb all the way, Jason. I mean, he just looks so happy. That cheery, bright smile on his face from the player cam before into what could be the final round. A stinger from Devi. Shots
GG.
from Ching. Forsaken again in with the ghost.
GG.
Looks for the overdrive, but the paint shells will ultimately be RRQ's doom. 13-2 as the final scoreline from the first map.
Yeah, that is
Domination.
absolute destruction to come out from PaperX at the moment.
Price
It
of
feels
David
like they've
Genji
just got
tomorrow.
better and better ever since
I
that game against
think they
DSM.
can with
They're
this
just
form
on
right now.
track for a recovery coming in towards VCT Pacific 2025, and it doesn't look like
Yeah, I think for sure they're
Storm
gonna
will be
like
stopping anytime
play
soon.
strong.
Yeah, this engine is just chugging all the way.
Actually, for
The
me,
next
I think,
map is gonna be
like,
PaperX's
PaperX will
map
win
pick of
this
Split as well.
stage 1.
It's tough,
Yeah.
but you
Middle.
need to see more from this RRQ core.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll highlight it again, right? Best of 5, you can forget about a map.
Unless
Look
Texture do
towards
something
split
crazy.
nets to hopefully come out with a better idea of it, but right now...
But I mean, yeah, I
we're
think
just
this
seeing
game, the
confidence
first
from
map,
PaperX, taking
it's
Jules
just
together as a team,
very
fighting back up the
one-sided.
storm.
RRQ
Everybody
just want to keep
feels
pushing.
very
Didn't
aligned
work out for
Yeah.
them.
on PaperX on this map, right? Every
For
read
me,
that
they
they're
should
having, every
really
play that
learn
they're
how to
doing,
hold the
no
site
one's
also.
falling behind. You know, they're holding
Make
each other's
mini,
hands essentially.
like especially they have Vice
It's
also,
just
right? They can
a
play a lot of mini
kind of
games with
masterclass
Breach
play
and
from
Teho,
PaperX
right?
here to counter what RRQ are trying to do when they're
But instead they just want to keep
playing
pushing,
patient when
pushing.
their rotations are trying to come out.
And
Get
that's
countered
when you
by
have
them.
PaperX at their very best. Just kind of like what Alex was talking about. When everyone's holding their own
They've been
leash,
playing
right?
so
They don't have
proactive.
to be reined back in.
I mean,
RRQ.
you know, we talk about friends in the server and everything.
They're
at the
just
moment
playing
right now.
proactive.
Beef before
Yeah,
the
yeah.
game,
From start
no
to end.
handshakes, no fist bumps or anything.
No, I mean,
but
in
it's
a-
all laughs.
wait,
you
wait.
know, we have some fun there, and now we cast our minds towards.
I mean,
the
in a
next
bad way of
I
saying,
don't know about that one.
they're
Chief.
they're not
Sometimes
playing
it
their
feels
game.
like
They're
you
just
do
playing
need a bit of
PaperX
beef.
game right now.
You do need a bit of anger, and we'll
Like, really.
see if RQ has that dog in them just as we toss it back over onto the desk.
Ooh, I definitely think RRQ has that dog in them, but it's just that you're dealing with a bunch of dinosaurs here on the side of PaperX. So, especially with, you know, this map on Fracture, I mean, they thrive in this kind of map, which is why the map veto was such a big
Okay,
question mark.
I'll be right back.
But
Toilet.
this is, I would say you would kind of expect a result like this.
I mean, that dog is looking like a chihuahua. That's the only way I can describe it. I mean, it is tiny and yappy, and where is it? Because I mean, this was absolute domination from PaperX, 13-2 with 14 of the first bloods. I mean, where do we even begin in this map? This was absolute utter carnage for RRQ, and I mean, I feel like for RRQ's map pick, they weren't prepared yet.
Where were they? They didn't show up to the game. It was the same thing as yesterday. Like, I backed RRQ here. I thought that they were going to be able to have some vigor coming into the game today. 4 people didn't turn up to the game. We got to shoot back, guys. Like, this is peak PaperX. Make no mistake. Like, Forsaken, outstanding game on the Neon. 450 ACS. That is ridiculous. Device aced in the pistol to start things off. Not much else was really needed. Like, this was Forsaken just running them down. And PaperX with an improved approach in on Fracture, which we'll dive into a little bit more detail on a little bit later on. But I mean, RRQ just was not present in this map of Fracture.
No, unfortunately not, and the numbers don't lie as well, right? You do have a gem cam on the MVP side of RRQ, but as
There
we're
were
talking about...
exits, though.
Yeah,
There
exactly.
were exit kills.
Like 6
The
of those
whole
at
team
least.
got rolled, and then he was sitting outside of the site waiting for them to avoid dying to the spike. Like, there was no impact from anyone on RRQ.
Yeah.
And you contrast that with how Forsaken was playing the Neon, right? Definitely in their faces, running and gunning. It's you know, just a specialty of Forsakens, and we don't really know what to say at this point because you know, 13-2 on Fracture in this manner is really, really tough for the side of RRQ. But for PaperX, hey, it's just another day in the PaperX office.
Yeah, I mean, they are really going from strength to strength, and we've seen some improvements already from them. So we'll dive into the replays here. I want to cast our mind back to what we saw versus T1 on Fracture. This was round 11 on their attacking side, and this is where they had so much trouble on that attacking side, attacking into the Vice, getting disrupted. They could not get these executes off, and you'll see it here. The pacing is all off. Forsaken is ahead of the rest of the pack. People are not able to scale up effectively on the attacking side here, and it's T1 doing a really good job. They're fantastic at this map, even though they're out of the tournament now, but also PaperX not really pacing things super well and getting disrupted quite a lot by both people on the Brim, as well as you have the nice reactive utility on the Teho Breach. Stax is playing in front of the Sky Smoke, so you can see it's very hard for PaperX to get these executes off, but that was not the case today. Not only because I feel like they fine-tuned a lot of their attacking side here, Morgan, but also I feel like RRQ did not play around what they were doing very well.
Yeah, it's the polar opposite. We just saw there, this is a clear and hard read, so we see kind of the same thing we saw in that T1 game. We're looking at a heavy arcade hit, and they're doing that because they know that that Vice Wall is on A main. But just look at how they move into the site. The spacing, it's much more consistent. We saw them run this tight 4-1 the whole map, and it's just a massive improvement from when we first saw their Fracture. They look more drilled, they look more together, and their read looked very good that game. But like you say, RRQ weren't even really there. I feel like the one thing T1 did very well is they played forward. They played in front of the smokes. They disrupted PRX. We just saw in that round how RRQ was stacking 4 on A, and you know, they just give up the sites for these retakes. So I want to see RRQ take the fight to them a little bit more. Don't be so afraid. That's what they need to do.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's like when you're playing into T1's defense, first, you got to deal with Buzz on the op. You got to use a lot of utility and spend a lot of time pushing him off the angle. And then it's the reactive utility. You're getting harassed as you come into the site. Either you got to trigger the Vice Wall, you got to try to navigate your way through some reactive smokes. You've got counter utility from the Teo and the Breach. I didn't really get the sense that RRQ was pushing back when PRX was going into these sites almost ever, number one. But also number two, I feel like PRX is just in free flow right now. They are moving as a unit so well. There's no hesitation. There's no doubt at all. And when you got Forsaken being the tip of the spear, being the sharpest player in the server, and just running an absolute masterclass on the Neon, that's his signature duelist right now, there's just no stopping them, unfortunately.
Absolutely. We have so many highlights here of Forsaken that we're going to pull up right now. You look at the opposite side, right? Monyet, nowhere to be found. And you look at Forsaken, the complete opposite of what you need to be on this map.
For Monyet, like, we saw it previously as well, where he was just really sending it the last time I saw RRQ on Fracture, and it had very mixed success. And like I said before, I wanted to see him, I wanted to see a Neon on the op, but it was not really something that Monyet's had a lot of success with, and there was just no one able to stop Forsaken in the server this game.
I think there's no doubt. It's a hard diff. That's the only way we can really describe it. And I think this is one thing that I do love about PRX is, you know, they don't use the Neon everywhere, but on the maps it's well suited. They put Forsaken on it. They don't try and force anyone to play these kind of like duelists that they're not comfortable on, because they have 3 different experts on the 3 different duelists. So it's great when Forsaken gets a chance to really shine like this, and I felt like he was set up so well. He was traded out so well if he did ever die, and I just think he was a monster.
Those numbers are disgusting. He's killing 2 people a round worth of damage, 1.7 kills a round. He's good for 2 every round.
Every single round.
Like, I'm not sure how you're even supposed to deal with it.
You can't. I mean, you just lose. We just go next.
Yeah, pretty much. And you look at, you know, almost.
All right,
you have
I'm
Devi
back.
up next on PRX with 14 kills.
Yeah.
So that just shows you.
I feel like he won the game though when he just aced on the pistol. Like the mental damage that he inflicted to RRQ with that pistol round was unrecoverable.
Yeah, it was just the blast radius of that just echoed throughout the entire
I feel like you're getting that a lot from PRX. Like, you have different players that are stepping up and having these impact rounds, and they're a team that thrives off of momentum, but also RRQ, I feel like there's some degree of doubt in their camp after that Gen G game, and you saw it just continue to affect them all throughout Fracture. Like, when are these guys going to wake up?
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I feel like that they need to get their heads back in the game if they want to come back into this series. But we're moving on to Split, which is, of course, PRX's pick. And we've seen some differences in these comps. PRX in the past played this double duelist. We've seen Raze and Yoru come out from them. On the side of RRQ, it's that Breach Teo.
Yeah. It is. I mean, we need to see them execute that much better than they did on Fracture. Jemkin is usually a disruptive force on the Yoru. We love his Yoru. But Split is just not a map that has really been repped by either of these teams very much at all. Over on the side of RRQ, we've seen them lose to Nongshim and beat Zeta, and that is back in the group stage. Over on the side of PRX, the only team that they played in this stage was GE, and then outside of that, the opening game of Kickoff, or very early on in Kickoff, they played T1, but that was a completely different era with different comps entirely. So I want to see why PRX picked this map. It's just not really something that you've seen them play too much. We've seen them play a lot of different styles. They played the Yoru Raze there, so double duelist, similar to what you've seen T1 run before. We'll see if they kind of stick to that going into this.
Yeah, and I do wonder for the side of RRQ, if you have Jemkin back on the duelist, we've Jemkin on the Yoru, does that inspire a bit more confidence, right? Because of RRQ, you were looking at the players that had the most stopping power on, you know, for Forsaken, and they were just nowhere to be found, right? Kushi, Monyet, even Xpharaoh. Unfortunately, they just didn't show up in that map, but this is a best of 5. So you have to wonder if RRQ is playing the long game here, especially since, you know, we're good for 3 maps, that is for certain, and we may go all the way to a 5. So going over into this next map, as you guys mentioned, Split, this is a map that we don't really see a lot from either team, so there's so much room for them to play around all of their compositions and strategies that they're going to bring out on the second map of the series.
I mean, this is one of the things. You could turn some tricks here in the best of 5, and both teams...
seeing that?
Yeah, look, we'll discuss the RRQ
who
one.
is that? Who is that? She's from your country, is she not?
Sky.
Maybe.
Wow.
Maybe.
Old one.
I haven't seen this one in a while.
Oh,
What
wow.
about RRQ
Wow.
first, though? You do
No,
have
but
the
you know,
double
I
duelers coming
started
out.
to
They have
notice
changed up their
Gen
comp.
G
They are
doing
not
it also,
playing Breach
PRX
Taylor.
also
It
doing
will
it,
be a
right?
single init fade with the
Teams
Yoru
are
raid,
starting
so
to go
very
back to the
similar
old
what
meta
you'd
now.
see Something from T1 running, or
Because they all
even
getting
similar to
nerfed.
a comp that PRX have run not too long ago.
Yeah, for PaperX, we're taking it back in time.
I've
It's
seen
an
this before.
old school double duelist.
Yeah.
Something on the Jet, Jing on the Raze, and of course we have a Sky. We have a Sky in VCT
We
Pacific.
have a
I mean, this is
spy.
crazy. This is such a classic look to the map. I'm so excited.
I mean, Patman bringing it back with some of the classic that he's been running. I hope it does work as we're going into our second map of the series, Splits. So over to Quack and Komodo.
Let's go.
Thank you very much, Mika. Big time. And Pilsky, yes, it's going to be split. And as Mika
It's a
mentioned
good thing,
on
no?
the desk,
Seeing PRX go back to their old
is a very different
meta, you
battlefield.
know.
But we also have a very
Just
different
playing global
composition coming
duelists.
through with this one, don't we?
Yeah, RRQ actually playing
Instead of
PaperX as well
experimenting
from the other
composition.
week, so
Yep,
we'll
yep,
see
yep.
what sort of reads PaperX are going to be able to get from that. If we've seen this before, we should know how to adjust for that. And yeah, if Sky can get nerfed into Oblivion and a team is still going to pick him up, why can't we see the same for Teo
Ui.
when Teo gets nerfed, right?
Maybe.
He's laughing after the nade.
Probably a resurgence of Sky as well. It's the
Maybe.
only pick in Pacific currently. I should mention that Crazy Guy on the Omen as well. This, I believe, would be his third time ever
rich.
playing it. On the attack, then being able to smoke things off straight into the A site.
Generally see him on the breach, which this time they're not opting for that. Cushy, see what he can gather in the information department. This time, however, 5 versus 5 pistol for
I think PaperX been gambling a
Every
lot though.
single PaperX member has opted to go out from the ropes, and with perfect crosshair placement.
Can you see their
as well,
pistol,
Jim
right? It's either 4-1 or 5-0 right
straight
now.
out from the roster. Then for more noise, as something dashes straight into the smokes, Jemkin then to deal with him. A flash to be able to stave off the PaperX aggression as well. Trades going through, however, and PaperX once again with numbers, looking for an opportunity in this retake. Cushy, though, able to hold down the ground, and Crazy Guy X Sparrow as well. They've managed to work with this pistol round so far.
Yeah, on the board, nice and early. Good round to come out from RRQ. A much needed round to shake off any worries from the previous map as well that you know Ewok has probably already mentioned to them in the break. Best of 5, you've got depth. Losing a map here or there, you can have some recovery as well for a map like Split where we've not seen stability actually from RRQ on this one either, right? Both times we've seen them play it throughout the course of this stage. They've changed up their agents, albeit small, right? An Astro and an Omen switch up this time, a little bit more drastic. But picking up the pistol round on PaperX's option to just stay together as a team in mid first. That's not how you want to see a battle against a Boombot go, by the way.
Well, looking for the share of shots instead. Unfortunately, he's going to find Zilch. PaperX then to try to hover around the sites, but everything's been smoked off, of course.
Yeah, and just running on this double duelist comp as well for RRQ. You really want to see them get down and dirty in the battles, right? You really want to see them go for the good old fights, which is what PaperX could potentially do at the moment.
Yeah, the double duelist, well, not in this round currently.
Just more so that you've got the pistols on PaperX's side. You can just throw caution to the wind a little bit and see what you can find.
Scrappy. But that said, RRQ recognizing the situation as well. They've got these guns. They need to hold on to them. Monyet playing around backside alongside Jemkin. That will be a huge crossfire if PaperX does decide to walk into it. They're taking their time currently, which might mean down to the last few seconds of the round.
Yeah, exit kill's the name of the game at the moment for PaperX. See if he can get any extra ultimate orbs, maybe on Jing, for example. But you don't
They should
want to
let
give
Jing
any order
fight
on
this
yet.
actually to get the
Trade
orb.
guns with teammate to make sure the primary rifle will continue over to the next round. With Death, he will collect another ulti orb for the showstopper, but in the grand scheme of things, this was the expectation of the round with RRQ finding the pistol, now doubling down.
That gives you, or gives PaperX, some slight ideas as well. RRQ having opted to go for the garage space, garage fights instead. PaperX, they've been doing a decent job of picking up the ult over around A main.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be back to the learning curve as well for PaperX on a map like Split, right?
With a comp like this as well.
Only seeing them play it once against Global Esports in this stage. You throw it on further back as well to kick off once against T1 where they get a close loss, 13-11. A more similar style of play, you would say, just having the Sky and a duelist there. Fresh round though, guns on the board for PRX, an opening battle one against Monyet. And a change of look now for RRQ, losing control of A. So let's spread up mid, let's go towards B main. See if we can win some 2-on-1s and maybe get towards the site.
Oh my god. I was gonna say, Sky's gonna do a decent job, but this time it's Forsaken doing well as well.
Cheeky angles, there's the
Second
spike.
kill, and just like what we saw in Fracture, RQ.
This guy just played Neon, now
Playing- yeah.
That's just the bonus round.
this guy is just insane.
These happen, you lose the first duel, you run into an angle, you just can't win the duel. 10 players, very, very sharp in this little game we call Valorant. But right now the spike is in firm control of PRX. It's the controllers of RRQ to see what damage they can get back in return here.
I guess 2v5 going in for the dry-peaked duels inside of Garage, and PRX just does not let them find
So
no breathing
good.
room whatsoever.
So good.
Yep. Flawless round to come through from PRX in that one. This is the big old battle, though, that we do wait for, right? RRQ to get the guns back in possession, getting closer to a couple of these ultimate orbs. It does feel like at the moment, you know, it's going to be opening duels that are extremely important when you consider the, 14 to 1 in the previous map. So it feels like little by little RRQ need to just get one foot in front of the other, right? Find an opening duel, recollect together, go in with a good game plan. Currently, it's a more stacking side of PRX towards B.
PRX gonna do mini game, I think, this one.
You could say as well. Patman, lone soldier at A.
Playing into defensive position as well. He was out of that range of the paranoia being sent over, so really good idea. And look at the awareness to play inside of the smoke as well.
Yeah, choosing not to just pop flash himself though, waiting for a team to rotate over. This is just a complete site control now given towards RRQ. You're not running the fade, for example, so there's going to be no stuns or anything like that to entrap with the paint shells.
Spike planted.
Also paint shells from Jing as well. Does flush the plant in towards the corner of the site, where then PRX has a really good idea of where RRQ are positioned, except for Xfero, who might be able to find a couple more kills, but chooses to stay undetected instead. And at that point, numbers all down around him. It's just crazy guy left.
Nah, he can't do this one, unfortunately, mate.
The retake so good this one, right?
Have to call the audible on this one. Maybe be a flawless round to come through from PRX, because they aren't going for the hunt over at main. They got to protect their own economy too. What a retake to come through from them, though. Something catching a shot out through the screens, and then Jing having a crossfire from the heavens as well, just choosing to send it on the raise, right? Not being scared whatsoever, even being seized, but it doesn't matter because Kushi's blinded up by the paranoia of Forsaken. You know, when we consider the Joman or the Foeman from Jing and Forsaken, they are certainly adapting. I think that's a really good word to use here for PRX throughout this stage. Adaptations and learning. RRQ, though, coming out with a bit of a force buy in this round. A lot of stingers to back up a Vandal of Jemkin. You got a Showstopper as well. If that Prowler found anything, you'd expect that to be ripped immediately. But just by the positions, by the way, of PRX, they should be able to dodge the ultimate. Unfortunately, though, for Forsaken, you can't dodge that one.
And slight face check, but you do have Jing with a big old rocket. That said, he has missed several of those yesterday as well. And in a 3v5, you might not be able to find that opportunity. However, Defy just straight down from hell, he finds 4 kills! Being able to rip all those numbers away from RQ. It's just Monyet left, but he's managed to blow things up!
Shrapnel gets him at the end of the day. The Showstopper explosion spreads a bit more when you got 30-something HP.
RRQ actually trying to play very fast now.
It seems in the end.
They already know playing default is very hard against them.
But in this one, right, a 5 versus 3 scenario for RRQ. Bring a little bit of stability on the site when the plant goes down.
Defy.
Crazy. Getting the shots out there from him.
And that's just a beautiful round being helmed by Monyet as well.
Yeah,
the past Raze player when Jing had to step out for a moment.
This is what we're expecting though in this battle, right? In this matchup. Duels going both ways. This time though, scouting out the opposition positions, dimensional drift into the site. Forsaken dispatches of Monyet off yonder though. Oh, the timing.
No, timing.
Unfortunate kills, however that will be the spike then a little bit closer towards the B site.
But overlooking Defy, that's a problem at the moment. Spike is down. Imagine a world in which he just decided to rip the pit, but he's going to fall back, play to the numbers with the team.
A rocky assumption and thinking that the rotations might have been pulled over, but we'll see if Jemkin is able to craft anything out. That said though, straight in with Cushy, and he's been robbed.
And you're not in the scenario too for Crazy Guy to, from the shadows, to get the spike with Jemkin finding complete control of the A side. It's kind of null and void at the moment. You want to go for a plant, well, you're going to have to try and do that in a pit, and you're going to catch some decay. So this round feels a little bit more difficult for RRQ now.
Over.
PRX looking to tie it up.
40 long seconds.
I mean,
Although,
for me, right?
yeah,
PRX are
Patman
changing
gives
a
him
lot.
duel,
I
he
mean, they're
wins
playing.
that one.
You can see, you know, they lost the
Took a little
retake
bit.
Turn around.
when
Get a spray
they got
transfer out to
drifted.
Defy. It's possible.
They see.
It's taking his time
Yep, yep.
though, and PRX.
You saw it, right?
The full decay.
Yeah, yeah.
But the problem with that one is, I
Their
think,
leashes, they wait for this. They're playing.
I mean,
as a
like, again,
team. Crazy Guy.
they were playing very like
able
undisciplined
to
that one, right? And then,
avoid
but
the
this
bullets
round now they're
now.
playing so
Technically only
disciplined.
has one angle he needs to spray, but pit down, vision on him.
The hood's been spotted. Tries to play around the smokes. Being able to read the situation that PRX are looking to play as a team, but of course when you have something on the jet, he's just going to dive in with a shorty.
Yeah, the 3 versus 1 in the entirety is just going to be a difficult thing for him to stave off and win. So PRX doing it together, right? Nobody going too far forward to give an opportunity to Crazy Guy to come out with that one. 3 versus 3 on the scoreline now as well. The scenario where we, you know, see timeouts earlier on, right? In the last map, when you consider at this point in time, it was what, 5-1 by round number 6. So
I think this one they can't allow PRX to get
No
more than
coach
5
intervention needed.
rounds.
Happy by the
It's
fact
gonna be
that,
hard for them
you know, they're gonna
when they switch.
potentially
That
have
back
something
side.
to do in this round
Yeah.
anyways, right? Light investments for RRQ. Make sure you're holding up for the next rounds. Go all together as a team towards this A site.
Yeah, they're gonna go 5-man again.
Going in for the execute as well. Gate crash in towards a corner.
Oh, Patman spotted.
Angles marked, but yes, he's got the pop flash to try to attempt at a duel. That said, Monette quickly dispatches of him.
Yeah.
Something then Engel completely blocked off. He still tries to go in for the flick though.
Oh, shit.
Narrowly dodging until Monette denies that opportunity. 3v5 at this point.
No, this one Patman should know it
Good time to use
already.
it, actually.
Every eco they've been
I
rushing.
think that's it.
Why is he
Maybe.
playing solo
We'll
outside?
see. There is a showstopper for Jing.
Straight into the pit.
Yeah, be risky for sure. This is what I'm talking about though, right? You have a bit of a light investment as RRQ, making sure that you can try and get
He's
something to
expecting
work.
something that
Passed correctly into Patman on the side.
that he can help
Good
him.
TP from Jemkin.
But something got flushed, I think.
For some a bit of damage at the
No,
moment.
no, no.
Just
The
feel like
position was actually very far. Cannot
way
help.
too far already.
Oh, a second kill going through. You've got RQ members up by Heaven as well, but even then, the time continues to tick away. Crazy Guy will just collect onto another kill, Jemkin as well, and the round, of course, ultimately goes over to RQ.
No, he
Yeah,
should
but
just
it's thrifty.
play.
That's really important for RRQ here as well.
He
Or,
should-
you know,
they got-
qualify in the next
they
round
got
as
too
just better
thrifty
than
already,
another
this
round
one,
on the
PRX.
tally to back this one up. Single duel against Patman, awkward encounter for something as well, just falling out of the rafters. Tries to updraft back into it, doesn't work out. Bit of a rough one for PRX, though they themselves should have a bit of an investment coming in towards this next round as well to see if they can challenge back.
Should be. But it is a fair and very tense fight right now.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what I think everybody should
See, now Patman playing behind now.
Really great duels, a lot of backwards and forwards action.
But I think
Bit of
PRX,
a proud
RRQ already
PRX
know
at the
they're playing
moment, though.
retake.
Meanwhile, RRQ finding
Hey.
successes towards the alpha side, going back there, forcing PRX out of it to just have free territory again.
Different flight path as well, Komodo, and that means Patman needing to play a much different position for then Jemkin to possibly set up a huge flank. Currently undiscovered. Not hit by the Nightfall as well, and it just gives him a bit more timing and space to then push in alongside his teammate, Cushy. PRX, though, avoids the angles until Jing tries to fight back in. He gets denied, and it's just PRX with 2 left. Something he's noted at least one position, but he cannot go in for the chase. And meanwhile, the spike just continues to beep off. Crazy Guy springs back up, and it's just Patman
Oh,
left.
this has been good for PRX actually. They need to start realizing
That
where
once
their
again.
weaker area is.
A
I think they need to
decent
switch.
dink.
Try to switch up.
That's it, isn't it?
It's not also,
A
but for me, it's not
successful
about the switch
encounter for
also. It's about
RRQ, Blades
they
going
need to
off
play,
into
learn how to
something.
play the site also.
Feels like
It's very,
PRX's game
it's
plan
holdable
to
actually.
relinquish control of this A site is starting to get the better of them. So
think
maybe we do see
RRQ
a
did
bit of an
on the first
adjustment for them on the back of that round there. have a bit more numbers, but this is where we talk about.
Nah, I just don't
conditioning your
understand why
opponents
they're playing
as well, right?
retake.
If you're going A successfully, start to change up your own approach for a mid-B split potentially for RRQ. Though feels like in this sort of time, Alex
Reason,
is gonna
on the last round, I think they
have to
pushed
go
mid.
out with a timeout.
That's the first time I've heard that one.
PRX's timeout, as expected though, to come in towards this round.
Angry again.
I mean, you're gonna have to pull out something truly cerebral to be able to get a read for that. I mean, an execute with Monette flying up over to the top of heaven, and also for Jemkin to be able to sneak all the way back into screens just for that Nightfall to get sent through. I mean,
It's this aggression we were missing from last map from RRQ, right?
That's true.
Going together as a team, having a more layered approach with the beginning utilities.
but for not a single member of the PRX squad to be able to anticipate this play, I guess that's why Alex feels a little bit perturbed.
You got to
by the
remember
current
as
sights.
well, Split is not generally a map that PRX opts to play.
Which
right?
is why this is a bit of a question mark pick, Komodo.
Best of 5, you made it to Toronto.
You gotta feel it out, and why not leave your best maps for the last?
Get some extra reps on it as well for a map that will be in that next tourney. Fracture, I salute you. Be gone.
I say that, I laugh with tears in my eyes. That's it though, RRQ of course, a much better showing right now.
This is what I'm talking about earlier though.
Good,
PRX
control,
change
control.
things up.
No, it's
Get
good, it's
some
good.
more bodies towards
Control.
the A site, but it's the conditioning factor of
Go, go, go,
RRQ,
rotate,
where they
PRX.
can have a bit of a different approach as well. Very silent up through mid.
Ooh, but everyone's into the
Oh.
spot somehow!
Oh no!
The showstopper just doesn't quite blow anything up. Jing, then again, spin down in a corner for Forsaken to try to hold up by Raptors. RQ though, they still have their options, and it's going to be the current TP into back site. Forsaken's attention being pulled away. He has to try to hold the angle. He spotted out Jemkin. He finds the first duel. However, a flash gets sent over. He tries to find some
No.
acrobatics into the smoke, but gets denied.
Did they expect
Watch
something?
something.
Already, look at him. He's here super early.
And he's still sneaking his way up, skulking his way forward. A second
Oh.
kill, something clutches up for PRX.
And this is the other side of the coin that PRX see. When they have numbers over at the A site, they push something in towards main. He gets all the
Wow, big round for
information
them,
and the
this one.
read that, well, nobody's home. We're seeing some
High
tools in
time
mid.
for
We're seeing
Forsaken
a
also.
whiffage of the showstopper. Let's get
Yeah,
everything
actually, this
happening.
one,
He was there.
Forsaken actually
super
hold it
early
so
to come
well.
out with the Red Bull clutch for PRX to answer back.
And that's just quick reaction from the entire team. Sure, you know, the initial contact might have gone completely south for some reason with that showstopper, but hey.
Yeah, it was a 2 versus 4 as well. So they've really managed to pull that one back by isolating a couple of great angles in the end.
Both Something and Forsaken putting up those performances.
Yeah, well-
Similar approach in this round.
High-low setup though over at this B site.
Rush
Something
again.
that RQ hasn't contended with before, and Forsaken will come out on top of the duels. Devi as well eliminating Jemkin, but RQ does not let up. Forsaken then trying to play around the pillars,
Oh,
but
no.
gets completely exposed thanks to that haunt.
Bit of utility for a retake here. No smokes for PRX though. Seekers invested.
Which would give them some urgency into the site. Shot down for now. Something with 2 kills around the pillar. He prompts the tailwind, but Cushy ends his life.
Scrappy battles. Do love to
Now
see
PRX
them.
starting to
Opening
go
frag
very
in the way
messy
of
again.
PRX, but immediate retaliation from RRQ. A lot of bits of utility as well to just off-put the PRX members. Have a great haunt at the end there. Makes Forsaken sweat a little. There's Devi caught in the open as well. These are the moments where you just need to see these players have some really good self-adjustments in the round as well. How are you going to be able to win a couple of these duels? How are you going to be able to favor things for your team? Sometimes it is out of your hands, though, and you just need to hit your shots with your crosshair.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. But that said, that would be RRQ playing things extremely well with the micro adjustments. Haunt towards the side, it completely flushes, or makes Forsaken flush full in his face. Round 11, and right now it's the same execute. PRX possibly a retake without the best weaponry. Devi though, decent trade for now.
Yeah, numbers are here. Spike not yet needing to be established. Spike dropped on the
Ah.
floor. PRX looking to flood towards the side. The shots from Jemkin though, superb.
taps forward again and again, and he knows that Jing is pinned down. A possible ace in her hands. 7
What?
rounds left in the mag. Something, though. Still looking for the fights
Oh, oh,
against
Oh, oh,
the
Oi.
oh.
counterpart Russian across
Oi.
the other side. He finds yet another kill.
And how do you play this as Jemkin? You've got every single piece of your ability right now.
Has to go for the spike plant. Something then taking elevation. Looks for the best possible angle. Jemkin has to be aware of this. He has to work around the pillars. Spots him out, and that's gonna be the ace! Jemkin! All the way back then from when he was on Scars against Sengoku, and he still comes out on top of something.
Hey, he gets the better of him in this
Oi.
one, but at what cost?
Thunder
right?
outside.
It's an anti-eco. They came into it with pistols and a Guardian. So the fact that they stack towards the A site, Devi gets a good read that they are coming towards B. Let's just full rotate on over, and something comes out with some absolute sinister shots of the Guardian. I mean, it's a winnable scenario at the end. Jemkin, 20 HP, something 30, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure the shots sting a little bit, but considering how the entire half has played out, Komodo, RRQ are happy to take that little bit of damage. They're able to buy back up again. Viper's pit up towards middle now.
Information that he's in the vent as well, so you don't even need a contender. You're through it. Forsaken none the wiser.
Snuck past, and with Forsaken gone, that makes the B side that much more open.
Space that Jemkin's taking as well. With the clone, play distractor. Meanwhile,
Damn,
back lanes, he can
Jemkin.
fight and then meet up with the team. This is
He's
going
buff.
swimmingly for RRQ.
Yeah, Xfero just blocking every single letter up by mailroom. Something, though, able to sneak up from stairs, so possibly another round with elevation going forward. The blades have been drawn, but Jing has been silenced. 1v4 and something. Just
Wow,
goes in for the
Jemkin,
Hail
what is
Mary
this?
jump.
All headshot.
Jemkin will pick the round up and push RRQ to an 8-4.
Yeah, we've seen.
No, but
a
we
bit
can
of hit
see
and miss
already what
from Jemkin
the
on this
weakness of
story
PRX
when it
is right
comes
now.
towards this map specifically as well, but this time it looks
They're
like the
struggling
hit is
against a team
huge.
that's rushing them.
Great amount of shots, great amount of multi-frags to come through. It just feels like the game.
I think
plan of
before
RRQ on
timeout,
this
right?
attacking
They've been
side
hitting A. After the timeout, they just keep it
really
hitting B.
forcing out a lot of information needed.
It's
from
just they're just
PRX
struggling to
and
hold
I
right
think
now.
wanting to go,
They
right?
cannot.
It's a
I
quick
mean,
one out
RRQ
from
playing so
RRQ on
simple
that
actually,
attacking
right?
side,
This
while
one.
they're almost playing retake 9 times out of 10. You're seeing
Ui,
Jules going
raining
away.
a lot.
You're seeing scrap battles be won by RRQ this time as opposed to last map. Oh, this is a tough one.
I mean, currently you go.
Switch Viper more onto
because
sides,
he's
you know?
the primary duelist.
Because
Yep.
RRQ
Munyan's
never
kind of
went
sent
to
himself
mid.
into oblivion
Yep,
a couple
yep,
of
yep,
times
yep.
too, So
especially from that previous map. Come on, you can't really fault him. Sometimes he's on the smokes.
yeah, this is true. Got a lot of players
Wait,
that love our
Who
playing
came up with
ability.
this? Who is the real man?
Who is the real man? Crazy guy, Patman.
Oh my god, production sometimes cracks me up. You got a guy, you got a man, but it's Patrick Mendoza.
Yeah, unlike Patrick who. It's not even his name.
Wait.
Not even his name.
This one PRX needs
Half
the
time break,
first,
though.
the
Throw that
pistol
one away.
for a comeback.
We're going to have to get to a switch up of the sides as well. See if we'll tie up this series 1-1. Get a fourth map in Icebox. That one's a little bit interesting to come out in towards this veto as well.
But certainly RRQ keeping things interesting with a strong first half showing. Now swapping over onto the defense, where you get to see, you know, Crazy Guy maybe show off his chops a little bit.
Well, you get to see the pistol round kings at the moment in PRX. Leading very handsomely with those. RRQ already gathering a lot of information at the A site with the Prowler. No one's going to be at least in close
Gambling
proximity.
again.
As PRX play a little bit more silently towards the B side of things, seeing no over-investments from RRQ, no one going by themselves. Refreshing Omen utility as well.
However, it does bring out the Trailblazer.
Yep, spot out a bit of information, a little bit of a forward position now for PRX, getting pretty close towards a B-pop.
Right? As soon as that Trailblazer goes through, clears out backside, the rest of the team pushing up from mailroom, and you do have Crazy Guy who's kind of given up the site.
Yeah, you recognize that when the Trailblazer's there that you have to just play in towards a retake.
Yeah, that's why he's saving up that paranoia as well. Props it up right now in this moment. The entire team surrounding him.
Zero utility for PRX here.
Yeah, it's going to be just a full gunfight, if anything. RRQ having the resources.
Where do you want your smokers Forsaken? Towards CT.
Trying to position around for it currently. Inside the smoke, though, and it's just PRX finding first contact. Petman and something out from heaven as well. And the only one left then is Cushy. Sort of not yet spotted, but as soon as you make a single peep, the entire force of PRX will turn their crosshairs and sights toward you.
Very
That
good
will
pistol.
be the pistol picked up by PRX.
Nuts shots to come out of Crazy Guy with the classic as well. CT jumping around, right clicking, taking some heads. But PRX, they will take the second pistol of this map. I do like the forward play that they opted to go for as well. Yeah, that right click jump is a little bit crazy. The pistol round will keep things in good contest here for PRX, struggling a little bit at the tail end of their defensive side. This is a bit of a lighter buy coming in towards the bonus though for this map. A couple of pistols, a couple of Spectres, and a Marshall for something.
Not a single rifle except for, well, if you consider the Marshall, but still, RRQ currently able to read this map. They've gone for the 4-1 stack closer towards the A site.
Little by little, let's follow the leader of the Trailblazer into the B site, where it's just going to be Crazy Guy here himself yet again.
And if he plays close, he might be able to find some right clicks, but with the angles exposed, Jing will quickly deal with him.
And now you know that no one else is here, so it's just going to be this little pistol retake. See if RRQ even just do what PRX did and go up with the spike eventually. Makes sense.
It's a full best of 5, it's lower finals. I get why you need to play to every advantage that you can possibly find, so not
Good,
wanting to give too
good,
much up
very
to
good.
PRX, but that said, it's a little bit quiet right now.
Yeah, you get the idea of what RRQ are doing. You just want to figure out where they're sitting, which is in spawn.
Come on, give us a kill. Give us a corpse.
Something will happen.
There we go. You got paint shells, you got a seize.
Love that.
And
Oh,
that's not too
sheesh.
bad in terms of economical damage. A little bit more going through it. It's just Forsaken left.
Sheesh.
He's up by heaven. I know the spike is still going to go off, but ults and points being found by RRQ.
And the fact that it's Forsaken surviving at the end here as well, one of the players that went in with the pistol, means you're only taking a ghost in towards your bonus rounds. Though, on the other side,
Vandal,
you
you
did
mean.
save a lot more coming into that second round, right? So you do afford yourselves some rifles now going into this bonus round, so...
Very awkward. Not a true Red Bull clutch.
Yeah. It's one of those weird ones. But here
Oh,
we go.
they're buying
This is
this.
a bonus round, by the way, when you've got an operator in the hand for something. You've got a... Well, it was going to be a Spectre for Patman, but he does upgrade in the end. So, let's call this a rifle round. There's a heavy investment. And it's unexpected. Look at that. Brilliant shot from something. Xfero, that's going to cause a headache.
Just never expect it. Even if you're going for the jiggle, somehow, something with a punish. And that means you got to place a player around mid just to watch.
It was the judge as well. So that's gone down. Can't play close with that one. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy, he wants to play close. He wants to play down and dirty. Don't touch that orb and give him the info. Now you're stuck. Shrouded step out.
Has to go in for it. A little bit more initiative found by PRX off of that. Thankfully able to get crash away.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, thankfully indeed, but you've kind of left Crazy Guy by himself here.
Precisely.
You've made things extremely awkward for him.
No angles to be found around the B side. It's just Crazy Guy who had to spend utility just to get out of dodge.
Yep.
Once again, another scenario where RQ left without resources.
Look
Just
to establish
angles, though.
a plant in the 5 versus 4.
Safer plant for PRX, so not leaving themselves exposed towards spawn. You do have Jing kind of concealing his movements down towards the bottom as well. Something then peeking out from Garage. All of RQ trying to look for that space into sight, but PRX just not giving anything up to them.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I know it's the bonus
Very
technically
good,
in the
very
grand
good.
scheme of things, but I don't want to put the tag on it because it's not really a bonus round. It's a idea from PRX that they go lesser equipped into the second round of this half to then get out the full great buy FBX style. And they do. The operator was very pivotal in this round from something to catch Xfero off guard, to find Cushy, letting the team Galavan around the site when they've got control of it as well. There's not too many angles that they need to worry about when that plant's down.
It works though. I mean, it's a little bit risky, but now you have them with an op, and that's something that RQ is going to have to continually respect. That's why you got more players up around mid this time.
Or try and disrespect if you want to play close line with a judge, for example, as Xfero, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be any duels that'll come his way at the moment because yet again, it's going to go to Crazy Guy.
Yep, and that's exactly what PRX wants to do, trying to exploit exploit this weakness. Monyet, though, quick on their reactions out to a toss, but then still for PRX to find the shots with the rifles.
Again, in these big battles where you've just got many bodies flooding, PRX
I'm
coming out on
out.
top.
Spike planted.
Site controlled. Trailblazer into the kill as well, and it's just Jemkin drastically attempting at anything, but still the score has been tied up.
Yeah, 8-8, 4 rounds in a row. Is this the awakening though for RRQ that they start to have an idea on how PRX are playing this attacking side as well, or do they need some coach investment, right? Do we need to have a bit of a discussion on that regard? Didn't work out too much over on map number 1 of Fracture. Feels like we do need the timeout though.
I'm
Waiting
out.
to see if that was going to come through.
Started off 8-4, and now PRX have found 4 straight rounds in a row. That op still proving to be a menace, even though it's only been online for 2 rounds.
Yeah, how are you going to remove that one, right? You need a little bit more of an investment of utility real early on when you consider that RRQ, you know, they've got the fade for the info, they can rumor as well. Otherwise, you're trying to see what Jemkin can do on this Yoru. Maybe you are trying to get a little bit aggressive, right? We haven't really seen the deep paranoia play come out from them to send it with the duelists. There's a couple of options that you can come out here and there to try and catch PRX off guard.
It's definitely going to be, you know, quite the conundrum. You place more players towards mid, and you leave the rest of the sites a little bit more open for PRX to possibly, well, launch an expedition around. That said, though, keeping my eyes on the minimap right now, Komodo, it's back towards more of a default-ish setup. And it's also something in with an operator of his own. He is playing around towards the A side as well, so we might have another something v Jemkin moment.
Yeah, we might just have a really cool off battle in the round, which...
Ooh, barrel.
Get him in the hands. Yep.
Wow! I can't believe that hitbox works.
Yeah, sometimes it beat. Just a little
Wasn't even a slight tag.
blown off the body. But you'll take that as a kill. We needed an advantage for RRQ, right? They needed to find a good opener here on this defensive side. Now a challenge towards this A site where, again, it's Jemkin with the operator.
Sniper Overwatch just works wonders for RRQ, but not for the third time. Third time's a charm for PRX, who are moving forward in, especially with Seekers just flushing RRQ away. Looking for a spike plant, though.
Yeah, you got to find some timing to have a little bit of stability, have a breath at the moment. Devi still has the poison orb as well as a snake's bite, but he's finding some timing.
Yeah, might be able to sneak through. Petman, though, no more flashes, which means he's going to be kind of pinned down close to the site. Still, though, concealing their movements, making things as silent as possible. RQ thinking to play safe instead.
The timing on yet, he's found it perfectly against Devi.
Beautiful movement, just at the right time. Devi would have no idea. Even though the spike is down, now how do you isolate every single duel? The first swing from Monyet, and it just fully catches Petman off guard.
Conversion after the timeout for RRQ, regaining the lead. More importantly, getting the first round on their defensive side. Courtesy of some heavy lifting of the operator for Jemkin, so you'll take that as a prize into the next round as well. You really want to make sure that you can have that in his hands as much as possible, it feels like, when it comes onto this map.
Spike planted.
Difference that the round could have came out with as well. If he potentially found him when he was going down the vent instead of Devi trying to just sneak in towards Heaven. Maybe if they planted a little bit earlier, but you throw that round away. There's another investment for PRX, everybody lining up for an A-site endeavor, where once again, early engagements may very well go Jemkin's way with the operator.
Yeah, different line being held as well. PRX would be none the wiser. However, something might have an inkling, dashes right forward alongside that showstopper as well. Jing looking to find effect with it, and he will collapse onto Arctic Sparrow. This allows him to then continue holding Heaven.
Yeah, they had no idea that he was resatcheling up in towards the rafters there.
That's the thing about attack side on split. RQ, they're gonna have to go in for a bit of a guessing game. Jemkin, though, will eliminate those guesses into more informed decisions with the dimensional drift, but Defi just denies all of that outright.
Wow, good round.
Something with the double kill to end out the round as well. It's 9-9 tied up once again.
Yeah, awkward flash coming through for RRQ at the end there when the dimensional drift is trying to scope things out. Jemkin trying to tell the team where everybody is, trying to get some body blocking at the back of the side as well, but it just doesn't work out. Monyet completely blinded. And then you've got so many angles just being held by PRX at the end there. Flawless round to come through from them. Really not allowing any further round accumulation to come through from RRQ. You know, that's something that got the better of them extremely so on Fracture too, right? Just one isolated round here and there. This time, they've been starting to find their footing. Ooh. And that's just going to be a scared little Monyet running back towards the site. The shorty at that range, yeah, it's not going to do too much.
Decent info though, and you got 2 smokes all being baited out right now.
But not finding anything further towards A main to see if anyone had started to scale up either.
Yeah, still someone needing to play safe, and that flash will just confirm that there's a possible other shotgun hiding within close range around Mail.
Yeah.
Definitely an angle.
It's a good call for
Jump here to try and
PRX.
find one or two
Yep,
and then
yep, yep.
get
They're
out,
resetting,
meet
actually.
with Cushy.
They're expecting Judge.
Truly is just PRX continuing to dot their T's, well, dot their I's and cross their T's until Jemkin will just scratch that one right off the margin.
Yeah, something. Down for the count. There was the one from Jemkin that I was talking about. Now you're looking for a bit of a plant as PRX.
And possibly for RQ to find close range with the right clicks as well.
Oh,
It's
God,
just gonna be
Jemkin.
Wow,
Jemkin with a sheriff
Jemkin
right
is
now, though, and it's working
insane.
pretty decently.
Eventually a flank from Monyet, but the shorty. Need to see the lion's share done by probably Jemkin.
Paint shells, blast packs still could be good. Jing might not have an idea. He will dispatch off the first though, and looks for the movement into its ramps. That's where Monyet picks up the Vandal. Into the site they go. RRQ has a great chance because Patman's been fully blinded. Still good for 1, but it's just a 5 left. Tries to go for the spray transfer, but it's not found.
No.
Expero with the classic up close.
Could potentially even use the judge at the end.
That one,
there with how
Jemkin
close it was,
made that
but
run.
Doesn't really matter. Zara do get the thrifty on the board.
Well, that was
Eventually
this is the
coming
third
out from
thrifty
Monyet,
already, you know.
picking up the weapon of something that was
RRQ.
dropped earlier on, courtesy of Jemkin. So even with the pistols, you know, if you're getting your one, getting out,
Huh?
giving your team an
Two on
opportunity,
attacking.
play by the numbers,
Yep.
play by the angles. Can certainly work a treat, but you really feel like Jemkin just had to hit the shots in there, had to buy some time, give the team the opportunity, with op or not. Rest of the team following in pursuit as well. Backwards and forwards engagements. Operator back in the hands of Jemkin. See if he'll have another opening duel. Poised at the ramp. Cushy down below. He's done it again, hasn't he?
Keep
Jemkin.
tool for RQ right now. PRX though not backing down. It's something straight in with the shorty once again. Just quickly dispatched of. Then of course you got the rest of the team trying to work around elbow. Jemkin still in position. Cushy up from the backside, but suddenly silenced for Secret Patman, marking these angles. Monyet though, surely you don't expect another. Tries to blast back them away, but doesn't quite work out. Off to the judge, out from ropes. And you have some slight resets.
Seekers from Patman off the plant. Gonna choose to invest them here.
That gives some further information. You know that one is up by ramp. Where could the other be? It's a little bit obvious.
This one
as
good
well.
position.
But with the smokes coming up, another duel being isolated, and Forsaken,
Oh, very good.
he'll just spin back around on a dime to find an every kill.
Backwards and forwards in the rounds at the moment. No one able to find some footing for consecutive rounds, but maybe it will change things up here.
Let's see if it's gonna be the 4th thrifty.
There's going to be some light investments from RRQ around the elbow there as well. A lot of bullying with the utility to try and stay alive, to try and foster an advantage. Just doesn't work out for Monyet, and no trade ability either to come through from the controllers of RRQ at the end there. A little bit disconnected, trying to find the duels. Trying to isolate the angles, trying to figure out who's where. 10 to 10. As I said, a bit of a lighter investment from RRQ coming in towards this round. You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Pit. If PRX take things real slow, you could choose to use them. But if PRX decide to just go in towards the A site, there would be nobody to stop them.
Hey, why not? If there's no one here to welcome them, they've been having that much success on the site.
Yeah, you just need to make sure that you're blocking any vision of ramp, where Jemkin likes to lie in wait.
Yeah, blocking everything off. So Jemkin's Sheriff not able to sing right now.
Potentially plant open as well. Give your team as much options as you can.
Screens being blocked off. Elbow as well with this Pit now coming up.
Cheeky one too.
Just to secure a possible 11th round.
Yeah, you could see, you know, a Prowler investor or a Boombot from Monyet, get some paint shells in there as well to clear out the close angles.
Maybe.
Just going to choose to go through heaven instead.
And if you find a little bit more, maybe the ult's coming
Oh.
through as well.
Oh.
Yet then just diving straight in. He's got that judge, and he's just hammering every single player down until Jemkin goes in for a trade of his
Oh
own.
no!
It's just something left, and now he's back up from heaven. But he's got so many targets to contend with. All of them
50.
body blocking, a full firing squad, and he's down to 5 HP. X-Pharaoh out for the final
The fourth
frag.
350.
Have we cursed him here? Have I said the words? Unless RRQ come out with another thrifty. And it
Or
happens.
when you-
4 alive as
They got the
well.
Viper as well.
They are just going to steal those guns. What is it with RRQ lately? Having the numbers, having no care in the world, just sending it in towards these retakes. Well, this one specifically, sending it nicely as well. Got the Nightfall invested. Yeah, thank you for the gun. Sure was the one that invested it, right? He was the one that bought it up, recognizing the situation that,
Well, if
well,
I'm
I've
Alex,
got some
I'm angry
satchels, I
already.
can send them. I can have a quick little kiss at the back of the side as well and really
Oh.
just remove you from the situation. The fact that he finds the second onto the pit player as well, right? Awkward that Devaya loses that and there's no more
Mindfreak
pit
praying right
available.
now.
And you just love being able to watch RRQ come back in.
Mindbreak's so
finding
happy. He's going to
themselves,
Toronto.
Awakening.
Oh.
More
Mindbreak.
confidence off of the first map, to say the least.
Yeah. It's exciting at the moment with this backwards and forwards adventure that we're on though.
And it's also them proving themselves to be a worthy contender of the title of who could be the greatest in SEA.
Yeah, for sure. Against each other. Yeah, we haven't seen this battle in quite a long time. It looks significantly different as well with the roster of RRQ, for example.
Especially with the new members coming in. That said, we are on only map number 2.
I think if I'm
11
Alex,
to
I would
10.
say
RRQ
guys,
primed
the
for
sites are
possibly
easy.
map
It's
point
just
with
the
their
problem
ultimates.
is
This could
how
be scary as
post plan.
well. Early pit for X-Pharaoh. Will he get sent upon or not?
Yeah, PRX possibly looking for the full send. The Viper's Pit and the Snake Bite, though, will
But Jemkin is
completely
actually
deter the
diffing
dinosaurs.
Yeah, another
something
opening
right
frag
now.
going the way of Jemkin with the shorty. Still has dimensional drift as well to scope things out a little bit later where you might want to just be situating yourself as RRQ. You've got the advantage kill, just reset a little bit, figure out where PRX might look to end things, not give them an advantage in a 1vx duel.
Precisely. Not too eager as well. I mean, look at that tight angle from Monyet. And now in position to possibly send a showstopper.
I was gonna say, I want to see what Devi is trying to do over at this pit, but if this is a call for PRX to go through vents and start to sneak in the back lines of A, that would actually be the right call.
Making more noise. If you did have X-Pharaoh pushing out, this might have been a different story, but it will be PRX forcing some utility to then go in for the A push.
Feels like X-Pharaoh might just have to be a statue here to make sure that nobody of PRX can hold a potential retake from main.
Silent, strong statue into the corner around rep right now. The judge not yet sounding off.
Drift out though from Jemkin, wants to find all the information. The showstopper not gonna work, but Jemkin
Initiates the fight. That's 3 kills now. And then for Crazy Guy to chime in as well from screens. The trade protocols just to push through and get more space into the site.
GG's,
X-Pharaoh,
GG's.
he's done his job. He's blocked off ramps, and Devi has no recourse but to allow that spike to get defused.
Yeah, X-Pharaoh just an angel in the round at the end there as well, making sure he's the protector, making sure that PRX don't have another avenue to potentially hold a retake from. You cut off main, it makes things a little bit awkward. You get in towards it. The fact that Jemkin gets 2 on the back of coming out of that drift is absolutely insane. It's now map point though for
This one Jemkin
for
actually
RRQ.
saved RRQ.
They've got 2 of them to play with here. PRX do have another buy at least presentable. Blades will come out for something. But will they get any early advantages here? Or will it go back in the favor of RRQ yet again?
Those blades are going to have to be swift and precise, if anything.
Yeah.
Might have a judge to aid as well, but how much is it really going to work out? RQ, they've got the defensive setups.
Yeah, something has been cut down a little bit in the beginning of these past couple of rounds, but now, like a hot knife through butter, he really needs to just get them easy.
No, he's looking for
can't.
the weapon draw animation. Took a
Something
little bit
sentry
longer
right
than
now
he
not
expected.
working.
And out for Prowlers from Cushy as well. Further information being found by RRQ. Just to mark the angles up from Garage, but oh, a little bit awkward on the spray. Allows for PRX some tiny opportunity to get inside. Forsaken with the double kill, Jing with another. It's just X-Pharaoh left and he doesn't have enough.
He's pulled him out of this one potentially, hasn't he? 1 versus 3 for Xfero.
He's got to pick up a weapon at the very least.
Yeah, you will be able to, but is this the one that you want? It's the one that you've been favoring in this map.
At this situation, though,
Got the Vandal.
I don't think so. Comes
hang
back
on.
in, deals with the first, looks for further heads, but Jing just dooms him instead.
12-11. Will PRX push us into overtime, or will RRQ be able to close it here? And now, for the last round of regulation, something again, just not able to find value in the beginning engagements. Well, for each round, space was found for the team, for sure, but it already feels like, you know, RRQ kind of did give that to them, recognizing they don't have the numbers in the top tower.
Oh my
so
god.
fallen back.
Another A. They've been losing
But
to
here we
A.
go, last round of regulation. Operator out yet again for Jemkin. Going to see nobody home at the B site, but what is home is everybody at the A site. The numbers needed for
Hello,
RRQ.
something.
Oh
Some
no,
call
not
it
again.
good read from Crazy
Yeah.
Guy into position, but the showstopper though will just rob him of his life. That will be then more space for PRX to shore up around A ramp.
Speaking of losing your life, being robbed of it, something again. First casualty in this round. Silence for PRX. Seekers would spot 3 towards this A side at the moment. Towards the heavens, though, the judge heard.
Oh. Yeah, invites them into more space, but Xfero will certainly give them a bit of a warning sign. Off to the site, though, the sudden peek out from Monyet around elbow just breaks things apart.
Oh!
The second kill, and it's just RRQ left. We might go into overtime.
But these are
folks,
PRX
because
things,
Jin
right?
has the sightlines up by ramp. Jemkin down.
Hang on, they're all low. They're all half HP.
Good chance. Jemkin with the flashes. Does he have the vision? Does he have the
But I think
sight
RRQ is
lines?
moving too
Look
much,
for
you know.
the duel, but in for the
Even though
transfer
they
for
have the man
Seekin.
advantage.
Swings out and provides the assistance necessary to bring us to overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, only bangers on splits. Overtime we go to yet again. Well, I say yet again. First installment of it in this series.
I love that you cleared your throat for that one.
You gotta get it ready. You gotta get it ripe and ready. Valiant attempt from Jemkin at the end there. He's been having a banger on this map so far. 27 kills that he's coming
On
out with.
sides.
So far, we've had some phenomenal moments from our duelists across these 2 maps.
Yeah, well, you might have one Jemkin with 27 kills up on RQ. You've got 2
Who timed up?
duelists, or 2 players
no,
from
it's the
PRX
halftime
who've
top.
got 21 kills apiece.
Yeah, brothers in arms, Forsaken and Jing, certainly seeing what they can do here. But we switch things back up. PRX to the defensive side. See if they can continue with where they were able to find some little bits of.
Holy
I
shit.
thought something will die again.
Start things off though, remove Crazy
Oh.
Guy. Not too bad.
Forward
Almost.
space information into paint shells. Then another crossfire just to deny RQ A ramp control. They will elect to just sprint into the
He
site
did.
though, and that's something
did.
once again finding first death.
Oh, the angle. Xfero wins that one.
And the Trailblazer might be able to get a kill until that snakebite burns it away. Up to the site though. PRX, some urgency up from heaven, as well as screens possibly, but Jemkin reads
Oh,
that,
they got a
holds
blind?
down elbow. Ramp as well as additional angles being found by RRQ. PRX will have to find kills in order to get a clearer picture into sight. But so far, not good. Drops down, shot fired to mask sound, but RQ not peeking, still holding. Decent trade, and it's just a Vine a 1v2. The spike still beeping away. Xfero alongside Cushy, they could go in for a double peek, and that will be that. A singular tap to bring them the first victory in OT1.
Yeah, you feel a little bit stuck running into the elbow there as something. You got to do something as Jing there as well to try and bring
I
it
think
back.
something haven't
Satcheling in,
killed
not
for-
getting his shots on out. Great little trap play at the very beginning, but RRQ, once they're in
I
the
don't know how
site,
many
they have
rounds
the
though.
right angles that they need to hold. Bit of a crossfire
Skill
allowed at the back
for
of the
something.
site. Great holds come out, by the way.
How many first
Definitely
skill?
loving to see good initiator
I first
utility
dip.
always
How many first
work
dip?
for
A lot.
kill.
But he hasn't killed for so many rounds already, I
RRQ
think.
will find themselves on the map point with the lead going back onto their
Still
now
17, yeah.
defensive side.
Something glass cannon.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one. He's kind of fallen off a little bit, right? In the tail end of this map too. Just getting shut down time and time again at the very beginning. You're bringing an operator onto the attacking side. You need to be very aware and having a teammate next to you, you feel like, in case you miss the shot.
Could be something that RRQ doesn't expect to put
Oh
there, pushing
no,
out
what a
This is
push.
So risky, but so rewarding if they can find it.
All Forsaken is
Oh,
marking the back.
Jemkin.
However, he falls. Something takes
Oh,
the
but
duel
Jemkin
up by
is
Mailroom then. So
so
PRX,
good.
they've got a dilemma here. Do they push up front or do
All
they clear
headshot,
up back?
right?
Taken down the heavy hitter in Forsaken though.
He's been carrying
Definitely
RRQ.
take that as RRQ for what it's worth. Something. He wins the duel against
Oh.
Crazy Guy. Advantage for PaperX into the B side. Dash across.
Oh, ayan,
to
another
the
ulti.
Jemkin. He wants to do the party. He wants to
No.
do the damage.
Wow.
Angles
Dang.
with assistance from the team. Cushy up by the right side. Jemkin then to find the triple.
Oh my God.
Just a 1v1 left, and Jemkin has an ult.
Where does he think the Devi is coming from though? He's got the ult, the time right now for Devi to get in his head.
Oh my
Devi
God.
slowly skulking forward. Jemkin marks the
What
end.
the fuck?
That's
Jemkin
is
that
insane,
the
this
map
one, really.
Ends
Yeah.
in the very first OT. Final scoreline
Hard
of
carry.
14-12. Jemkin with the ultimate awareness to silence PaperX.
Yeah, he's dug him out of a rough situation time and time again on this map, hasn't he? Multi-frags on multi-frags, couple of great early openers. Feels again that the shutdown on towards something hurts a little bit more for them, right? These disadvantaged scenarios as PaperX throwing caution to the wind a little bit, trying to really get up in your face, and you are just getting smacked a little bit. Really good adjustments of RRQ. I mean, I look at the first half and how they're navigating and conditioning PaperX on that attacking side, making them really guess where things are going to end, making them really fight these scrappy battles that usually PaperX are good for, right? How many of them were they winning in map number 1? This time, though, a little bit more awareness as RRQ and how they want to kind of push PaperX into the palm of their hands. Just the single OT needed at the end of this one to get it done, which means we are guaranteed a
Wow,
fourth
this
map
one's
that
such a
is
good
lower.
round though.
Best of 5 right now. Icebox will be here soonish.
Soon-ish. The first one we got to go through with is Pearl. But that said, it is an RRQ that is howling forward. You love to see it when they are finding all of these moments. Just such great situational awareness.
But this
and
is very
reading
good win
how
for
they need
RRQ,
to
I
hold
think.
the angles on the map against PaperX, and that's why those brawls are coming out in advantage for RRQ.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of excited to see which way this is going to go in the next map, of course. Like, let's get 5, baby.
This could go the full distance, but for now, we're gonna have to toss it back over onto our desk.
Maybe, perhaps. I mean, I'm expecting it to go the full distance, but for now, that is RRQ's map. We are now tied at 1-1 for this series for both of these teams, and it was a much better showing for RRQ.
Yeah, I felt like they woke up finally. I felt like they were here to play. Jemkin was alive. He wasn't just getting exits on the brimstone. It's so much better. I mean, yeah, I felt like this was a real great map to watch. It always is on Split. We talk about it all the time. There's one statistic I really want to highlight here. It's that 350s from RRQ.
About 350. About 350, I think it was. No, honestly, like this was exactly what you expect from an SCA derby. You had messiness, you had some sloppy, thrifty rounds won, you had some clutches won, you had some man disadvantaged situations thrown in the bin, but you also had some amazing individual plays and honestly, some really nice game planning from both of these teams. It was so interesting to watch these two comps go head-to-head stylistically. PRX playing that kind of bursty, old-style duelist, throwing it back to what they always used to play on Split, and I feel like RRQ kind of playing the new meta version of that with the raised Yoru that you've seen from a lot of teams, T1 included. But you have to say Jemkin definitely the standout there, dragging them kicking and screaming through this game of Split. It was a very tight one that could have gone either way, but RRQ will breathe a sigh of relief because we've seen both of these teams exchange each other's map picks, and now we play a BO3 from here.
Evening up the scoreline here is so massive. Going down 0-2 is a huge mental burden, but they've leveled that playing field again as we move forward to map 3. So mood in the RRQ camp will have just shot up after that overtime one.
Oh, definitely. You could hear them screaming down there, right?
Bro,
Especially
Crazy Guy gets loud.
Yeah,
Like when he
does.
died to that raise nade, he's like, I heard him screaming the call. Like he's like, Jet solo on site, go. He's like pushing the boys to scale out. It's something
You
they've
felt
had to-
pressure to push on side, right?
Yeah, I know.
with how he's calling the and of course Monyen as well. You can hear his roars from all the way up here, and you can just tell RQ are fired up. And this is very encouraging going into this series because, as we mentioned earlier on the first map, they were absent. They were absent on that first map, but now they're back, and we have a series. It is confirmed. And now, of course, we are, going into Pearl much later, but this is so encouraging, as we mentioned, for RRQ, because there's so many good individual plays that really came out. We're going to go through some highlights here and particular things that we wanted to point out on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to point out was actually from PRX, which is about how they like to play on their attacker side. So when you play this double duelist, you have to not be afraid to contact and take risks. We just see something walk through a smoke into B main. There could be anything behind that, but he doesn't care. They get smoked off again, but they have all this space. They're so close, and now they can burst. We even saw him do exactly the same play in the very last round of the game, where he just walks through with the off. This is why double duelist is so good for PRX. It really suits their style, and contact burst is great.
This was a stroke of brilliance. We saw 3 thrifties won by RRQ, and in this round, it's a split-second decision that they're able to put the pieces. You see Xfero juggle the judge over to Monye as they see the pit on spawn side. Double satchel over to elbow, and Monye's able to catch PRX completely pants down. They have no idea that RRQ's even going to attempt that retake. And that must have been a bit of a bitter moment, maybe, because Monye used to do that on PRX on the Raze.
That's why they hired him.
It's a very PRX thing to do.
Yeah, they've just been PRX, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that blood still runs strong through him, right? What do you think the comms were like? In that
I
situation?
honestly think that was just a stroke of brilliance from Monye. He's literally, they initially, as we saw multiple times that game, have the judge on Viper to be able to play that disruptive role in mid, throw out the orb and put it down, but they're able to juggle it over to the Raze and be able to put the retake together on the fly. I really think he just said, I'm going to satchel elbow, and then they put the rest of the pieces together after the fact, and they were able to, the rest of the team kind of play off of what Monye wanted to put together there and understand reactively based on what the Raze was doing and the entry pathing, how they needed to put the rest of that together.
And this is great also because we were wondering where he was on the first map too. Well, here he is, coming and swinging on split. And this is brilliant from RRQ, but it wasn't that far off. I mean, PRX, this was an overtime. And of course, PRX, each round, we're not that far behind.
Without this man, like, they would not have gotten as deep into the game as they did, Morgan.
Yeah, we have to run back these Jemkin highlights. I mean, he woke up so much in this game. We see him landing these sheriff shots. He got them these thrifties, shot them in the wrist, and Quack lost his mind.
The wrist shot, he's breaking his opponent's wrist. Usually it's the other way around. For Jemkin, though, you can see the mechanics, the crosshair placement. He's anticipating every peek. You cannot catch this man off guard. Even in the last round where Device trying to flank him in through Heavenside, he's sitting on that off angle, waiting for you to peek him. This is why Jemkin, for me, is the best Yoru in the VCT.
Yeah, very much.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I think he just does such a great job. It's such a great fit for him on this age, and I think if RRQ want to have a chance in this best of 5, they need this man. This man almost always leads from the front, and he's at his best when he's getting set up from his team, and he's allowed to express his own individual brilliance, and he took over this map. 7 first bloods, 32 kills, 2.2 KDA. I mean, what else do we want to see from this guy?
He's seen what Forsaken did on Fracture. He said, I can do you one better.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me your... I mean, there are things, there are agents and players that really just make sense together, and I feel like Jemkin on Yoru makes perfect sense with the way he plays and just how he's able to utilize his agent. And, it works so well, especially on maps like Split. But now we are about to go into our next map, which will be Pearl. I feel like for RRQ, with that renewed kind of confidence going into Pearl, they may be able to do this one better. But of course, PRX, they have some very memorable matches here in Pearl.
For RRQ, I mean, this has been a map that's been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool at times. They've been kind of deciding whether they want to play double duelist or not. They used to play Phoenix Jet in kickoff and play some different styles, recently going over to the Neon and the Yoru, as well as mixing in some slower comps. So they've really been kind of deciding what kind of comp they want to be running on Pearl, but they haven't had a lot of success on this map. The last time we saw PRX play Pearl, though, I mean, you cast your mind back to that DFN game.
Yeah, I mean, they only just got over the line in that game, but I'd like to think that a big problem in that game was the mental. It was how they were feeling, and the game got so scrappy. I do feel like they're a lot sharper since then, so they should be able to execute it better, but I am curious if they're going to change away from this Phoenix. This is a comp that RRQ know very well.
Yes.
You know, as you said, we saw them run it in kickoff, so it's going to be hard to be able to surprise with that Phoenix like they've been able to catch a lot of people though. Because the reason this works is you don't scrim against that Phoenix. You don't see it a lot. You're not used to having to control the mains in the same way. But RRQ, in theory, should have the answers if the Phoenix does come out.
Yeah, I feel like for Pearl, I don't know, PRX just look very comfortable with that kind of composition, right? I feel like they might go with it again and just maybe change up some things in their play. Perhaps it's not the Phoenix that we need to direct our attention to.
Yeah, I think Pearl has been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool for both of these teams at times. So RRQ being the team that will pick it as the third map in this series. For PRX, they definitely struggled against DFM. It was quite a messy game. So it's really a redemption chance for both of these teams to show that their Pearl is a little bit better than you'd be expecting, because at times you've seen brilliant games of Pearl for both of these teams, but the last couple of games maybe leaving a little bit of a sour taste in their mouth. But you can't have gaps in your map pool in a whole best of 5, guys. You've got to be playing your way through the entire pool. So this is going to be a true test of who has figured out some of their mistakes in the map pool, and Pearl is going to be the perfect example of which team's going to be able to adapt and actually improve on what didn't work for them in the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's all about a lot of prep, right, for these best of 5s. You definitely have to prepare differently. In a best of 3, you can steer it away, so you often have maps that you can play, but you'd rather not. And I think Pearl has been one of those maps for both of these teams, but now I think this becomes a really crucial swing map, because I suppose if you're looking at that map pool as a whole, I think both these teams might write off Pearl and go, okay, yeah, we might not get that.
That's a second phase ban most of the time.
For sure. But someone has to win, so somebody snowballs a lot of momentum forward from this map 3 as we move towards what could potentially be a final map.
Yeah, especially since, you know, we have both teams did win their maps, so they do have 1-1. So you mentioning Pearl as a swing map, that's very, very likely. And I do love it when teams are really just like, it's more like a pick your poison, especially in a best of 5, right? And you have Pearl coming up and it's like, no, you know what? We're really going to push this. We believe that we have a solid game plan on this. It just didn't work out the few times, but let's bring it out now.
Okay.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of Killjoy here.
Yeah, look, RRQ, I mean, they are going to be playing that double duelist yet again with the Neon Yoru. It's something that they've been going to in this stage. A lot of teams playing something similar to this in combination with the Teo. You can have these very quick, fast executes where you play this burst style with the Yoru and the Neon, and you have the Teo utility that makes that execute a little bit easier to get off. They will start out on attack. PRX have chosen defense here.
Yeah, PaperX only making that one change, swapping the Vice over to that Killjoy, so Devi has a lot to do against this double duelist.
Well, let's see if that one change is enough to take this map. We'll throw it over to our casters, Quang and Komodo, for our third map in the series. Let's step into Pearl.
Map number 3, and yeah, they're absolutely right. You know, we do see a lot of Killjoy. RQ also swapping back to it.
Back to where the train left the station, though, for PaperX. The game against DFM going to that stretch of overtime. Akame trying to deliver the absolute brilliant factor in that game, just couldn't get it over the line.
That was that one win that PaperX had on Pearl. Meanwhile, for RQ, it's both losses on Pearl as well.
Interesting for me as well that both teams are opting to go for the Killjoy instead of the Vice as well. See maybe who can do their best Margaret impression. I always think Margaret on this map is stellar.
Right, they both want to go in for those fights rather than taking their time with things, buying out time with the shear wall and such. Right now it's a drone for info, and they've avoided that drone.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much is that going to force PaperX to rotate a little bit to the A site, but you got to remember it is where the Sentinel is the Guardian. So we'll see essentially what Forsaken does there, what the art play comes out for PaperX. Meanwhile, B is kind of free reign, free territory. Right?
I have a feeling it's going to go 5 maps now.
Starts to pivot on back. Not really
I have a
seeing any
feeling.
overinvestment.
Yeah, and PaperX is okay with that.
My prediction, RRQ win this. Icebox, PaperX win.
Retake play, PaperX, yes, down to 50 seconds. You don't see anything yet. Let's begin to traverse forward.
But where do they want to go, right? Generally, when you're running on the Vice, if you're going towards the A site, you see a lot of teams have the shear that cuts off through top and mid towards A main. In running the Killjoy, you're expecting to hear a turret or something, right? So if you hear nothing at the moment, now the utility all comes towards this B site, you know what's happening. It's going to have to be a retake.
Yeah. Retake where Crazy Guy is
in another lurking. He's in another postcode.
He's in the Omega dimension.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's gonna be a real tricky one. PaperX though, they eliminate that turret, so RQ begins to watch their flanks somewhat. That's when Forsaken alongside Devi begin to peek forward from spawn. Small chunk of damage, but the spike.
The turret watched the flank, by the way. Crazy Guy's noted now.
So So not too bad. PRX, this is a 5v4 in clarity. PRX are just happy to take the numbers fights head on. Off towards Link though, and it's Jemkin along from Hall.
Jemkin!
Completely crunched up into sight because not much was cleared out.
I mean, that's going to be the problem for PRX, where they just had zero idea on where things were going to end, right? They don't know if it's coming A, they don't know if it's coming B. They call for the mid push a little bit too late, and then they have to double back a little bit when the site is just given. You know, you've got a couple of protocols there as well to have the turret watching the flank, but you're not having enough time to just clear a lot of the angles in these 5 versus 5s. These are gonna need to be some
with the blink.
scenarios where PRX has to adjust real early on the defender's side.
He's
and
blinking for
probably
everyone.
RRQ too, right? If they're given those sort of scenarios, well, they're gonna be happy as Larry. So if they don't have to adjust too much, that's really gonna work favor for them. Just coming into this second round though, lots of rifles, deep lanes on this map, of course. For something bringing out the Marshal, need to see him connect with some shots. Maybe not fall first.
Just hold on to it for now. RRQ though.
If something can
if
kill
we're
two
talking
here,
about something falling
can
first,
Drifty.
this might be where that happens.
I mean, it is the second round though, right?
Fair
Oi.
enough. Goes in for the repeak. He spots numbers and spades, and he calls out for the team.
But what can you do here? You've got your team here, but do you have the shots?
Yeah, maybe play inside of the smokes. They're looking for the right clicks. Jing does find the first one, but RRQ, they've got the flashes, they've got the forces, and they will continue to overwhelm Jing. Another kill though, and he gets a third.
Oi.
A brilliant flash, but Jemkin will snuff him out. Just for Sacred Left, who does have
Oh,
but
Jemkin.
on an absolute tear.
Yeah, needed to hit that shot at the end there with that Marshal. Take out Jemkin one-on-one. Different scenario potentially. Lion's share of damage done by Jing.
Jemkin is
Feel like if he got that
insane.
kill as well with the classic, that would be an absolute monstrous performance to come out from him on the agent that you don't generally see played in the game of Valorant no more. A Jing special.
Stop Jemkin now.
Looking to see who's going to be the top duelist in this one, right? Something falling a little bit. Jemkin stepping up in the previous map, carrying that over in towards
Jemkin is
this
feeling
one.
it.
Now the bonus
Yeah,
round
he's
for
feeling it right now.
PRX.
That's where you would love to see something get his head back into the game, especially in a crucial round like this one. But Jemkin out from the back with the dimensional drift. The salvos as well, and causes them to feel so uncomfortable. Something getting silenced by the Sheriff. Jemkin back sight.
Got to run it back as Jing. You have to invest in this round that you feel like you've already lost the control of the site. You need your teams coming over.
Just waiting for the right time. Star is being propped up as well. We begin with the hot hands to block out position, but it's been quickly shot down. Still though, the rest of the team with numbers are able to find trades. Cushy trying to hold out by Pillar. Silences the first duel, off to the next. Petman up from heaven.
Oh,
Cushy nearly came away with the goods there. That would have been a sinister round for RRQ to find. And just one alive at the end for PRX too. Means that there's going to be a couple of lighter shields coming into it. The fact that there's a dimensional drift, by the way, coming in towards that round makes things really
Push
awkward
is
for
also
PRX too.
here.
Jemkin noting a lot of members assisting in quite the significant amount of kills. Just at the end there, the scrap battle this time won by Patman, scoped in with the Bulldog. You asked who's got the dog in them a little bit earlier, Quack.
Right
I
now.
think all 10 players have the capability to do that right now in this map.
Push us to a map 5 maybe. Patman with the stability though. 3-2 stack.
Towards the A site now. Drone in early to back it on up as well. Monyet to be sent on in. Devi has to be really careful. Can't get it done. Who other than Jemkin to find the first?
Yeah, quick bulldoze, quick contact, and PRX has no choice but to hang back.
Planted.
Reinforcements have arrived, however. I don't know how much it's really going to provide.
You should run.
That
Oh.
lockdown makes things so
Ha, ha, ha.
awful, doesn't it?
Push.
Give up your
Oh, hang
life
on,
for the
though.
lockdown, but PRX will continue to push up, but they're gonna have to cool off because of that ult. Patman, though, finds elevation to take the lockdown away, stuns up from Monyet. Patman with another kill. It's just Xfera left, but he does have vision. Stars up as well. Takes down the first frag, and then for Petman to hold. Does he have the goods? He hops up the stairs. Xfera knows, and he times it just right. A Red Bull clutch for RRQ.
Wasn't on the board just yet, but now he is with a round in tow as well. Things look a little bit awkward when Devi loses his life first on towards the site, and you've got a lockdown in play as well. The ult economy at the moment, right? You have the dimensional drift last round, nearly working out for RRQ. This time a lockdown invested. You're thinking, all right, they're starting to really navigate these quite well.
No, this one,
It's the Rebel
Batman
clutch
should have
Xero,
swing more,
not
deeper.
using the grab well too early
It's,
as well.
it's planted for
Finding
main,
just
but
the
he's
catch
watching
first.
the other side.
Completely unfazed by that one.
And that resets PRX a little bit coming into this new round too. Something with an outlaw, blades in one. But nobody seen towards the B site here for RRQ. It's yet again towards the alpha side.
Might be an alt orb if PRX does decide to push up, but that said, RRQ currently just so much info into A site.
Yeah, Jing as well on the Phoenix, right? No flashes, so it's good timing on the Nebula at least to stave off any rush attempts from RRQ. If you can try and force them towards the B side at the moment, you're very happy with that as PRX, right? That's where your outlaw is. That's where the main gun that you want to do some damage is right now. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. A minute to go. RRQ, they change up their own approach now as well, which if they continue this one, Quack.
Just checking out the back, and they've noted that PRX had pushed up before, so trying to work around that. But yeah, it does come down to something, doesn't it? Until...
Yeah. Does have to play the angle right at this B site too, though.
Jemkin.
He's got a gate crash. It's all right.
Hasn't it been oh no, yeah, he does have one.
Oh,
Holding the angle. Hot hand spent though.
Oh, that's baited something to move off his line, but he still finds the one.
Oh, almost the second, but it's enough for the blades to come out. 20 seconds and RQ needs to stick a plant.
Why?
Yeah, unfortunate something. Tried to find his moment, but RQ denies it.
Makes things really hard though. No blades, just pistols.
Yeah, flashes as well, but again, the hot hands were already spent, so RQ are just happy to mark these angles up towards heaven. The swing out from Forsaken does aid them somewhat until the rest of RQ just pulled down their mouse. Forsaken with 30 HP will be quickly dealt with, and RRQ marches onward to a 4th round win.
Yeah, the sort of time right now going in towards a rifle round, but you may consider bringing out a timeout as PRX, right? You don't have the round count. You're starting to lose a lot of control. You're also not getting a lot of forward reads. It feels like we've just seen a lot of standing still at the moment from PRX. A little bit too late before they start to gather some information around the map, right?
Whoa. We're on map 3.
He's talking about something, right, for sure.
He's got to press the pause button and, well, bring them back in.
Reset time. In the mental capacity, it feels like.
Always one of these games, always some of these moments where you have a rocky one from the previous map, and you begin to get into this mentality where you want to find kills to bring yourself back in the game, but that's not always how it works.
You're speaking about that, right? Who was doing a lot of the lion's share of kills when we think to map 1 in this series, right? We saw consistency from kind of everyone, right? Taking space, taking names. We even had something trying to still do what he could, you know, on the Brimstone, but it really was Forsaken on Fracture for PRX. You're moving on to Split. It's Forsaken and Jing, right? Something getting up there as well, but it feels like a lot of these duels that he's taken, he's losing his life first, right? He had 6 first deaths on the previous map of Split. And I know it's early stages on this one, but the fact that he's popped the Blade Storm there and jumped out wide into the open, there's members there already. A little bit of a wrong read in that
No,
scenario.
but I think this one,
He's hungry.
right now, the form,
Starved
if Jemkin can keep
for
playing
these
like this, I think RQ can win this.
He hasn't found them. RQ, meanwhile.
Change up for PRX. Yeah, RRQ are going to start to sniff a bunch of this utility out towards the B side of things. Alarm bot for force contact, but PRX are actually holding dub up through A main. Meanwhile, Dimensional Drift at B.
Oh, PRX will find Xfero, something almost nearly losing his life, but still the sight handed over onto RQ. Forsaken with the Odin spam, however, fully blinded. Unfortunately, not able to find anything further. The overdrive though, and it's Devi who stops it.
But Jemkin's still alive, remember?
And he's still able to hold it out by Halls. Cushy once again, but not able to get the spike planted. There's a full minute though.
Uh-oh, it's Jemkin still though.
Gate crash, grab the spike, maybe get out.
Flashes as well, down to holding the angle. Jing trying to get a bit more space. Devi is low, so he knows he's trying to play it safe. They know that Jemkin's looking for the spike plant, and that's the precise moment when Devi swings out at the right time.
Not really a crossfire that they could kind of control in that scenario. So just a bit of a swing to coming out and hitting his shot. That duel looks awkward from something, even though he wins it too, by the way. Very lucky to be able to come away with that one to give PRX an advantage and hold on to it, most importantly too. You note at the end there in that 2 versus 1 that there is the run it back for Jing, just in case he potentially loses his teammate, can have a second go at winning the 1 versus 1. You destroy a bit of the economy though as RRQ, you force them for a bit of a lesser buy, though they did win 2 thrifties in the last map, so we'll see what they can do here. Monyet ahead of the curve, down for the count.
And PRX upwards into main. Still trying to hold the angles in case RRQ continues to peek out, but this will be a lot of control. It's only Forsaken though, onto the B side, and he's been noted.
Yeah, needed to see a lifeline thrown to PRX to keep them in a good stead on this map. That's a lot of bodies spotted out from Forsaken though, stuck in the holes.
Just stay alive, you gotta judge. He's waiting for the right moment. Nightfall sent over by his team, but into the smokes, nothing really found. Cushy, reading the situation, continues to push into Link.
He's found both of them at the A site. What does this mean for RRQ? Do they stay B? Do they leave?
Certainly not. That's the question that you have to ask yourselves as
check
PRX,
message.
and that's where it
Yeah,
gets so darn confusing. Cushy, another kill, and the spike back into B.
It doesn't really matter where they go at the moment, you feel like. Patman Forsaken are confused on what to do.
Just where are they going? And, well, back into B, now you know, but at this point, how can you really play out the round? You pick up a weapon, but Cushy's already found you from behind. RRQ, masterclass at working the map.
That's phenomenal from Cushy. The fact that he's able to find those 2 kills over in the A art side of things, I think we need to see how those ones did result with their knife out duels. He caught something, and then gone for the re-peek on the second one with the burst mode. That is absolutely disgusting. What an individual round to come through from Cushy. And you look at the reads that RRQ are trying to do as well. It feels like a bit of to and fro. Come A, don't come A, stay B. Cosmic Divide invested too. Let's just focus our head. We've got the round back. PRX absolutely shut down back onto the pistols yet again.
I mean, a phenomenal pickup now onto the Sentinel. He's 1 away from lockdown. Cushy being able to provide such a performance for RRQ.
Bit of a trap here too.
And PRX, all the pistols, but RRQ ready for the play. They're able to mow every single PRX player down.
We got a bit 2-1, you know?
Left.
Yeah, you feel like the job's done in this round.
But the reverse whip?
RRQ just drop a
I
single
think
member,
can.
Gem
I think
Forsaken. I mean,
right now the play,
lockdown,
the way how
no matter what
RRQ
kills
playing
he
right now,
gets, you gotta try
very
and hold
strong.
your economy in your mind for RRQ.
But the last 2
here,
maps,
because
Icebox
there's another
and
member you can just
Ascent,
redrop
I
anyway,
think.
so
Yeah,
this is
but
a
let's see.
good round for them, the turret.
Ooh.
Okay.
Come on yet. He's seen him, but took a little bit of time to continue holding mouse 1. Cushy, though, fully aware, just needs 1 bullet, and that will be that.
6-2.
I think Monyet is
RRQ
telling
holding
Kush,
some good
how?
leads here. Some great shots coming on through. They can afford a couple of mistakes here and there for sure. But this is where you would consider the big blow soon, right? If they're able to stave off another big gun round from PRX, well, maybe they start to derail this train. Yeah, you can just laugh on that situation. That's good. It happens.
PRX aren't laughing, though.
No, absolutely not. See what they've got in store for us on this round. As mentioned, Jing still holding on to the runner back. 6-point ulti.
Doing well.
You can
On
refresh
this
that
one,
time and time again.
only
To have
here.
huge success on a
From
map like
kick
Pearl.
up to stage 1.
Even with the
Push.
back in as well, not
Yeah.
spotting too much out. The entire PRX core on the ace
been really doing
needs to
well.
hold true.
Oh, but this is a bit of a trap, isn't it? Devi is stuck. The fact that he
I
loses
think
that
from
duel
Boom
is
also,
super
no?
awkward. The fact that the
No,
lockdown
alter
takes a
ego.
while to come
Oh,
on
alter
board
ego.
at 2. Just disrespected into the site. Can establish a plant here as RRQ look to hold it with numbers.
Yeah, the only way that this goes forward for PRX is if they begin to find the picks, something with a possible angle. Jing, though, in with a run it back, just fully pushes out. Something then out from Doug, able to take down Monyet. 3v3, and RQ have a crossfire set up. Crazy guy holding the angle, but gets spotted out by Jing. Jemkin holding out from stairs now, and he goes dimensional drift. Where is he gonna go? You have to come out because something's sticking the spike to halfway. Jemkin needing to swing, but still the rounds not being found. It's Forsaken picking one back up for PRX.
Another battle bathed in blood for both of the teams around that site there, but it is one out at the end by PRX. Despite losing Divide early on, no more smokes available. Just trying to take it into their own hands, something. And Forsaken trying to see what they can do. It feels like in that end there when the dimensional drift is activated from Jemkin that he's a little bit stuck. No teammates to play on the back of that information. So that lifeline yet again given over towards PRX to see if they can tie things up. But you still got to chip away again against another gun round from RRQ. Still leaning towards this A side, but it's split through Art where there's going to be no info from PRX. They're going to have to try and have a focal point towards winning this main fight.
Precisely that. PRX hasn't really played this position, and that's why RRQ, Crazy Guy, has opted to go for this. The Prowler, though, at the right time, the C's as well. And PRX continues to push.
The fact that they get out of there, is this just the leave A? We've seen too many members.
Yeah, looking for contact, but it's also the utility being spent. Out from connector though, Forsaken. A slight angle, but also RQ with the movement to bypass all of it. It's down to something. He's got to watch the angles, but the overdrive, can he really connect the shot? Looks for it, and he does! In with the tail end as well. He does have a shorty, his favorite weapon. Might be stunned up now, but he's able to keep himself alive for just a second longer until the salvos blow him up.
I wonder if Divide has to use the Cosmic Divide here for this retake. It would be good. Damage delivered on the hot hands. You are dead as Jemkin. No. Out with 15.
No.
Crazy Guy finds Jing.
Such support. It's the angles once again. RRQ, a couple up by Pillar, but Forsaken marks it. The operator being marked down as well, because she still comes up with another kill. It's a 2v2, and Patman goes in for the swing. What confidence! And it's down to Xfero, undetected so far. And he sleuths forward. Cosmic Divide up. Gravity well as well, and it's in for Patman, but still Divide.
Whoa.
Once again, Kalish Rashidi clutching up for PRX.
We've seen Divide use the operator on the Killjoy a little bit of times, not on this map though, but Kushi bringing that into his hands. He can point and click, he can try and do something. Meanwhile, something, Corpse in the halls too. Great Nova Pulse, great salvos to make him a little bit hot under the collar. But in the 2 versus 1, the fact that that op shot does actually miss means that Xfero has to try and pull that one through. Starting to get closer, a couple of retakes to come through from PRX. They will have to contend with yet another investment of RRQ here, choosing to go for the force up.
And hopefully if you're a PRX fan, that might alleviate some pressure for the rest of the team, but still.
Oh, 4 members.
Ooh.
Pushing up again. It's going to be contact with the op, and then for the curveball. Look at this. Flashes for flashes, and Jemkin is completely stunned and dazed.
Yeah, that's commanding, isn't it, there? And now you've got the information noted that Kushi is up through the street, but you don't necessarily need to give him the duel, right? You see that this is an investment from RRQ. You know that if you win this round, you're resetting them come the last round of the half, where what? They might be picking up the Armageddon for Crazy Guy.
They need
They're
to
not close
save
to really anything else
this.
bar Xfero needing to find 2 picks.
Recovery
2
for
points.
PRX.
So this was
Yeah.
a much needed
Very
round
good, very
for
good.
PRX.
This one was very good also,
PRX.
push. They needed one time already.
And you're happy to play the next round.
Next round they need to just play the site now.
This push up A main was just so unexpected, but well crafted by the team. We've seen multiple ultimates for Jing now already in this first half as well. He's able to possibly pull off yet another in the next round.
Yeah, I'm just wondering for RRQ too, are you happy enough on the attacking side, only finding 6 or maybe 7 or 5? You know, they struggled against T1 when they went on towards their defensive side. They looked a bit better, you know, for the game against Nongshim, but then you also remember, well, Nongshim did trail at the half, and there was not a lot from RRQ on defense as well. So I start to put things in perspective, right? You've got your defensive sides that you've been able to figure out so far. Over on Fracture, that, well, it was 13-2. You had 2 rounds on defense, and that was it. And then you're split as well. 4 rounds. The lion's share, well, 5 if you include OT, doesn't get good favor today so far on defense, in Pearl's history on defense for RRQ. So I really wonder, are they going to be happy enough with 6 or 7 if they get the next round of this half?
It's definitely something to consider. There are a lot of supportive fans out there, though, and if you're looking at the upwards trajectory, well, 4 defensive rounds is definitely more than 2.
Let's just run it back. Let's just go again. Not with the ultimate, but maybe if Jing finds it, it's 4 again at this A site. and there's going to be a big old duel from RRQ.
Oh boy. Salvos, and he just goes in for it as well, Jing. Support from the Haunt, and he's looking for the wallbang shots. Monyet, though, looking for space, but silence. The judge will not be able to sound off. Something in with another angle being held as well, and it's all of a sudden just Crazy Guy left alone in the cold.
Back.
He doesn't
They're
find
back.
anything. It's Xpharaoh who has to find more.
And noted too.
Oh, the trail just reveals everything, doesn't it? Petman will pick up that tied up score.
Trying the same thing over and
They
over
are
again, expecting
back.
a different result. Call that one insanity. And it just doesn't work out yet again for RRQ. Shut down. Everybody just knowing that they need to be narrow focused on those crosshairs again for PRX. You've only really got one angle to watch when you're stampeding up through the main like that. So they will tie things up 6-6 at the half. A great collection of 4 rounds in a row from PRX. So I think Alex will be, you know, happier now as opposed to
they will do the same thing.
moment
I
we
think
got
if I'm
earlier
Ewok, I
on.
would have timed up.
I just want to
RRQ
clarify.
didn't time out
We
yet,
do
right?
see him kind of go off in that coaching booth. I believe in the actual calls and timeouts himself. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, I mean,
the team.
you also have to remember how much all of these players and coaches and stuff sacrifice their time, their efforts. You know, Valorant is their life when they're here, right? It's always on their mind. They're trying to improve, they're trying to do their best, they're trying to showcase, you know, that they want to be the top team in the world, right? That they want to get these overseas plays happening, they want to get to the Masters, get to the Champions, they want to win. And when you lose, it's the worst feeling. So trying to, you know, get the best for your team, your emotions just do get the better of you sometimes, right?
That's when you precisely
No,
have to
what
reel
what
them
will I
in.
send you?
It's down to these very crucial moments, pivotal moments. We're not talking about practice. We're talking about the game that you go out there and die for. Putting their lives on the line right now as we go into the second half onto Pearl.
What the heck?
RRQ looking for a possible second map win because the upcoming ones just never quite know what to expect. PRX so far, though, with the momentum being found. 4 rounds in a row. Monyet with the pushes out from A main.
Right towards the pistol round, RRQ found the first one of this map. PRX, though, leading in Pacific with number 1 pistol collections. Looking to remove a bit of this utility over through Art, but meanwhile, RRQ seeing that they've got A main control. Looking elsewhere around the map, giving an idea to Jemkin that, well, you might need a reposition. And now Gate Crash out of there.
Info found, and rotations beginning to move across the board, but you do have some slight
No,
lurks
baby.
all across, Forsaken
Don't,
possibly.
please.
Monyet's going to be here quick, though. Remember, on the Neon, can sprint on over quickly.
And I'll tell you what is just as quick. It's going to be PRX with the double duelist, looking for some space in towards halls, but it hasn't been found yet. It's Jemkin who's hiding inside, but the ghost shots, they're not there. It's Cushy and Xpharaoh off to the back, and it's Monyet as well. PRX once again looking for the trades to find more space, and they found it. It's just Crazy Guy left.
And they saw where those salvos came from, too.
To know exactly where he is. Do they push up, though? Surely not. You've got the turrets, you've got the placements. Just more obstacles for Crazy Guy to contend
30
with
seconds left.
until the spike goes down. Crazy Guy trying to find the right moment to isolate the duels. He's hugging the corners, hugging the walls, but Forsaken will be
Very
a
good,
little bit
actually.
more precise.
Yeah. Doesn't matter that there's information for RRQ that they've got A main control. If no one of PRX is there, well, they're going to have numbers when they look to break in towards the B side, isn't it? The Blaze wall as well that you got to contend against, rather. Allows for the play in towards the halls where you think these trades starting to come out. RRQ swinging together in numbers with Monyet sliding on in, looking to get some great damage, but it's just PRX, again, at the right position with the right numbers to get the trade, something that they were so fluid with over on Fracture.
Especially back hall, when you consider it's Jing with the flashes, he continuously sends them out, just keeps RRQ at bay. Off to the next round then, you've got decent buy-ups, 2 Bulldogs, a Marshall, and with the long range that it provides, you're happy to go into B.
Yeah, you're just kind of not wanting to run into the stack, right? You're making sure that you're seeing that if no one's home from RRQ at this side, well, let's just plan open and defend it. Eventually, RRQ are going to have to second guess themselves in their stack towards A and throw caution to the wind, look for some damage, go up the spike, you know, standard anti-eco things when you don't go for a bit of a force fight. So little by little, PRX will creep in towards this B site, put their bits of utility there, go for the plant, and then let's just see what RRQ have for us. if anything at all, because there is a very real world that they all just go with the spike.
Probably. Well, we've seen the current teams do that, but this is SEA, Komodo. We expect...
The problem is, though, there's a very big difference when you've got Jing here.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
On the Phoenix, you're so quick to get this ulti.
Oh, and look at something.
He's hungry, but...
Once again, it's SEA. We expect literature. We expect absolute cinema. Come on, guys. Come on.
I don't see 5 kills on a Marshall, though.
Come on. That's the first. Oh, salvos.
Maybe I do.
There's number 2. No, 3. He's too low. Surely, well, it's a
He's
Marshall.
dead to the spike.
Yeah.
You'd rather that than give them an ulti point, so...
I'm sad.
There we go. Everybody going down with the ship. Something. Farewell, Captain. Okay. 8-6. PRX still continuing this lead, still continuing this accumulation of rounds in towards the bonus round of an RRQ. See if they're going to be able to get on the board. And how much for me, I think, is Jemkin going to stay around for any fights to go to the B side as well, right? RRQ really favoring the A side of this map of Pearl with their new double duelist look. What can they be set up for on this Tejo as well from Crazy Guy? Now, coupled with a bunch of this Astrostar utility as well, they'll gather the control of the A main, but seeing something in return from PRX.
Yeah, you would take a gander that you expect Jemkin right around the corner.
Dude,
The Russian duelist picks it up.
He's back.
There's a bit of a difference, right? It's something actually winning the duel this time.
Possibly more space in the B site. You do have Cushy, who has been on a hot streak on the other end, though. Taken up by Link, but he gets blocked up by the hot hands!
Yeah, that's gorgeous from Jing, isn't it? One away from the runner back at the moment, and you're looking to potentially establish the plant with all of the numbers here for RRQ.
Whoa. And you just expect the spike corner being planted. Monyet with a great spam. However, PRX able to refill space. Forsaken on the flank.
Noted by the turret, though.
Does bring some attention away. The rest of the team have begun to hold down the positions, but Monyet looking for some spacing towards back halls. That fast lane just provides so much cover. Jing, though, with the aim, and it's Cushy now with a double as
it's
well.
Not planted for him. He can just hold it.
1-2-1. Forsaken, he has to run through, but he doesn't have the time. Cushy's just sticking it all the way into the round being picked up.
Rough at the end, though. Loses his life too, so no one surviving for RRQ, but they at least will win the round, get a little bit closer towards some of their ultis as well. But my, oh my, the scrap battle, yeah, the economy gets a bit reset, doesn't it? That's the problem when you've got the quick rotation from all of the RRQ members. The fact that you're trying to plant a little bit more open, you get shut down as Patman. There's no time really for that flank to come through from Forsaken. He didn't win any battle in through the street. And not planted for him.
That's the thing about the brawly, scruffy fights, Komodo. I mean, it comes down to attrition. How much do you have left in the tank? And RRQ right now, they're beginning to run a little bit dry.
And in these sort of scenarios as well, it's how much can you just recognize you need to shrug it off and go again, right? Yeah, we should have won the round, we should have won it, but you didn't, so
just keep going.
Just have a level head, recognize that, well, we did remove all the guns. It was the bonus round, so they don't have a lot of cash built up whatsoever. They're probably going to look to take a knee come this next round.
Meanwhile, PRX possibly looking to go and extend this gap from 2 rounds to maybe 3-round gap. They've got the guns, they've got the space right now, something up towards the pillar.
Yeah, just how patient is he going to be?
He's expecting a jump peek.
I mean, why wouldn't you at this point in time? It's very common. Jemkin's now going to give it to him, and he doesn't know. He did not spot that. So Jemkin has the info for RRQ right now that they've spotted something, but he's just the lone straggler at the moment. An Outlaw would be given over as PRX still prioritizing this A site, and by the timing as well, something is going to get out of a sticky situation. A runner back invested, it's okay. You'll scope out all of this site, you'll get free territory, now you protect it.
That's the PRX teamwork right there. That's the hive mind. He pulls off, something pulls off just as soon as the team gets to site.
Do they overheat here?
Oh, come on, surely not. They've done this so many times before, but they've also recovered from such mishaps, perhaps.
Yeah.
Stars up now, and yes, Petman is holding off towards the back.
RRQ are just giving them too much respect at the moment, though. They've invested some upgraded pistols, and they're just not really pushing. They're looking for any economical damage, any flanks that potentially would come, and PRX are at least not giving it to them. So another avenue where you're probably just going to lose your life to the explosion.
And that affords for Petman to possibly greedily lap up some alt points. That will be 2. Crazy guy for the trade, and a rifle picked up from Monyet.
Yeah, that'll outbalance the numbers just a small bit for RRQ. You know, one weapon that you can take away from that will mean, you know, an upgrade of shield coming in towards the next round.
It's not too bad.
But importantly, PRX, right? They lose the previous on the bonus, which generally is going to be the result anyway coming into a bonus round. But they do pick up the next one, so you would assume that they're still going to be okay with it.
Yes, they are.
Now
right
is
on
the
track.
rounds to best, though, right? You've got a full gun round here. And my real question for RRQ is, what do you have on the defenses? Because on this map, you've not looked the greatest.
Yeah, they've been playing with their cards close to their chest, but right now, once again, some slight A-main control. Jemkin with the goods.
Yeah, that's great. That's a sharp shot to get a leg up in this round. Force PRX to have a different approach.
Different approach it will be with Forsaken trying to create some pressure around the back of B-Link.
I don't mind this actually from RRQ. Switching into a retake over at the B site where you've got a trap in the halls from your Killjoy utility. You can buy time with a nice popped Nebula as well. You start to figure out the information around the A main side of things. Nobody's home, so maybe you're pivoting Jemkin a little bit back, or you're pivoting Crazy Guy for the salvos.
You anticipate the Nightfall as well, so completely evading that in full. Cushy not even getting marked by it. Now there's a very slight window of opportunity
Sorry.
to sneak up as soon as that smoke dissipates.
Yeah, but this is going to be a wild one, isn't it? RRQ building up with all of this utility for a huge retake.
It comes down to the fights. PRX, every single one holding up by Pillar. Save for something who's up around B-Link, maybe able to do something with the Outlaw. I don't know about that range though. Everything's smoked off right now, and it's the salvos that forces PRX out of position. Around the outskirts of this smoke, though, and it's Forsaken evening up the score. He finds a couple more flicks, and Device on top as well. Cushy finding the trades, but he's down to 30 HP. It's just something, and he's trying to play for time. Of course, it's a shorty as well. Look at the B-Hop, look at the movement, the airstrafes down to Cushy's doom.
He recognizes that he has time on his side. Great mollies to come out from Forsaken. Great gravity well as well to remove Crazy Guy off a potential defuse. And then you've got the right weapon at the right time, but you're just trying to make sure that he's not trying to sweep the rug out from under you. That was a could have been a problematic one for PRX, given the fact that they did lose it earlier on, right? They lost the first Jules. They do manage to get the plant, but they bring a little bit of stability to them. And they steal that 4 versus 5 in the post-plant scenario. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for RRQ for the meantime. They need a big discussion here.
Time
Because
out.
that's another defensive round that they are not able to find, which means investments going forward. For right now,
I'd like to take a poke and, you know, kind of wonder about some of the plays and the compositions as well, because now you're seeing PRX repeatedly play around the smokes. In that little retake, it was just Forsaken playing around it, and without the information, without the drones or the haunts, there's a slight difference. And PRX have been exploiting these ranges. They're hiding underneath RSQ's nose.
It's something that I highlighted a little bit earlier as well, right? Where a map like Pearl currently with this new RRQ roster is not their favored map, right? It's not a map that they've, you know, been locking in the same agents, opting to pick, opting to see picked against them in common occurrence, right? We're switching control, we're switching a couple of agents in there, right? Between the Neon or between the KO, and changing who's playing what role. Feels like RRQ on Pearl, it's still not looking the greatest. And in this sort of scenario as well, you know, are you going to have to look to just be perma-banning it come best of 3 territory?
Meanwhile, for PRX, that gap just gets wider and wider in towards A main control now.
I like the initiative, at least from the duelists over towards B main. You'll pick up an ulti orb there for Jemkin. Or from Monyet. You're both one away now from the ults. You'll pick that up with Death as Jemkin. And you know the space now as well, right? Pistols again for the defenders. Just playing to the numbers as PRX.
Well, if Monyet finds a kill, it could be overdrive.
Yeah.
Taking a page out of PRX's book, hiding inside the smoke. PRX, though, doing their due diligence. They check it. It's a second kill, though. And look at that. Relay bolt into the B. Monyet up for a triple.
Another
Maybe the
350.
quad until Devi prevents that from happening.
But he's done his damage, hasn't he? The fact that he gets away with 3, that's an absolute mockery on what PRX had for this round.
Forsaken has been noted as well. So even though you have the site somewhat smoked off, is it safe enough to truly get the spike planted? The Cosmic Divide invested because of it. Forsaken continuing to try to hold further space.
Lockdown for Kushi. It's going to force them into a little bit of an open scenario.
Well, that would be somewhat similar to the one before. And look at this, juggling the guns to get them away out of RRQ's reach.
He can go for a full spray if Xfero gets a smoke down on the spike and then get the other gun to continue the spray.
And that's what it comes down to. RRQ, even if they try to go in for the body blocks, I don't know how successful it's going to be, but peeking through the sprays, Kushi finds the kill. Crazy Guy sticking it all the way through. A thrifty round comes up all of a sudden.
What is it with RRQ and catching thrifties in this series so far? It's always the case that the round they need the most is of a thrifty variety. And this is a scenario as well where the first kill goes the way of PRX. They don't sniff out what's happening in the smoke though, and it absolutely gets the better of them, doesn't it?
They were checking it, but of course Monyet. It's Monyet. It has to be Monyet. What a round.
I did all the heavy lifting. The fact that you guys win it, yeah, let's go.
Let's see if they can tie it up. 2 more. PRX, though, they will not be slowing down.
Yeah, in fact, turning up the heat right now, aren't they? Straight up through the guts of mid, through towards Art, towards the A side with a bit of a split. The blades, though, oh no, something! He's missed them all!
Well, he's getting the space for the team nonetheless. Looking for possible right clicks with the Nebula propped up against Crazy Guy right now. And his further space as well. Flower being blocked off again. And that's Petman continuing to push up through Secret, completely confounding RRQ.
And you can't do a thing as Jemkin right now. Talk about a change of pace from PRX. Very slow and steady these last couple ones. Turn it up to 11. Oh, right in your face. A little bit overzealous, don't get me wrong. Pushing in towards Flowers, but Patman winning his jewels as well through Secret.
It's just ridiculous how quick PRX can truly accelerate.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard this repeatedly from multiple teams that it's a PRX thing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they had such amount of time where they were looking out of Pacific, right? But they're starting to really find their rhythm. Couple of consolation frags at the end there for Jemkin, just going to remove the guns from PRX for all intents and purposes. Play with their economy just a little bit. That thrifty round, they're not able to double down with another on the back of it. I mean, madness from Patman, by the way, into his teammate's molly, catching them off guard, yeah.
That was a true and blue W gaming round come
From the new guy too, Patman. He's adopted quite nicely.
Fits in like a glove, and there we have it. A timeout by Coach Ewok and Warbirds as well. We'll see if they are able to deliver PRX an L in this moment, because this is something that they sorely need. If this doesn't happen, we actually might see a possible 3-1, much like how everyone has predicted.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far just yet. But I think my worries are being seen for RRQ in this scenario, right? The defensive side on this map, you know, when they're trying to gather the early A-main information, for example, any team is seeing, well, they're putting 3 numbers there, let's just move it over towards a lean towards B, either through a B link split or all through main, because they do hang around a little bit too late. When you consider that Jemkin on this Yoru is also baited generally to rotate a little bit early, or he's playing then more retake towards this B site, it just plays in towards PRX's hands more often than not in this sort of environment right now. So we really need to see some change-up affairs for RRQ on the back of that timeout there. Need to see 2 rounds in a row, right?
Time for a field test.
Single mistake, and that could be the map.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
See what the beginning installments look like in this one at the moment towards the B site, where I say, right, RRQ gathering the A main control at the moment. You're either seeing PRX there and leaving, knowing the numbers, or they're not there at the very beginning. They're over at B. You have to see that cheated rotation from Jemkin come out nice and early. Great lurk to come out from Forsaken, smoking off where the alarm bot has generally been to slip into there unexpected.
He's been doing this all half. PRX has been doing this. And it's unfortunate because you're just unable to read it. The lockdown now forces Jemkin's hand. He's looking for that frag against Forsaken, who is another Yoru player, but he gets spotted out because there is a flurry of utility out from the back as well. Some slight spacing now for RRQ.
Rough for something though if he sticks here. They're aware of this fact.
In with the nightfall as well as the dimensional drift. So you do mark Jemkin somewhat. You mainly need to watch out for Halls as well as Spawn. In for it though, something's traded positions with the team. RRQ might not be aware. They are thinking to check, but the barrel, it just reveals all. Couple more kills and in towards Jemkin alongside Xfero.
Gravity well, already used.
And that just thins down the herd. Jemkin, though, another frag. He's marking down Pillar to the best of his ability, sticking down the spike to halfway now, and the pressure is on. Something looking for the kills. The time continues to beep, and that's when the shorty gets pulled out. The shots, they've whiffed, and it's Xfero sticking it all the way
Oh, he got it!
down to the final 0.3 second.
Shit.
RRQ
I think something
finds
just
a
throw.
lifeline.
Literally the
no.
difference for something there with the shorty missing those shots, getting immediately on towards the defuse. You've got to feel heartbreak for a situation that you thought RRQ were not going to win. They lose the first duel with a great heads-up change of pace from Forsaken. Jemkin doing what he can with the 4K.
Jemkin,
He's
bro,
needed
what
to
the
deliver
fuck?
nearly everything. But Xfero gets the last one. And they know it's not over yet. They know that they have to switch their focus to the next round because they need more in consecutive affair.
Job's not done. They're pushing up A main.
But Alex,
Petman's
you
contending
have
for
timeout.
that
I
spot
think I
on
need
the
to
other
timeout.
side of the smoke. Couple of
I think one
sprays
more.
through, and
If they lose
RRQ
this, he's gonna time up.
just trying to regain
Try to
control.
calm them down.
PRX, they might have gone for the quick W gaming down Art, but is it going to be enough? Because Petman has been sussed out. Got a blaze wall. You got the sight. You might be able to stick the spike.
Yeah, but how do you defend at the moment? Sting is close. Okay.
Oh, it's not going to quite work out.
Why?
the way
Why?
they wanted
Why
it
would
to.
you do that?
Checking with the spams. You got the Suns out the back as well. Cushy, another kill. Jing, though, trying to hold down to the best of his ability from the back sight. Unfortunately, he's going to be the only one left now, so it's just full on spams. Monyet, how do you like them apples?
Oh. Good round from RRQ. Needed here. A lighter investment from PRX. Double digits now for RRQ. Talk about the fact that I said they need 2 rounds in a row. They've done just that. Is that enough, though, to give them an idea on what they need to be doing in the early stages? Because here, right, it's a quick one up from PRX. It's recognizing that they've got control of main. They've got control towards their spawn. They can have a multi-pronged retake coming in towards that one.
And that's why main control is beginning to be
No timeout.
a bit of a pesky issue.
The thing is, though, look at all the defensive rounds they've got, Quack. 4 retake defusers, right? Challenge over towards B, nice and early. Different look, no A main control, but a similar look towards the actual smokes utilized. Now an entrapment towards B long, great opening engagements. Jemkin,
Now you will
the job
time
is
out.
done. They can
They're
fall
back.
That's all they needed. What a call by Crazy Guy, or just the
But I think
entire
you should have
team as
called
a
timeout
whole.
before it's gone round, right?
Just as soon as the
Yeah.
round rips off.
Mm.
A clone towards the back as well, and PRX won't deal with it.
Could you imagine if that clone was real?
Oh my
Gets
God.
pinged, turns around.
Well, not the case.
Gonna have to see what Forsaken can potentially do here. What gap can he find? You've already seen a change up of Cushy's utility as well, right? Being protected.
But it's just singular movement, singular audible cues, which means RRQ are fully aware.
They're just not phased, right? 5 versus 3. If PRX continue to this B site, well, we've got numbers. We'll just trade you.
So just holding the angles now. Forsaken, though, snuck all the way through the back. If the timing is right, he might be able to find a bit more. Down for the flicks. He gets the first, but fully blinded now. Able to dodge the flash, but not able to re-peek.
Yep.
Xfero
PRX in
just puts up a
trouble.
huge wall, and Petman running for his
Um,
life.
Yeah, he couldn't get in towards
Lost
the side
them
to
the
help
whole
him there,
game.
unfortunately, and catch them when their heads are on their shoulders, swiveling all around. Now you got to put a priority on saving this Vandal to the next round. Tied scoreline 11-11 at the nth hour of this map.
10
Feels like
seconds
RRQ might have found the right recipe for this defensive side in a book hidden deep in that shelf.
RRQ watching this entire map with intent, putting up a strong stand. Map 3 might give them that confidence that they're looking for to
Timeout.
map 4.
Now it's a timeout.
PRX certainly feeling the pressure once again now that the lead has been lost.
And
I
again,
mean,
I just highlight, I love the play that they come up with for B long as well, right? Just
expecting PRX to go in for B.
And if they're not there, you've just got the full space and you know it's A. You've got your mollies still set up towards the site. You might even play retake. You've been pretty successful in doing that so far, right?
And that's why I love this series.
Hey, where's
Well,
Mind Trick?
You got both coaches in the booths, and it looks like a true chess match between both masterminds. Alex, though, trying his darndest to possibly steer the ship in the right direction, because the boys haven't yet been able to crack the code around A main.
Yeah, for a little bit now. RRQ, more importantly, I think, have just looked better, right? We've seen RRQ not have ideas on this defensive side, and PRX have kind of exploited that time and time again. You know, just commanding that A main control. PRX were real happy enough to give it to them and put more focus in towards the B side of the map now. Well, you're not even seeing RRQ really contend with A main control anymore. They're just doing the smoke only. They're not putting the salvos behind it, right? And they're still coming up with the same look, missing one piece of utility.
It's down to all these tiny little details and margins. Are PRX able to get a good idea?
Yeah, and I mean, this sort of scenario as well, right? As PRX, well, are you playing towards more of a default or not, right? You're a little bit lesser equipped. You don't have the Blade Storm, for example, for something. You do have Jing one away from the run it back yet again. But I'm seeing, you know, Jemkin with the Dimensional Drift and a Judge in mid-doors.
Oh, and it just does its thing. The Prowler was there for check as well, but Monyet a trigger quicker, and it's going to be PRX reeling from the loss of that one.
And again, just the same utility over at main bar, the salvos, right? A deeper nebula, you force your opponents to respect that one. Now you get the information by the alarm bot that, well, we need to adjust a little bit. Play retake again if we need. We've got a Dimensional Drift to scope that one out.
The one slight light at the end of the tunnel that I can see for PRX is if Jing finds a run it back into further space being taken up for the team. They're going to opt for the Cosmic Divide to block off back sight.
Good timing.
Nano Swarms.
Yeah, good timing. It'll just waste the time on this Cosmic Divide. Start to go for the plant. Ooh, got him.
That's done. A perfect skull executed wallbang kill. Secondary plant attempt, and something sticks it. Will it be enough though? PRX has yet to hold a post plant. Something then opting to go around stairs. He does have support from Patman in this area. A seize would be great as well, but it's the Guardian. I don't know how it's going to be. Divide with a possible spam out from, well, a main, but still the shots, the Dimensional Drift, it susses out all. Intelligence has been found, and RRQ will take another round.
I can just snatch this one.
That means that they, on this map, for pretty much the first time since the
Actually, they snatched
very
two ups
beginning
already.
stages of the first half, will reclaim the lead.
Match point.
Match point, PRX falling a little bit flat now. Getting taken out by the judge, getting taken by the spams, not able to off-put Cushy's position. Makes it really awkward in the 5 versus 3 when you just try to get a plant, and all the information from that Dimensional Drift as well, working a treat.
And it's just brilliant calls from RRQ, recognizing the job's not done, I have to lock in, you bring out the judge all of a sudden, PRX has no idea.
And it gets scary now as well, right? When you consider the Armageddon is in play for Crazy Guy. If that's put at the right spot, that could be massive. Back towards normalcy for RRQ, pushing forward to get Monyet on the overdrive. Meanwhile, Jing up with the runner back. The team is with him too, and they're stuck in the Armageddon.
In for the relay bolt as well, and it's RRQ finding advantage. Divide though, trades it right back up, but there's a lockdown at his feet. He needs to push up, he needs to go in for it. Jing finds that. Some assistance being afforded now as Spike somewhat gets retrieved. Patman declare it back sight.
3 versus 3. Divide alive, so smokes for PRX. Timing for Patman. This could be everything but Crazy Guy on the drone. He was contemplating it right now. That's a massive duel for Patman to win.
Popped up over, looks for the flick, but it's Jimkin that comes up with it instead. 4 HP though. How long PRX might be able to push us into overtime. Jing now with the space. You've got an op being played by Divide as well. It's a position that surely RRQ doesn't expect, so they will continue to march forward. Offside, past Flowers. Jing marks the angle, has a flash, has a molly as well. How on earth can Cushy possibly play this? He goes into check, almost losing his life, and it's Jing swinging off of contact to push us into overtime again!
Could have been extremely awkward if Jing wasn't able to find that trade at the end there on the 2 versus 2, because I mean, he dispatched of Jemkin, who was really low. A brilliant Armageddon early on as well. I gotta give props towards Crazy Guy for that location. Really trying to assist the team from afar. But in the middle of the 3 versus 3, just trades upon trades. The hot hands to try and force him to not push. And you do get the eventual trade there as Jing.
And it's Patman seizing the initiative to sneak up through Flower as well. It's just to surprise Crazy Guy. Who,
I mean, if that duel goes the other way, that's probably the map.
Exactly. I mean, if you play by the book, but Patman doesn't do that, so.
Another overtime.
OT1, here we go again. Pressure
I should
mounting.
tell Alex,
I hear the
stop biting your
whistling.
nails.
both teams, both sides are feeling this. We kick things off with RRQ, slow march up B.
Well, you say slow, but they're pretty fast in towards this one, aren't they? 4 members again from PRX, going back to tried and tested, gather the orb, gather the A main control, play on the stalling utility that Forsaken has down, and he's actually got a judge, expecting a bit of a play, but it's the similar utility. Salvos, Nova Pulse, trap you here.
He's just played DDR, he's dodged everything. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from PRX slowly coming up front from mid. They gotta watch out for the flank. Come on, yeah, we're gonna slay all of them down. Cushy with the flank now coming through, and it's just Petman able to find one trade. Cushy might have been dealt with, but how do you lead, spearhead a 2v4? The first thing you got to deal with would be Halls, but that's Monyet with a judge. He fires off a warning shot. Petman tries to go out from the back. Attention has been bought, but then the spams out from Pillar. You've got Jemkin all the way towards the back as well, and he uses that elevation to bring this to a 3v1 divide, not able to find the burst necessary. RRQ will once again take up the first OT round.
Very good
They've
round.
really afforded themselves some recovery on this map, haven't they? Since the 4 rounds that they got in a row. Before that, they looked a little bit down for the count, coming out with different ideas, losing the last, but back towards the OT, quick towards the B site, establishing a plant with sheer numbers. Cushy delivering the goods as well, making sure that the numbers were found. He's on 30 kills now. He's absolutely stepped up in this map.
Yeah, I mean, since when have you expected Cushy to go in for that lurk? All of a sudden, he brings it out. This time, RQ on the defense. They've done this good so far. Can they complete the run? PRX.
Expect this one.
Patience all of a sudden.
Jemkin up.
You leave something for here as well, right? You're waiting out for the Nebula over at A main before going together as a team.
Might not expect the glass cannon op either.
Drone's what, 2 members? It's keeping a heavy investment of numbers for RRQ towards the A site. And an operator, remember here for Jemkin too. Something to note of the glass cannon variety. If something walks into the crosshairs,
Not
the
quite.
opening jewels,
Ooh,
the
timing.
the pathing.
He's actually, yes, the pathing precisely.
But it might work problematic for the team.
But I have a feeling something will die here.
Dry walk into it.
They gotta be aware, but no! The dry walk.
Okay, not
And
something.
the damage is felt. Something tries to
So
repeat into it.
GG.
Got 4 smokes as Devi, and you're double dry walking into an operator line at the B site.
Oh, not like this.
5 versus 3. RRQ setting themselves up for the map
30 seconds.
in
left.
another overtime fashion.
They had no idea the op was there, but when it was needed most,
Cushy.
Jemkin, Cushy, up to the 30 bomb, and this could be the end of Pearl. PRX desperately trying to hold on, Forsaken needing a huge multi-kill, but it's nowhere to be found. RRQ will find the eliminations
Very
necessary
good
to
from
propel
RRQ.
themselves forward. Another OT, and they show that they have the true resistance, the true endurance to go the distance.
They don't do it cleanly, do they? But they will not go down without a fight. Another
I'll be right
overtime
back,
victory
toilet.
to claim their first win on this map of Pearl as well. Last time, both 13 to 10s, changing up the agents. Another new look to what they deploy in this time, in this installment of the map. And now that's 3 done for the series. It's 2-1 in favor of RRQ, setting themselves up for one more map to then have a rematch against Gen G for the Pacific Trophy.
And what a rivalry that is. The map from yesterday wasn't too much to write off of, but this one today, just going the distance, finding the adaptations mid-game, mid-round. They forced PRX to scratch their heads and think both times in the past 2 maps.
Literally after round number 19 into round number 20, where they get then the 4 rounds in a row. That's the turning point of the map. That's the time where the defenses actually exist.
Truly.
For RRQ.
And what a performance it has been for the entire team. I mean, Crazy Guy with calls where they suddenly pushed up B. Cushy with the insane performance as well all of a sudden. The player from Indonesia just picked up this year. It certainly has been a wonderful performance, and we are so hungry for more. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
I echo that statement. We are definitely hungry for more, especially with all of the performances that we've been seeing so far. Pearl, as we mentioned, is the swing map, the map that we need to look closely at, especially since both of these teams have had not exactly the greatest histories in Pearl, and it looks as though RRQ are intending to rewrite that.
Yeah, what a game from RRQ, really bringing it back. I mean, one thing I really have to highlight for them is their composure. This is a team where we spoke about this the whole time. Map 1, they did not look composed. Now they've come out and closed 2 overtime games, and if I'm PRX, I'm kicking myself. If I'm just a little bit cleaner in those thrifties, you've just won 3-0. But they haven't. RRQ stealing rounds, now stolen 2 maps away from PRX and putting themselves 1 away from victory.
Yeah, this is the parity of a PRX across a large sample size, across a best of 5. They're a team that when they look really composed, when things are flowing very well for them, when they have full momentum, they're impossible to stop. All the decisions are made so quick, and they're always the correct ones. But when you drag things out a little bit more, when a couple of rounds go astray, a few mistakes start to happen, that's where you get some of these rounds where you really scratch your head for PRX. The round against Monyet on B long, dry walking into the op and just not checking an extra couple of corners. So PRX, this is why they're such an entertaining team, because they can show you perfect Valorant the way that it was intended to be played, and then they can show you some very questionable plays at the same time.
It's why this train is so exciting, right? And of course, on the side of RRQ too, you mentioned the composure. I have to hand it to them. You're absolutely right. There were so many rounds that came so close. Like that one round with that diffuse, .03.
0-0-3.
And you saw Xpero actually just accept whatever was going to happen.
He thought he'd lost.
Yeah, he was closing his eyes. He was just like, just please, whatever happens, right? But it's that factor of RRQ that make them so special, and that has also contributed to them making it this far.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great to see from RRQ the switch up from map 1, right?
Yeah.
It looks like a different team, and I mean, have to say very, very impressed. We can roll straight into some replays here, and I want to talk a little bit how they start their game, because it's all about the man himself, Jemkin. We see this is, so they've just won the pistol, anti-ecos, and he's going hunting. He's looking to farm these kills so that he's able to get his ult flowing into the next round. This is something RRQ love to do, and then of course the bonus round, we can see them send it in, try and get a lot of that space.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift completely streamlines the B push. You get all of this connector information for free. They spot out something, Salvos immediately flush him out, Crazy Guy 1-digs him, you're able to get into the backside of halls and see absolutely everything. The site's nice and clear, and RRQ are able to get themselves into some very strong positions. PRX try to respond with the Flood on the Phoenix ult. They also had an early ult timing going into this anti-bonus, but unfortunately, it takes absolutely everything from them to be able to try to complete this retake. All of their guns are lost, and it's very hard to get going on the defensive side if it takes this much for you to win a bonus round, and part of that is down to just how hard Cushy was shooting this game.
Yeah, I mean, Cushy was just an absolute demon. Seeing him on the Killjoy, I was so impressed by his timings, the way he was able to lurk. I feel like he actually understood this role very, very well, and mechanically, he was just so insane.
Yeah, he has great first bullet accuracy and positioning. You've seen that from him on agents like the Sova. I think in the current meta, he doesn't look as comfortable on Teo or KO, in my opinion, as he did when he came into RRQ and was playing a lot of Sova in kickoff. But I think actually, I agree, the Killjoy seemed to suit his skill set. Both of these teams did swap over from Vice to Killjoy going into this game of Pearl, but Cushy, he was able to read those rotations very well on attack. I felt like I was watching Prime Meteor, the way he was just walking up Art and just taking duels while the rest of the team was struggling to get anything going on the other side of the map. He was the one who was really the hero for RRQ in this game.
Yeah, the way the rounds would just pivot around Cushy, right? Especially since, like, as you mentioned, he would lurk, and then he would get a few kills, and suddenly the round belongs to RRQ. He was that important. And I think for the side of PRX, though, again, this was a very, very close map, and there were some rounds also that were very, very good, well played by PRX.
They just send it. I mean, this is what you get with a Phoenix Fade. You have this comp where you can just fight with everything. You can throw everything at the other team, and if they're not ready for it, you will get folded.
I mean, they love this. This is the PRX style. We see 4 people in A main because they're looking to control it, and of course they are with that Phoenix just layering up this util, looking so good when they're able to execute this. It's a gamble, it's a risk, but PRX love doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they either get an orb and a lot of map control that the other team has to answer, or they're able to find a nice timing where they have everyone fighting. They either leave something on that info line on B long with the op, or they set up the KJ there. Maybe you have a lockdown, you can play a streamlined retake for there. But MVP goes to Cushy. I mean,
no surprise.
Quite honestly, kickoff, a lot of people were saying this guy looks like he might be Rookie of the Year. He started to slow down a little bit more in stage 1, but this was the last person that I expected going into an off roll to step up this hard for RRQ and in an important series like this.
I mean, there's some things that just fit like a glove. We were talking earlier about Jemkin on Yoru, and it seems as though KJ on Pearl, on Cushy, might be that perfect fit too. Sometimes it's just like it depends on the map and the agent and the player.
Yeah, I really think he could flex more into Sentinel. Like, some players I see, I'm like, yeah, he's just playing the agent to fit everybody else into the team. I really think he's taken this role and he's run with it. He very much understood what the assignment was on this game of Pearl, and he played excellently.
Yeah, I was so impressed by his composure. You know, he is a rookie. They have Patman on the other side, who is also that rookie.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like Cushy's been really stepping up in the way he's able to play. And, you know, to come alive in these big best of fives, to really hard carry your team like that, you know, my heart goes out to him. Absolute respect, because he put the team on his back.
And it's so much validation for all of those tier 2 talent that are coming here on the Pacific stage in our lower finals.
Yeah.
One of the, you know, highest pressure matches that we have here, and suddenly it's like they are thriving. We are now going into Icebox, however. How are we feeling more about this match, especially since this is going to be our 4th map? RRQ seem to be very confident in their map pool so far. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little bit more known, right? We saw both of these teams play yesterday on Icebox, and of course, PRX managing to win, RRQ, of course, losing there. So both these teams have a lot more recent information, and I think PRX will be feeling good. You know, I think they looked a lot better on this map than RRQ did. We do see that difference in comp, you know, Jing on that Omen, so it's essentially a double duelist coming out from PRX, and the way that Omen plays, much more natural fitting to their style, where RRQ, we're seeing that double initiator, Teo KO style that I also think suits them well.
Yeah, PRX, I mean, throwing out the Joman is something, Omen on Icebox, that we've seen a fair bit in the Americas as well. They love it over there, so I think PRX may be taking a little bit of inspiration, as well as the fact that Jing has got the reps on Omen at the moment. It did look pretty good for them yesterday. RRQ have been early adopters of both Icebox and Ascent coming back into the map pool, so I know that they put in the reps. They were very much forecasting that these maps would be very important for stage 1, so I think they're going to be relatively comfortable to take Icebox as the 4th map here. At the same time, though, their game against Gen G might have been a little bit of a knock to the confidence, so I could really see both Icebox and Ascent going either way. I think the last 3 maps of this best of 5, Pearl, Icebox, Ascent, you could kind of toss a coin, really, because you don't have a lot of data that points to the fact that either one of these teams is going to be very confident winner of either of them, and that's why you're seeing such tight games.
Yeah, and I also think it's, of course, it's these 2 teams, right? They are so comeback heavy, both sides, right? It can be so fun, especially when you have all of these rounds that where it gets like, you know, 2v5, hey, the other team still might win. Hey, it's a 1v5, the other team still might win.
Yeah.
They're just that kind of team. They're just those types of players to be able to pull things like that off. Before we go into a quick break, I believe we do have a VCT Pacific moment to share with everybody. You can get in on this trend. All you have to do is use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments. And we have one here from @Ploydere, who I believe we met over in Masters Bangkok in Thailand. If you guys watch the stream, by the way, and you hear somebody shout the loudest for T1, she is heard on the stream. That is her.
Yeah, I mean, T1, obviously winners of Masters Bangkok, but over here in Korea, an absolute staple. Unfortunately, didn't have the result that they would have wanted, but there's still plenty of great teams to cheer for here.
Gotta have been great watching that live, though. As a T1 fan, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I all of the fans, absolutely. They love watching these teams live, as we are seeing right now here. Lots of love for both PRX and RRQ, which will continue right after this quick break when we head into Icebox. So don't go anywhere. This series wraps up right after this quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Welcome back to the VCT Pacific Stage 1 lower final, where the score is now 2-1 in favor of RRQ. We are now headed into our fourth map of the day, Icebox. Potentially, this could be our final one.
RRQ opting to start on the attacking side. They will be running with the same comp. I love the KO Teo combo and Jet for Chemkin. Monyet's going to have to switch gears though here. He's on the Viper, where he's been playing a lot of these duelists the last couple of maps.
Yeah, it's a lot more passive, a very different role. Over on the side of PRX, exactly as aggressive as we would expect. They are sticking with that Omen, which, as I said before, is essentially another duelist on this map. It's another tool to keep getting aggressive. I like this comp for PRX. It worked out very well for them against DRX, so they're looking to continue to build on that momentum and start the run back.
Oh yes, start the run back. Is that gonna be it for PRX? Is this gonna be our final map? Big questions as we head into Icebox with RRQ versus PRX. We'll toss it on over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Straight into the cold depths of Icebox, and yes, we do have rather similar compositions from yesterday. However, like the desk mentioned just before the break, we do have possibly confidence taken up against RRQ, given the loss against Gen G. But that said, you also have the Something versus Jemkin saga continuing.
Yeah, coming in towards this one as well, right? RRQ are 2-1 ahead in those OTs, but Jemkin is the only one currently going positive on RRQ's side, and insurmountably so. 70 kills already across these 3 maps. He's the only one positive for the team. So we'll continue to see if that is going to work a treat for RRQ, or if PRX are going to be able to change things up. I like the aggression through B main at the moment with the 4-1 strategy, likewise of the last map. And Monette is going to be the first casualty.
Not able to recenter his aim. The turret, though, does inform to a little bit more, and Sparrow looking for the swing, looking for the picks with the Sheriff. He does get a good chunk of damage, but the spike should still be getting down pretty soon. Devi with the turret up, checks towards the back.
Good info.
Here's some footsteps. Needs to swing back in and find some kills, though, and he doesn't have time to reload, so unfortunately his life is forfeit. Meanwhile, the rest of PRX still able to march up front.
He did get one tag too, onto Jemkin.
No flashes, however, so it comes down to just the swings, just the positions, and with positions, Forsaken collapses onto its Jemkin. And that's going to be a crazy guy trying to hold down from under Rafter, but he's alone, so entirety PRX are able to swing and surround the site in for the final defuse. Right off the rip, the pistol round already theirs.
Yep, over towards PRX yet again. To highlight for those that may have been joining us, PRX in this series, so far so good in the pistol rounds. They've got both of them in map number 1 of Fracture. They got one apiece in the next 2 maps as well. So currently ahead of the curve on that one. And if history is going to stay in continuation, they probably won't see a force in this next round.
Yeah, pistol round, right? And well, if you're PRX being PRXing, what is defense? Let's push.
Yeah, for sure. Great idea, you know, in a pistol round as well, going together with 4 members.
Probably won't do that this round, though.
No, probably not. Back to normal things. You are playing in a bit of an anti-eco. This is an outlaw, by the way, that's been gifted to Jemkin, courtesy of Crazy Guy. So you want to see him grab a chunk of damage here against the lighter shield-equipped members of PRX.
A lot of trust, but a lot of recognition from the side of PRX as well, marking the lurk out by mid, so X-Pharaoh's gone, and also possible outlaw plays. PRX then elect to play far back.
Yeah, very slow and steady, which means that eventually Crazy Guy, well, just now, in fact, will get the salvos back online for RRQ. In this sort of situation, though, for PRX, you know, you don't want to see them just overdo things. Play quite patiently. Wait and see where RRQ are going to look to go towards.
Big salvos, PRX pulling all the rotations over.
They've completely left the scene of A at the moment where the spike is actually going. So there's an opportunity to get a plant down.
30 seconds
but
left.
is it going to be defendable? That's the real question, right? The outlaw in play. Salvos will come back online when the spike plant's down, top of sight.
I'd say not bad. There's a slight chance still, you know, with the outlaw. Maybe a bit of damage, chip damage with the nanoswarms currently, but he's got the angle.
Eventually a flank from Monette, but just the classic. So let's see what happens.
Oh boy, we're running in, we're chasing in, we've got the guns. Oh, and the outlaw just doesn't do much. Monette, though, out from the back. Was he spotted by the chart?
He shot it because the 0 point actually took it down. But
Oh no!
in the end, right now, onto the defense.
Oh, they didn't know.
And in the round pipes. Fortunately, RQ not able to hold it off for too long. You've used the third salvo refreshed up, but yeah, it's still going to be the full defuse. A flawless round for PRX.
Good plan.
Again, it's just the classics really. For
Yeah.
Right? The outlaw gets a tag on towards Patman, but apart from that, really nothing comes in towards the rounds. No chance for a flank either, despite Cushy's 0 point removing the turret. It was already shot at. And position noted. Very level head again for PRX, who have just had to go through 2 maps of overtime and lose 2 maps of overtime. You gotta let that not shake you in a best of 5 scenario. You picked Icebox as the choice in this one, right? So you got to consider Ascent next. They could have gone that way instead, but opting for Icebox first.
And they've been a little bit back and forth with the pistols, but right now it's a pretty good start.
Slow and steady for RRQ towards the safe side of things. As soon as you're noted top of that side as Jing, you are just dead. 2 rights. What an awkward spray come through from that Vandal too.
Well,
Something
Defy
to do.
coming in to refill space as well, but you don't have much in terms of utility of staving off RRQ except for bullets. Shock dart in as well.
Huh?
And RRQ have been tampered with.
Flank eventually from Patman. He can just sit himself in their spawn and watch for this one.
What Batman
RRQ are
position?
going to be locked in. They have to try and push the bodies back.
The only way out is up.
Snakebite already noting on towards something's position. He's stuck. He doesn't have wind available. The wall, he just gets out of dodge.
Yo.
They can expect Patman to already be in their spawn. It looks like
They know.
have an
or-
idea,
You know?
but still
Holy
just
shit.
stuck towards this A site.
Unless you take a
That's the way,
confident
right?
duel against Patman. He's been good on the 1v1s as well. He's just happily setting up camp.
You can just wait and see when Forsaken wants to use the Recon 2. There's a Nano still at the default that RRQ are going to have to contend with. Patman not tested, which means they know that this is still going to end at the A site.
Then you've got Something playing a possible one and done. Outlaw shots not found. Something for the swing, and that's been quickly denied.
Oh,
Monyet now with a
wow.
double kill back sight. Patman then pushes up, but at this point, he's got to find a 1v3. Not much in terms of utility except for the, well, the wall
Well,
that
you know,
might
Still
consider
Batman.
movements.
If I'm Batman, I'm angry.
Which side you're going to show up from? RQ are just happily tucked in. Decent peek from Monyet, and he finds and collects onto the 3rd kill.
That's a scenario as well where PRX, despite the lesser weaponry, still had, you know, some pretty good weapons in towards that bonus round, and they had all of the information. They knew Patman's flank was gold, they had the damage delivered, they had the advantage on the site itself, but then you just start to look at the 4 versus 3 in towards the site. Something pushes out and loses his life. Monyet gets a double too. They're not able to get the trades. Bit of a fumble from PRX there, but a big, deep dig for RRQ to get around on the board. Operator out there for something in this new round. See if the opening duel is going to do anything except reveal itself against the turret. So does that shift the idea of where RRQ want to potentially end things a bit quicker towards the B site? Standard Icebox things though. Got to wait out for this orb. Dash across with a good flash. Force PRX back.
Yeah, fantastic. Space being collected upon. Off angles possibly being held as well. Something does have the op though. Question is he able to find much with it? Marks the angle right from underneath. Jet doing Jet things, and he reads it fully.
Where's that Armageddon going to go though?
That's the great question. Able to possibly flash PRX out of position, but no chance to use it for now. Thinking about it, Crazy Guy sets it off by Yellow, and it's going to be RRQ Monyet who's still trying to hold things down. Fortunately, Armageddon not going to be able to do too much out of them, buying time. Defy slowly ringing around the Rosie, around Yellow.
Monyet is
Spike's
feeling
still going
it.
off, though, and Monyet just fires off a shot. Defy has no clue and needs to tap onto the spike, and that's when Monyet plays around the container. Stands up, pops off. He gets into PRX's minds. The Red Bull clutch, bringing us to a 2-on-2.
You got to be happy with that one, aren't you? All the shots to come out from Monyet, working a treat. I'm noting that the flank is potentially going to come on out as well for RRQ, but that's being looked after in the kitchens in the meanwhile too. That's a 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch to come through from Monyet. How individual were those shots at the end there? Those positions from PRX when they're off-put by the Armageddon as well. That makes things quite awkward for them. There's a reset now coming into this next round as well. Something's probably going to be popping the blades immediately. There's a lockdown for Defy, but do you consider using them? You need to find advantage. You need to find secondary advantage. The Blade Storm's actually just been removed, so any aggression from PRX forced to legitimate back towards the site.
Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. It's still relatively early. RRQ though, it's a lot of space that they've lapped up. Positions noted, shock darts through as well, and that gives Something the chance that he was looking for.
Yeah, but if you can find these opening jewels, how many more are you going to be able to back that up with, right? Is Something going to be good for another one or not? That gun that you've just dropped, irretrievable. 50 seconds to go. And it's to the drawing board for RRQ, the silent game towards the Bravo side of the map. Meanwhile, Forsaken has picked up the Hunter's Fury.
Something in position as well. Oh, but the
Body
swings
shots.
wasn't great. Decent damage. We'll see if the Hunter's Fury can finish off the job.
And now
There
the
it is.
lockdown as well.
Lockdown for, well, some space. You still have Monette up around the back of yellow. He spotted out the shoulder of one, and he's trying to get the burst. Patman, though, still coming up with one singular kill onto the Sheriff.
Good
And
shock
that
dart.
shock dart will finish off Monette. Just Xpharaoh in a 1v3. And PRX will finish the thrifty, the Sheriff shots, the utility, back in all around the map.
Anything you can do, I can do better. A thrifty round going the way of PRX, taking a page out of RRQ's book when they needed it the most. So a round back to PRX. I asked the question, right? How much more on the back of that Bladestorm are you going to be able to find? Well, the blades themselves, not nothing. Nada. Shots out,
I
but the
think
Sheriff of
PRX
Patman
just
doing
spent 3
enough
ult
damage
on
for
that
the
round.
shock dart to
Yeah.
finish off his intended prey of Monette too, and then this time not dropping the 1 versus 3. Hefty investment of 3 ults there from PRX, but more importantly, just a round on the board. Getting it towards the reset territory of RRQ to see if they're going to answer back with something of their own, though. Null commands to remove ability.
Well, it also is something with the off now all of a sudden, but that 0 point.
Yeah, he's committed to this fight, and he's got it too. Great shouldering out from something. Jemkin down in this duelist battle.
You would think it's great
Look, did
recognition.
he just leg him? He did.
Yeah.
Ooh, he got leg.
Down to 20. Cushy, though, I mean, just thinking of possibly throwing it to the wind. RRQ, however, has
Hey,
two.
this is
Yeah, it's removed the turret so you can sneak past.
Patman.
Has to be aware, doesn't he?
booming
Would
sports
he?
strat.
Yeah, he's playing the back angle just in case.
In case, but not a single peep yet. Oh, something. Oh, with the Viper's Pit as well. Patman happened
yeah.
to recognize it.
I remember with the tag on Akushi earlier and the null command fading, he couldn't drop himself to get rezzed too, so this is where things become really awkward. Kushi down for the count now, 2 versus 4.
And Patman still trying to make some noise, forcing RQ out in the open. That's the Viper gone. Spike, well, picked back up, but can you really get it planted? Xpharaoh, 30 seconds, and he's trying to sneak one over onto the A site.
It's the mind games right now, isn't he? What can you do? How do you toy with them? But you really can't.
If you're PRX, you don't hear the spike tapping.
Yeah.
Surely you consider it.
Time's on your side though, right? 10 seconds for him to try and get the plant. He's going to eventually have to run towards the A site, and if anyone looks to sacrifice him,
And no problems here.
That's
Jing
enough.
with the huge sprint, just bound to bound, picks up that headshot.
he would have had to sprint earlier on and then potentially play in the open where Jing would have even ran on him and then, you know, remove him off the spike plant. You win the rounds, kill him, you win the rounds. That duel, most importantly, on a crazy guy before the pit, just is able to come in position.
And it just begins with a really prevalent duel between Something and Jemkin.
Of course.
Jemkin was 1 away from the ult, or I mean, from the ult, and that's exactly why Something pushed up front.
It's more importantly the fact that PRX are taking some space and going for these duels when they've got some favored, you know, weaponry and ability, right?
Indeed. Still though, half buys up for RQ now.
Retake scenario towards the A site, play on the back of your Killjoy utility. Alarm bot noted. Nanos, you count a couple of seconds and then you pop them as well. Stave them off with the wall. But have you bought enough time for the team to rotate over? You have. This is going to be a skirmish.
Yeah, everyone's just hovering around looking for the duels. Some pop flash kills going over. And it's Jemkin with the blades. There it is, the effects being felt from the previous round now coming alive, but Devi still looking for the bursts. Jing with assistance out from the back. Just like Big Time was talking about, a pseudo-duelist, and he pushes all the way up. The lockdown might have them detained, but the spike still getting defused by PRX.
They're early enough that the lockdown doesn't really matter. They're just going to have a good fest around the site, making sure that they just have a party, get down and dirty, and all of the duels they are able to win as well, right? A bit of lesser equipped weaponry for RRQ. Most importantly, just staved off in the very beginning, right? The Nano Swarm, the Toxic Screen, doing its damage, doing its work to buy a little couple of crucial moments. And then just Devi able to hit his shots at the end as well. The rest of the team knowing that it doesn't matter if the lockdown does go off. It's great recognition just of that game. So with the 4-2 scoreline now, it means that RRQ, sorry, 2-5 scoreline, means that RRQ are going to be deploying a timeout.
PRX keeping things somewhat light and breezy as well. You hear some cackles of laughter towards the end, suggests that they're in a pretty good headspace for this one, considering the fact that they are kind of facing a possible...
The thing is, Quack, they've had advantages, and then they've lost the advantages, and then it's gone into overtime. And what happened in the overtime? They lost the overtime. So they need everything that they can get, especially on this defensive side right now. Of course, Icebox, right, for PRX, we've not really seen that much from them. 2 games against DRX.
And they've won. What I'm saying is, Komodo, you know, one kind of affects the other, right? When they begin to feel that pressure, sometimes that's why they get that loss in overtime. So the true question is, how thick is their plot armor? How much are they going to be able to do in what could be the final map if RRQ completes it? Up once again for something, and this time the positions have been swapped around.
Bit of a change when you don't have a lot of the reconnaissance ability as RRQ to put your standard dart more forward as well, right? So just the space that PRX can almost get free of charge, changing it up with the pit towards the A site. Something, had he stayed on yellow, would have been seen by the stealth drone, now afforded an opportunity for a peek.
Rescopes, but he would have no idea that they've begun to push up green, so something is in a really precarious position. Thankfully, the cloud comes up enough for him to evade.
Yeah, he's got teammates now to assist him as well on the site of B. 0 Point revealing 3 members, actually. Just going to try and force out the plant.
Yeah, some spams, chip damage against Crazy Guy, but the plant still goes through. That said, though, got to watch out for this potential lurk from Xfero. Jemkin up top.
Stuck on him.
Fantastic kill. Yes, it's a good stick as well. The Cloudburst comes up in time. Duelist v Duelist. And this time, Jemkin deals the death blow. Off to the end, though. It's going to be PRX now looking for the retake. They've begun to fan out around the site, looking for yellow control. Monyet trying to contend with it, but goes down to Forsaken with the kills. Crazy Guy, Salvo still up, and he lets them go. Cushy watches his teammates back, and that puts Forsaken in a 1v2. No chance in hell. RRQ have fought back against PRX.
Thing with those salvos, you got to bait them out early. You got to try and get on that half defuse real soon. You're just not able to get through that one, unfortunately, there as Forsaken. So you'll cop a bit of a loss here. Great position from Jemkin. Unexpected that he himself got on top of yellow. And you got a scenario where it is that 4 versus 3. So the fact that through the snake bite, Monyet finds one as well, really important. Just making sure that RRQ are holding these duels where they need to, not overexerting themselves, not giving options to PRX. You want to start to see that build up nicely for RRQ here to try and close the series, try and tie things up first and foremost.
It's getting close to it. Well, something buying up the op again, though.
Yeah, and if you're seeing the drone, your idea is to make sure that you destroy that drone as Patman. So it's good change up, but similarly, Jing gets taken down really early on the other side of the map.
But look at this, something's not backing down. Unfortunately, the Cloudburst allows for RRQ to slip back.
And he knows that on the back of that, Crazy Guy's picked up the ulti orb. So the adjustment from PRX now needs to come out where you're contending with removing Crazy Guy from the situation if possible. Patman's got a lot to do by himself here at B.
Oh, that's pretty good considering how he's kind of sneaking around, but this time now he's finding himself in a pinned down position. However, he's not pinned down. You're pinned down with him. 2 kills now, possibly a 3rd. Back up from yellow, but someone has slipped the net.
Yeah.
Xfero, though, still needing to pick up the spike, and Petman recognizes that. Swaps back around. That's a 3rd, a 4th.
What?
Petman,
Fuck,
what
man.
are you made of?
That's toxic. 4K to come out from him when PRX needed it. I thought that when he got the first 2, he was going to snake spite to bail out. But just aware of the fact that someone could have slipped on past the left side of his location, and he manages to find Monyet as well. That is absolutely gorgeous to come through from Patman.
Oui.
Let's go.
Everybody's elevated today.
Oh, thankfully he's not putting tanks anywhere. 6-3, and PRX will continue extending this lead because of an eco from RQ right now.
Well,
Something once again on the up.
hold on.
Okay.
We've seen Thrifties. We've got an Armageddon. We've got Cushy with the Vandal.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yep. It's not over until it's over. we'll see what these pistols and the Vandal are going to be able to do from RRQ. Get on the right line and something might have his head removed from his shoulders. Nevertheless, he's good for one. Get out of dodge.
And in with the tailwind as well, he finds the second kill. Crazy guy still desperately looking to push forward. He actually gets the shot against something. However, PRX have hovered around the site now. Another player being caught out thanks to the one-way, and it's just Crazy Guy. He's got a Vandal though. Can he find the kills? Gets the first, but Jing with the off angle. Toxic screen up as well, allows him to slip back around the backside, and Crazy Guy does not expect it.
Pick him up.
Yeah, Crazy Guy trying to be a little bit managed.
Yep.
Finding the 2 sheriff shots and then the third one, but just ultimately shut on down. So starts to look a bit
Another
better for
champion
PRX.
Yoru.
You know, I'm starting to feel. I mean, it already was happening, right? You look at your hands.
Let's check their
you start to see a bit of a series on them.
Oh yeah,
Moto says
another
we've got a
Yoru.
game in our hands, and I would have to believe it as well. There's 2 rounds left in this first half, and PRX don't show any signs of truly slowing down.
No.
At least until this op could
I
be
think
potentially
Jumpkin
eliminated.
plays so good with
RQ trying to
Yoru.
formulate a plan.
Just a couple of diversions on the tracks so far for them, but maybe the conductor has regained control. Important situation for RRQ. Get another round on the board, quickly in towards the A side. Device, still good for one. Not a double, but Forsaken here, as well as something.
Once again, off
That
from
is good
Raptors,
also, but
right off the get-go.
something is
And
just doing
RRQ,
better right now.
this whole plan was formulated around getting some
Something's
A control,
sniffing him.
but it's been all thrown off. Petman up from the back.
When PRX are challenging you and they've got the numbers ready to shoot, you're going to have a bad day at the office.
Just shows depth again. Another op shot punched through. Petman now pushing up, and Crazy Guy is. When did he get here?
Yeah, he's just making sure that he's not pushing by himself to give an opportunity to RRQ if they do decide to pivot back towards B, right? I've been watching his sort of rotations and the initiative of when he's going for these flanks. It's generally always when RRQ are getting deep in towards the A site and he can slot himself in the spawn when the numbers are similar, right? The 3 versus 3s and that sort of thing. When they've got this significant advantage, he will then push up for a proper flank. It's just a really great addition for him and recognition of the role in those scenarios.
And that comes out on top of the previous quad kill round as well. RQ once again back into A site.
Look at the ultimates that you've got to play with though right now, Clack. Hunter's Fury lockdown for PRX. Close to a pit for Patman 2. Probably not going to get it here. Maybe Mon yet being one away will be more likely in picking that up, or maybe they want to prioritize getting the lockdown early and then having Mon yet plant and pit. There's options here for RRQ, given a bit of space to gallivant around this A site if they want to start to sprint up a little bit.
Yeah, but if you're PRX, you imagine it's RQ looking for the plant. That's exactly what this double init composition is for. Post-plant plays. PRX, though, with their ultimates, exactly. Just able to possibly deny Spike plant. He spots out the first, and the shock dart in. The lockdown gets ripped off. Something's in position. Oh, he doesn't go for the lockdown. He goes for the spike.
They're respecting the lockdown here and then going for a kill instead. So you'll have advantage on this one. And you've now removed Salvos and Armageddon.
And that's crazy from Patman. Again with the lurk presence. RQ beginning to think twice. Jemkin continuing to push up, feeling the pressure out from behind. Something then just takes the head off
Good half.
with the Blade Storm.
Very good half.
I love that adaptation from PRX. Just knowing that, well, we can't Hunter's Fury just to the lockdown. We want to have our numbers and our strong abilities to actually have more value than just ult trading. Get some damage in. Make it easier for the team who have to have a little bit of time for the rotations towards the A site. Monyet got the pit off the plant. Couldn't establish it. I've already talked about the lockdown. You just forget about that. Then you go in for the trades with the team. Have full confidence in your boys. That's exactly what PRX do there. This is a great halftime score for them, but I do not want to count RRQ out, right? They will change up sides, going to the defensive side, and whilst it hasn't looked the greatest for them, you know, in the game against Gen G, for example, you cast your mind back a little bit further. The game against DRX, great defenses that they came out with. So we'll see if they can bring that one back.
Oh, come on. Surely right now you go for the overtime record.
What do you want to see again? Cosplay walkout? Well, we've already had walkouts, so new overtime record. Let's get 50-50. Let's just be here all night. Let's get some pizza. Let's have some fun.
She's opting for cosplay, though. We'll see what this guy goes for. I mean, right now, you want RRQ to go the distance.
Actually, to be fair,
okay.
I mean, look,
I see where you're going.
we can have new overtime records like any other day, right? Let's just get every team having really cool walkouts.
Again, yes,
right?
we've missed them.
Let's just bring some personality to the walkouts, to the outside game.
I'm throwing all personality right out the window. I want good Valorant.
You know what I would absolutely lose my mind about though? If the 5 players playing, I don't know if they're allowed to, would all cosplay onto the stage.
Oh my god.
As the agents that they may play.
No, you're gonna feel
Could you
so
imagine?
uncomfortable. We did have Neff up over from China in a stage cosplay.
Yeah.
But back into the game, and it is PRX against RRQ. RRQ, like you mentioned before, they are a team that does not go quietly into the night.
Pistol rounds. Now, everybody stacked on up. 0 point to get some further garage information. Maybe got 2, maybe got none. It's going to be a bit of a headache though when this wall drops. Probably for something.
All lined up.
Maybe for Jing.
Yeah, both angles being separated apart, and it's Crazy Guy who finds a singular frag, something at least good for one, so it's an even exchange.
Yeah, damage extra onto Jemkin, and you've slipped through as Patman. Are they aware of this one? I mean, it's under orange instead of through the tube, but it looks like Cushy a little bit aware of the scenario at the moment.
The one you're going to watch out for is Jemkin, though, up around yellow. And he gets, well, discovered by this drone.
Comes down to the timing, though, doesn't it? What can Patman find? It's the right timing.
And it's the kill into the site. Jemkin silenced, not a single peep. Xpharaoh, the only one left, and he's opting to go through, well, kitchen. Petman's still in position, so.
Can he cook something here, Quack?
Does he have the ingredients right now? Nothing found. It's Petman who does the foraging instead. 10-3, PRX. Might just give us a quick map.
Yeah, potentially so. Another pistol round collected from PRX. Extremely proficient in collecting them this series, and maybe so more needed to push us into that 5th and final map for this one in Ascent. A little bit early for that. We'll see what the next bit is going to look like for RRQ if they decide that they need to force into the next round. I mean, there's no, you know, plant that goes down for PRX, but there's no real damage that comes through from RRQ. So it's just the pistols. Probably going to see the 11-3 scoreline.
You would hope it would be RQ, though. They've stacked up correctly on A.
Yeah, this could be a cheeky crossfire angle for him.
All in position. PRX trying to send out some Bombardinos, but it's going to be Jing who finds the first one. Divine to push off of the toxic screen as well. Something, trying to get some good spams, but of course with the position so far, RQ not truly able to find out too much until Cushy answers back, but with the submachine guns, PRX are still able to deliver.
Yeah, there was a Spectre in front of something there, but fist bumping the boys, so didn't pick that one up. Got to be back down onto the Stinger. Can be the little things that come on through, but you never really know, right? In the heat of the moment, you've got to just make sure that your confidence is up. So we'll see what this buy now will look like for RRQ. Down to a Bulldog for Crazy Guy. Almost feel like they have to cut a couple of corners here to give themselves some advantages.
Trying to at least go in for the alt orb. Not too much cover. 0 point though.
Slow and steady. PRX feeling a bit of the weight of what's being sent their way over at the A site. So trying to change it up, trying to get sneaky. Alarm bot noted. Patman's position. Gotta be cared for.
Beginning to turn back around, but you got Crazy Guy now marking the front. You also have Cushy continuing to push out from pipes, but quickly dealt with, and it's Jemkin just to mark Patman. PRX then, they have some options. They can possibly rotate, but you do have Monyet.
Yeah, this is going to be really awkward for the timing, isn't it? But he's going to go hunting for Patman instead.
Oh, back up from mid, but PRX just continues their steady march into sight. There's only Monyet left, and now he's been spotted. Good kill onto something, though. But do you know where Patman is? Do you know about the Pat signal in the skies? Patman oscillating back and forth around the corner, but Monyet gets the flick until Patman once again just silences out the night.
Gotta be careful giving options for a 1 versus 3 though, Quack.
One
1v1 Strice over.
It's
Could
a
get the better of you, but
GG.
That means it is the bonus round going PaperX's way.
Zero meow.
That's a 4 versus 5 conversion that they
I thought
do best
3-0.
as well. They are
Same.
looking so much more awakened on this map of Icebox at the moment. It would take a bit of a beast takeover on RRQ's side to have a comeback come forward here.
Oh man.
So we just further extend the map potentially with this timeout to come through from RRQ. If it is indeed theirs, you would assume so. Yeah.
It's gonna take a whole lot though. Nonetheless, they've brought themselves this far, Komodo. I mean, we started things off not too hot.
I mean,
you've had 2 OT wins.
Look at it from the outside, right? PaperX map number 1, 13-2. 2 OT wins for RRQ where PaperX could have closed them out. And now a smacking on the 4th map, potentially 13-3.
You take those. Also smiles across the board for PaperX.
Well, you'd hope so. You just hope that they don't falter here and it goes over towards Ascent, where in a lower final to get back, you know, to get a chance at a trophy, right? For PaperX to re-get the chance at a trophy, for RRQ for their first time to be able to hold a trophy potentially.
Potentially, yeah. Still got to go up for that potential rematch.
Yeah, the Gen G game is going to look
right now,
a little scary. Isn't it?
Neither team can truly let their foot off the gas. RRQ, this map might have been like this, but still looking for whatever possible advantage they can find.
And nobody is at home at this B side at the moment. This is the corners cutting that I'm talking about a little bit earlier. Change of pace, flash drive in. P can see that no one's home. No turret watching the normal cross. So you get an idea that things aren't around the A side. Now it's cemented in stone with the stealth drone not seeing anything. Get your rotations towards B because RRQ need the bodies here to fight.
Decent buys. Crazy guy close to an alt. Something that would be paramount. You've bought some time, you've noted the positions. You know exactly where PaperX are. Can you deliver though? The angle, unfortunately not quite favoring Cushy for now as Forsaken tucks himself in the safe corner for surveying with the drone. Salvos though, and allows for RQ to begin their forward march. The screen up and it lets Forsaken sneak up behind. He's infiltrated their backs. Jing pushing up as well.
GG!
With a flick onto Jimkin. It's just Xfero who unfortunately will collapse. The 4th map, and it ends with a 13-3 scoreline. Ladies and gents, we have got a truly full series.
That's just a commanding victory to come through from PaperX, isn't it, on this map? A much better idea, a much better cohesive look for them. And just time and time again, RRQ backwards and forwards with guns and saves. A Thrifty even going in the way of PaperX this time in this map. The pistols in the secondary round
Actually 2 OT.
help out when you
Then
get 4
2 maps,
out of the
13-2,
eventual
13-3.
13. But my, oh my, RRQ, the maps that they're winning here by sliver of margins. Now they have to try and bring some momentum back towards their favor in map number 5, Ascent. Who knows how that one's gonna go?
I mean, you're gonna have to dig deep. You're gonna have to bring out everything that you've possibly got. They put up some decent performances, but onto this map, holy cow, Petman truly answered the call.
Yeah, I mean, that 4K that comes through from him, all the energetic moments, he's just locking down the side of B time and time again. His flanks are looking great for team information as well. He's just certainly, you know, been a key piece for PaperX in its entirety in that whole comeback from the DFM stage to now. So will he be able to get a taste of getting into a grand final? One of the older maps of Valorant to give us the true test.
Yeah, you're so close that you can nearly taste it. But of course, this is the VCT Pacific lower finals. This is Valorant, and this is where every single road leads us back down to Ascent. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
Back to Ascent indeed, because we are going to a map 5. The score is tied 2-2 between RRQ and PaperX. And you just look at that score line there. PaperX, they are on a roll. I think this is really more of what how PaperX snowball and how they steamroll most teams rather than what RRQ did wrong.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like PaperX has been the better team in this series. They've stopped them on 2 maps. RRQ have barely scraped 2 wins over the line with some great individual performances and some I would say, you know, some sloppier rounds for PRX. So it really feels like when PRX is locking in, they're proving they're kind of the better team of these two. Icebox definitely not going the way that RRQ would have wanted, and PRX really outclassing them. I think, honestly, the more I'm starting to watch this PRX comp on Icebox, the more I'm liking it.
Yeah, I think it looks great for them. It's so well suited to how they like to play. And I think this is shades of map 1 again.
Yeah.
RRQ didn't even start the play. The only rounds they got across the board really were those big individual moments like we saw Monyet light up to get those clutches. But past that, they weren't even really playing this game. I have to say I'm worried for RRQ heading into map 5.
I think
all the wins out your sails.
I think RRQ need to rework this comp, to be honest. Like, I haven't really liked having Cushy being on the KO most of the times that I've seen it. I wouldn't mind if they could try and play like a Sova comp or something like that. Maybe Xfero on the Viper. You could, you know, get a little bit more value out of some of your players playing different kind of agent comps. You can even throw like Cushy on the Killjoy or something like that. But that's going to have to be something that they consider for Toronto. For PRX, 7 opening kills for something there. Another Jet masterclass from him. And I honestly, like, it's been an effort by committee for PRX, even on Pearl. Like, almost every map, there has been no one that's really underperforming for PRX. All 5 of them have been on all series.
I think that's the difference in, like, the level of consistency and experience, I kind of want to say, where, for me, it seems like all of PRX are on almost all the time, but for RRQ, they needed Jemkin to get them across the line map 2, they needed Cushy to get them across the line map 3, and if no one stands up and goes, okay, guys, I'll get us this one, then it doesn't really seem to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially since, if they don't have that someone to kind of rally around, they seem to be going around like headless chickens almost, right? For the side of RRQ, you kind of wonder where this game plan was, because again, they seem to be very confident in their map pool going into this. I think Koshi Walk said it himself as well in one of the press conferences that they were excited for this best of 5 because of that very reason, right? But I mean, you know, you have something like something on your team with these amazing op kills, and like how on earth are you gonna win?
I think honestly, like, we'll look at some of the replays here, and I think something a huge difference maker on the Jet. I mean, this first of all though is you see a timeout come out here for RRQ. It actually allows PRX to cook up a pretty nice play here. You see something on the B long info line. This is what I love about this Omen comp. You can get aggressive on A belt. You didn't see it as much as in the last game PRX played on this map from Jing, but you could see Pit over on the A side, and RRQ, at this point in the game, they're really trying to turn their fortunes around with the timeout. They're starting to get rolling on the attacking side, but that is the double-edged sword. I see a lot of sentiment out there of like, why is this team not calling a timeout? Or why is X-Coach not willing to call a timeout here? You've got to remember that that is going to allow the other team to pre-plan around them. When they have a bunch of ults or they have certain things that they can kind of pre-program there, you're no longer playing against what you're expecting. You have to kind of adapt to whatever the thing is that's being thrown at you.
And I also think a big part of why I think that play is so good is because it suits their comp so well, right? So you're able to send Jing forward because he can make use of that, the verticality on that Omen, while something on the other side is able to hold down with the op, which is something he's been so routinely good at. So it gives them the option for aggressiveness and that consistent holding of the line. But we have to take a look at something here. I mean, I think for a lot of teams, you know, I've seen a lot of people say you don't need a duelist on this map, and it's right, you don't. But it's like, if you're going to play Jet, if you're going to play a duelist, it's for this. It's so you can get this op going, you can dash away when you need to, you can abuse verticality, and when you have one of the best op players in the world in something, why would you not? I mean, this map suits him so well. I think he's the modern day king of Icebox. He loves this map, loves this agent, loves that weapon. You can't have a better combination.
Yeah, I think you see the op usage is almost double for PRX that it is for RRQ right now. Jemkin as a duelist is, you do see him pick it up, but he much prefers the rifle. He seems much more comfortable with that, whereas something is this oppressive opping presence in the server. He's someone that you have to consider in everything that you do. You have to throw waves of initiator util at him. You have to be able to, you know, jiggle those lines, be able to circle jump, have good movement and things like that, and that just slows down your snowball on the attacking side so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like he's always this X factor that the team have and really, really lighten up. And this is exactly what PRX want as we head towards map 5. All the momentum is in their favor. I think they'll be annoyed that they haven't closed this series already, to be honest. Just a little bit cleaner on the Thrifties, and they should have already had this. This is their series to lose now, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, especially since, as you mentioned earlier, you have all 5 members of PRX just really coming online in this series. You don't really see anybody dropping the ball. You know, we had Patman with some amazing plays on Icebox. I'm so happy to see his Viper really come online here on the Pacific stage. By the way, some of the most memorable games that I remember from Patman way back home in the PH Challengers were him on Viper. So I think going into this next map, momentum is in favor of PRX right now, but RRQ, I never ever underestimate their comeback.
We play a best of 1 on a set to see who is going to take on Gen G in that grand final. RRQ have been early adopters of Ascent since it came out. Right at the start of stage 1, you saw them with this double init Yoru comp. They were quite happy to play it. They looked very nice on it. Over on the side of PRX, I thought that their double init with the KO fade was going to kind of be a hard read into Boom initially, but they've continued to play it and it's continued to look better and better.
Yeah, I mean, I like what PRX do on this map. You know, they're pretty unique with how they use this fade, and it does definitely give them a different edge. RRQ playing that kind of modern meta comp, but again, I think we're going to see Jemkin move back to his comfort of the Yoru, and hopefully something stay on his comfort of the Jet. So very different approaches to this map, which I love to see on Ascent, by the way.
You're going to allow to get Cushy on the Sova as well. It's his signature agent for me.
That's much better for him.
Yeah, for PRX, honestly, this comp on Ascent is going to be similar to what we saw on Pearl. They love to be very active. You'll see Fade and KO just always getting active on defense, throwing that initiator util out, making plays. It's a very fluid approach to Ascent. They're not going to be sat there static waiting for you to take a side or reacting to whatever you're doing on attack. PRX is always going to be doing something. All you need to do is just go back and look at the VOD of that T1 game. They were getting in T1's face and they were not letting them execute their game plan on attack.
And since we are going into map number 5, another factor comes into play, right? It's about endurance now for these teams. And PRX just have a lot more repetition in cases like this, on finals. They are veterans on that final stage. And for RRQ, it is their first time. They don't get a lot of reps on the BO5, right? Especially with the whole crowd factor cheering for everybody. So this is really a true test for them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time RRQ played a best of 5. I don't even know if they have in the whole partnership era, to be honest. I can't pin one down in my mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this is definitely where the experience of PRX will come into play. As you say, they've all been here, done that so many times, and you know, this isn't a team that's fantastic in best of 5s, generally, but they've been here. They understand what it feels like. They know
the trauma is coming back.
They know what a best of 5 feels like. The RRQ guys, this is going to be a little bit of a new experience for them.
Yeah, I think the thing is they put a lot of initial work into Ascent, so I think they're going to fall back on a very strong foundation here. Jemkin is a force on the Yoru on this map. They love playing this Sova Teo. They played it so well recently. PRX, I'd imagine, will be running in with the same comp here. We'll just see. Indeed, PRX, you are going to see them playing the exact same comp. Something. Will he go back-to-back with huge Jet performances? They get to start out on that defensive side. He loves to get this op rolling, but just keep an eye out for PRX just getting active and getting in the face of RRQ early on here.
Yeah, if you're RRQ starting on that attacking side, you have to be careful for that elf. You know he's coming for you, but as you say, Jemkin back onto that Yoru, really his signature role. Everybody's comfortable here in RRQ, so they got to make it work.
Seems like everybody is locked in for our final map of the lower finals here of VCT Pacific Stage 1. We are going into Ascent, and we'll toss it on over to your casters, Quack.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
And this is what it all comes down to. You can dread it, you can run from it, but destiny arrives all the same, down to Ascent where everyone is into their signature roles.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, speaking about that, right, we've now got 4 players in the lobby who are playing 5 different agents across all 5 of these maps today. With
did you qualify for EWC?
All 4 roles as well.
Oh, that is a pretty crazy statistic to throw out there as well, but well, it comes down to this, you know, is it gonna be RRQ, their first possible grand finals, or PRX kind of trumping their past demons right now, pushing out something? He doesn't have a clue, but he will get taken out as well. Jemkin instantly TPing away. Monyet, though, then to hold, especially with the smoke being propped up.
You got to see RRQ get a pistol round here. They've been severely lacking them. So if they can find it, it'll be well worth its weight in gold. A test towards Divine now.
Yeah, he's going to have to nail every single shot as they try to push on over from lane. He does get some decent chip damage, but that is it.
Yeah, you can see really in the back lanes as well. Oh, a crazy guy that he's holding down Spawn, playing a really late flank position.
At the very least, he's bought time for PRX to set up the retake, but the spams, Monyet, he's killed Patman. Cushy as well, off from Boathouse, and now it's just Jing trying to work his way around the smokes. You still have utility as RRQ as well. Forsaken trying to work his way around the smoke. Haunt over, sneaking around lane. Monyet still alive. But Forsaken will continue to slip through, eliminates Jemkin, turns back around and takes Monyet away. Unfortunately, not a third, and it's just Jing with 13 HP. A tough fight. He will still continue to hold, though, possibly to allow them to expire into the spike, find more ult points. There it is, but the pistol round over to RRQ.
Yeah, that's what's more important as well, right? The fact that something loses his life really early on, that he's not able to play the corner and get the kill. The immediate pivot towards the B site where you get through Devi's utility, who switch back up towards the Vice. Meanwhile, flip it on over too. Last time we did see Xfero on the Vice on this map. He's gone back towards the Cypher, where as a whole, RRQ had a lot more potency on this map. You know, against Nongshim, against Talon. They did lose towards Team Secret. Felt like they weren't even in the map in that game. But importantly, Quack, the pistol round going RRQ's way. See if they're going to be able to double down, or if something on the Outlaw is going to be real dirty with it, courtesy of Forsaken.
Ooh. Might not have seen too much, though. Jemkin with the gate crash as well just continues to elude something for now.
Ooh, are they going to be aware of this one? There's no Senti util to watch for it. It's going to come down to timing. There's two of them here.
It's Monyet. He turns back. He goes in for the fights, and he will be victorious against Patman.
Oh,
the Outlaw, though.
Can he get anything more? He's looking at the right location. Oh, just the timing on the angle.
Right, you've got players with the haunt around A main, and that informs that you know RRQ are somewhere around B.
Yeah, but the really late flank again from Crazy Guy. He's just going to play so passive for the salvos if needed. Oh, might catch anyone that comes through tiles for the lurk, which actually this time may actually happen.
The door shut as well, just buys further time. I mean, this flank, this lurk.
It's just going to play with your mind, isn't it? Going later and later into the map.
Compounding effects for sure, and he just is so unbelievably patient. Jemkin just blocks off both lanes now. Xfero as well, and that Ghost. And something, he might have bought up the Outlaw, but he's not able to find too much off of it.
Yeah, Forsaken dropping that one as well. So we'll see what the buy is going to look like coming in towards the bonus round now. RRQ holding a couple of these rifles on over, and actually Forsaken's going to be deploying the Judge. He does expand his weaponry when it comes towards this map on the Fade as well. See if he's going to be bringing out that Odin a little bit later on too, right? When you got the Odin and the Operator that we will waiting to see coming towards something's hands. If you can get that activated nice and early on the defender side, you'll be forcing out a little bit more early utility from RRQ.
Not too early for now, though. It's going to be the Judge instead.
Yeah, it's immediately forcing Jing back as well towards the A side. Whether or not we get some sort of pop flash plate come through. Patman's only got one flash drive. 0 point to remove abilities. 3 scanned.
Ooh.
Wait for the 8 seconds of suppression to fade away, and then maybe we do even see RRQ go for a little bit of a faster play. They still do have, of course, salvos, drone, dart for Cushy.
Juicy intel. Flash for Jing, but
he's holding it at the moment, expecting that there may very well be an explosive play when you're on a bonus, but gonna think better of it are RRQ.
Taking their time with it. And this is where as PRX, you're also possibly thinking about Crazy Guy on a lurk again. I mean, that's why they're not fully pushing out.
You see this utility come through towards mid, and you know as PRX that you've got to have eyes on it as well, right? If you're dropping on the flash, it can see anyone crossing market, but there's a sliver of timing on that one. So Patman's going to be pushing back in towards spawn. They've still got the safety net of the tree shear. And this is where you're going to have to see delivery from Forsaken and
Uh-oh.
Finds the double. Oh, something with the assistance as well. And it's just Forsaken being able to bring RRQ to a stop. Still, though, decent kills, and Xfaro will make his way into the site. Got Patman hearing all the footsteps.
I'm surprised if I didn't pop them early, to be honest with you. The Thorns.
Oh. Not too sure about that one, but still have 3v2. Monyet slowly arriving on scene, and Xfaro doing his darndest to hold it from Boathouse. Both players from PRX still pinned down, and with that flash, all of a sudden, their sight's been robbed.
Uh-oh.
RRQ with the
Oh, speed run, RRQ. Let's go.
Let's go.
It feels like there when you've got a 2 versus 3 scenario, you're not popping the Thorns to stave off any aggression, you're not arc-rosing early as well as Devi, and when you're eventually getting in towards the side itself as well, you paranoid the back, but you don't actually play on the back of the timing that the paranoia is active for. Good little off angle from Xfaro, catching Patman just jumping across, and it's a better paranoia that comes through from Monyet, who's playing the flanking angle, shifting towards it. That's a great bonus conversion to come through
Wow,
from RRQ,
first
immediately
fast
called
timeout.
for a timeout as PRX, because that round, the way that happens from beginning to end, I mean, PRX hold off the aggression that may have come towards the A site. They have a rotation idea to be careful of mid as well. But when push comes to shove, you found the advantage, and it dropped through your fingers.
Slipped right through thanks to the late lurks.
Yeah, slippery Monyet.
3 rounds. Previously was Crazy Guy, this time was Monyet, and it's definitely something that PRX needs to be fully aware of.
For sure. See what this timeout is going to result in for PRX. Because this is the nth hour, right? This is the 5th map on this lower bracket final game series.
It's gonna make you paranoid.
I mean,
all map.
Mate, 2 overtimes that you've lost as PRX. The other 2 maps you've smacked RRQ. This series crumbles. I mean, you got to consider some slight differences on those 2 maps could have got you the victory. Nevertheless, though, new fresh round on the back of a timeout. Sheriffs and a Bucky for Forsaken. Ah, unfortunate for something.
One tap.
Pick up where he left off.
Not the full flash to come out. Now the information with Pat removed.
At the very least, there's a sheer wall, but
baited.
That's what that clone does.
Yep. Good counter. Always going to be a thing.
The flash baited as well, and then RRQ with mid-round calls over onto A.
But what can Forsaken do with the Bucky?
At the very least, try to hide inside with the movement. Evades the stuns, tries to hop in for a second kill, but Cushy denies it.
Could you imagine if he got another one?
That would be sick, but still, it's not quite the story that we have in our hands. RRQ with the spike plant. PRX on site, but not able to line up the shots. Their site robbed once more. Jing trying to find another headshot, but with that little stack up. Yep. RRQ 4-0 currently.
Yeah, so you would assume that the timeout is going to be for this round here, when you got your rifles coming in, when you got that operator to come in for something. You know, it's what I talked about earlier that we were waiting for. Problem with that arc rose as well. It actually flashed behind Jemkin, so it didn't have its full potency. So just with the kills that come in the back of this timeout as well. Now, where is that operator going to be poised? Is it going to be in through mid for a bit of a play?
Oh,
you know, time and time again, we do see some.
They've actually to start winning.
But they're going to be
But it's going to be hard
the
for
map,
them.
Forsaken
Yeah, if this is the
with
important round they
something
need.
to hold off the fort of mid at the moment, and without seeing anything, you got to expect that there's an extremity that's going to start to be
Jemkin got
explored.
ult.
Dimensional drift comes on out for Jemkin.
Oh no. What?
Pure PRX beginning to
Holy
be
shit.
really uncomfortable right now.
Go get one.
Brings himself out of it, especially the Hunter's Fear as well. Something tries to dodge as much as possible. The main thing, though, is the off angle that Jemkin is holding, and he springs out at the right time.
God.
Still, though, something managing to eliminate Monyet, which allows for the rest of the team to push out from spawn. Patman now arriving from market, but he needs to kill that much more. Defy only good for one, and RRQ will trade themselves into another round win.
Yeah, PRX
Oh, yeah, I
really
think we
wanted
should
to
cheer
go
for
the
her,
fights there when the Nightfall
RRQ?
removed all of those audio and a couple of the HP
Oh, the
marks as
positioning,
well,
though.
but
Very
just
bad.
jumping on down in towards it when you technically had a bit of a player advantage at that little last scenario. Just can't get the advantage. This 3 versus 2 here, the fact that Crazy Guy and Cushy are navigating the angles together, just working their crosshairs across, getting the shots worked. if PaperX slowed down a little bit when the 3 versus 2 was there, could have given themselves a bit of time. Now it's a 5th round for RRQ on this attacking side,
where they have every single advantage possible.
and you would expect this to convert into a 6th as well, unless we see a Thrifty come through for PaperX, get the B main control. Bladestorm there, you could pick up a Steel Garden, but you already see Xfero hanging around.
It won't be easy.
Bit yan dito, man.
Something's gonna have to
If they play like this, no?
land as much as possible with his blades, the
They
prowler,
might-
the flash, just for that Steel Garden. The cage propped up though, and something needs to clear so much. RRQ, meanwhile, are just happy to rush it over onto the A side, where Xfero continues to mark down the angle as well. Forsaken spams over RRQ. It's Crazy Guy in the corner, and PaperX has no earthly clue. A quad kill pulled out from nowhere, and it's 6-0.
Yeah, he's got a little bit nuclear there in that anti-eco, hasn't he? A scenario that the Pistols very much could have overwhelmed him. I mean, you got a Seize that goes in there as well, and something just body shots with the blades, not able to find the kill, right? If those two little bits have a bit of a difference, there's an opportunity for PaperX to potentially find something. That's going to be a lot of confidence to Crazy Guy there for RRQ. He's not had, you know, the most stellar of kill performances here, but he's trying to call the best game he can for the team coming into this roster.
Not only is he translating the coach's vision in this very map, just full reads, a true journey all the way from ever since Valorant came out.
And it's one of the most important ones as well, right? To get the opportunity to get into the grand final, the chance to get that #1 seed into Masters Toronto from Pacific. You've already made it there.
Similar plan, and it's PaperX trying to suss out as much as possible. Still though, the site relegated, and RRQ will plant their flag firmly down.
Yeah, you got to be watching for a potential flank to
Why
come through
are they
later from
retaking?
Xfero, but with plant going down, Crazy Guy has an Armageddon. It's a 5 versus 5. There's an operator. You got to expect probably the Steel Garden from Devi. It comes down now.
Armageddon from Crazy Guy though, and it just blocks everything off. PaperX continuing to try to push up front. It's just Forsaken, however. Can he truly find the kills? He's getting salvoed, but with assistance from Patman, they dive down. Jemkin gets out of dodge, straight back into Wine. PaperX, they have some numbers though.
No command.
Oh, still trying to find the shots. Patman dodges the shot through, and it's Xfero now off from the top of hell, and PaperX have noted his position. The numbers
Finally.
fall back once again.
Absolutely needed from PaperX here to have just any substance in this map. Dropping the Steel Garden, the null command at the end as well for Patman. Using those ults to just ensure that you've got advantages. You bait out, if you can call it a bait out, the Armageddon. It really buys a little bit of time for RRQ to try and reposition themselves to make the best out of the Pistols. Fortunately, doesn't work there, but you've already afforded yourself 6 rounds, right? You've got a lot of padding in this half as RRQ. Build up your economy, buys on buys. Go at it again this time. And see what the differences look like from PaperX.
Similar setups, but one thing they can always bet for sure is that they have that confidence to continue going for some of these fights. Prowler again to contend with Xfero.
Yeah, it's just going to make him feel a little bit sticky to stay around, isn't it?
Or to at least alleviate a possible lurk.
Yeah, needs to call for his team to smoke out middle so he can get out of dodge. 0 point is going to buy some time. Drone not spotting too much, but this is the mid-rounding for RRQ. If they do pivot towards B, something's going to be holding the op lane. Does he get the spidey senses tingling, though, that he either needs to move to watch mid or pop the tailwinds?
I think he's going to mark for B main instead.
Yeah, a bit more of a better angle for him, and with this slower approach from RRQ, the drone's going to give away the info, so he can really call for his team to come and assist, because he probably needs it.
Need to pull it quick enough. Crazy Guy still with the late lurks. Forsaken's already cleared out mid though, but something. Does he know that they are that close? It's a clone. It's a haunt as well, and Jemkin just does as much as possible to flash himself out.
See what he can do. Snuck himself in towards the logs, but the duels start to come out in the trades as well.
And it's Forsaken with a little bit more. Patman all the way out from spawn.
Wow.
Triple kill, and it just mows every single RQ player as they try to approach from B main.
Yeah, you're blinking, you missed that one, isn't it? PaperX. I mean, how many scenarios do they just want to send all the bodies into the fights this time? Works a bit better than a couple of rounds ago. Cheeky angle, actually, just the sliver scene. The Patman through the smoke, a great flash drive, great shots to come through. Come on, give us the hype. We need the hype.
He's locked in. He needs more rounds before he truly hypes up, but
For sure.
8 kills up right now, 6 for Patman. RRQ still in the lead.
Always seeing the same stuff in B main though, right? Forsaken and the operator of something. Again, you need to see that gun in his possession to just really have value, you would assume. But now that you've got B control, what do the differences look like for RRQ? They're a little bit closer up to mid.
And that's where xFaro also plays around with the tripwires as well. He waited for that Prowler before he put this one down. And then Jemkin to sneak all the way through into market. Oh, Forsaken aware to check with the Prowler. Sees as well the flash just to push Jemkin away.
Oh, this is the spike down bottom mid. So either you're getting a smoke to get out of dodge, or your eventual plan is to still go towards the B site where you'll have a deep mid smoke potentially. You can disregard that because you've got the whole team with you. Doors shut, an avenue of approach. Forsaken holding the info line, a pre-fire spot you would assume.
But too many targets, and unfortunately he meets his doom. Something then immediately turns back around, but the shot has been blocked by the clone.
Yep.
Crazy guy to mark them back as well, and it just buys further time. RRQ will get the site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one for PRX. Neural Theft confirming all the information. There's also the trap wire at the edge of market.
They're up close though, and it's just xFaro inside of main. He can continue to toy with PRX. PRX trying to find the spacing, trying to find the pathing actually into the site. Can they deal with the damage that has been caused? RRQ still holding them off, but Jing not too bad on the damage. Divide with the trades, down to the 1-on-2. Surely you expect inside of Boathouse. He does have the, well, no, not the Arc Rose. Tries to slip over. One side has been smoked off, and it's the double peek. Divide, unfortunately, not able to contend, and RRQ right back the rounds.
Yeah, the wider swing from them works a treat there as well. The fact that RRQ have a bit of a mid-rounding decision to make too, right? When you slip the spike in towards bottom mid, you do consider what is the approach from RRQ. Are they trying to just wait for time for his recon? Are they going to be going forward together as a team, which is ultimately the idea when you know, your Omen and your other boys do back yourselves up. You go silently in approach. PRX have kind of been relinquishing this mid control time and time again, so the adjustment for them now is putting the shear there. So forcing out some adjustments from PRX.
And it's just the thorns around tree.
Patman noted close as well towards that dark cover. Has to change his own approach. Meanwhile, very forward B main control this time from PRX, but Dimensional Drift into the A site. Scope out all the information. This could be an 8th round for RRQ, depending.
Has to find the right timing for the flash as well, but yes, Jemkin might just be able to toy with this alongside the Hunter's Fury, and it completely flushes PRX out of position. Patman unfortunately neutralized. Another one eliminated, and it's a 3v5 retake where an op is at play. Tough situation, but PRX continues to try to spray themselves forward until, yeah, they're gonna have to call it off.
Yeah, you need that operator in play, you would assume, for something. 2 casualties gone. PRX have to just concede this one. We've seen pace changes from RRQ. When you've got that dimensional drift, how often does that just be, you know, kind of the be-all and end-all into a site like A when you've got in combination with a Hunter's Fury, you got salvos too. There's not a lot of places that you can hide as PRX there. That's why you really do need, you know, a null command essentially in those sort of scenarios to counter, because apart from that, you really can't stay around.
There's just no option, no choice. It was 2 ults, but it gives them a much crucial round. RRQ now up 8-2 after the timer expires. And again, it's just compounding effects from everything from the first few rounds, right? The butterfly effect from the late lurks, the presence outside of B, which forces PRX to plant players around these spots. Just buys so much away.
I was gonna say, the timeout for PRX, do you consider dropping your second one in this sort of scenario as well? Because you need to have a really big discussion right now. It's Ascent defenses on a change-up of agents coming into this map, but a change-up of agents that you've had some good successes on, right? Against T1, so. Maybe you catch them in a bit of an off day for that second map that they picked in the series. Your attacking side was flawless to close out the map. Your defensive side, I mean, they ended it as an 8-4, right? In the lead. This time, all of the ideas for RRQ working much more of a treat. And what have we seen from PRX, Quack? We've seen B main control upon B main control, getting either the operator on the line or you know, Prowler out from Forsaken, and they hang around. If RRQ are expecting that, they're happy to give it, right? They've got 3 other lanes that they can go through. You go through mid, you go through tree, you go through main.
And that's exactly what this timeout is for. I mean, there's just so much to consider. RRQ being able to toy with PRX in this fashion truly gives them every single advantage that they've been looking for. 8-2. I mean, this is the first time, the first half in this entire series where RRQ is this dominant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we are contending upon an overtime scenario, it's PRX that have to make the comeback real, right? It's always been RRQ that have kind of been the trailers. This time, contention in towards the main and Xfero. Dispatches of Forsaken, the Hunter's on for something as well.
Just when I thought PRX was equipped in for this round, they immediately get eliminated. Forsaken down, something with the operator, but not able to flick because RRQ has swarmed the site.
Oh, do you even consider a save again? A 2 versus 4? You've got no money, you've got not the greatest weapon, there's the Bulldog in play.
Yeah, well, it's round 11.
I think Crazy Guy very good
throw
IGL.
everything in, but tripped up as well. Jing, he's been spotted.
Very
Xer
smart.
beginning to push up. Jing might not expect it. He's crouched down as well, but Jing
The way they control space, right?
flashes over
Uh-huh.
on the
Really good.
back, but all the
Yep.
spams possible. He has to back off. He has to play around safe. He hears the jumps as well, and that will be another kill. Still though, running out of
The
ammo
drone.
now. The time working against him. He swaps to a weapon, and that's the precise moment when Monyet peeks out for the kill. It's 9-2.
So fast, you know.
Is it gonna be a 10?
They don't pivot
Maybe,
so
very
easily.
well, maybe. That's the timeout, the PRX call as well, not going their way. The idea that, well, B-main controllers I'm speaking about, PRX have been loving trying to gather that, right? Let's just take the fight to them with numbers. Let's get in their face. Let's go quick when they might expect something slow. It works an absolute treat for RRQ. The money in shambles. Digging deep in towards your pocket. It's not the worst for PRX. Vandals, Phantoms, couple ultis. Regen shield in there as well. I mean, Patman, yeah, you've got a Spectre, but if you're null commanding at the right time, you could still assist your team. 0 point for 2. This will command a little bit of a slower start for the beginning of the round to RRQ.
Forsaken taking his time around B main as well. He just sent a Haunt out, which was shot down, so still holding on to some Prowlers, but the Armageddon into back of A.
Yeah, no dark cover to put at the front of the side at the moment, but the Molly will hold them at bay. Monyet, risky business, I was gonna say if he found that.
Which then the Nightfall in towards B. Forsaken trying to do his best to hold it down. The burst is great. Defiance well out from backside. And it's just Crazy Guy. The late lurk this time completely dismantled. But he will still be able to eliminate Jing for the least. Something to end it off though. So it's not a 10-2. PRX able to scratch one right back against RRQ.
Switching sides.
Put your hands up if you are a superstitious person out there. The 9-3 curse, is it gonna be real? PRX gonna have the blessings go their way in this one, because so far RRQ have just had the better ideas, the better movement around the map, and just affording themselves more buys as well, right? With the layering of rounds that they have. I mean, the 6-0 start really sets them up for the remainder of the half. 3 more extra, they drop 3, yeah, sure. But they are in pole position here to get into that grand final. Which player infuriates you more? Go in already, a duelist that never goes in, or Smoke, a controller that never smokes?
100% controller. You need to be able to smoke off sites. And at least controller, once you're done smoking off, you can push in.
I mean, we do see a lot of duelists be a bit self-sufficient, like a Jet that can get in, or Yori that can get in around the smokes, because you think about the importance in these sort of scenarios, right? How often do we see smoking agents actually die a little bit earlier on, and then the team has to adapt? So sometimes you do get smokes that can't smoke, and you have to adapt. If you lose your duelist, well, the team can slowly go in. So I think more infuriating, probably the duelist.
Regardless of that little disagreement.
For the people out there, though, don't be any of them. Go and entry if you play duelist. Go and smoke if you play controller.
Just do everything right. We'll see if PRX can do everything right, though. I mean, again, you mentioned how the first half was perfectly set up by RRQ. Now they're on the defense.
This is such an important pistol round. The stats will not matter.
PRX need it.
If
Regardless.
RRQ get the pistol.
RRQ get the pistol,
end.
then this could be over.
Huh?
We'll see.
So it end
How
pass.
nervous are
Nitro
PRX
already.
coming in towards
They
this
just did
pistol?
4 rounds.
And they shrug it off, going into their attacking side. Slow and steady in the middle. Cleared out by the stealth drone.
The drone doesn't hear the footsteps truly as well. However, PRX clearing out A little bit. Begun to set themselves up around B.
Got a kill trip towards switch as well in case we have something fast from or something.
Oh, and the 3 from RRQ. Stable to mark down the site. They might have been flashed, but still, they dig deep.
Yeah, but they can't go in at the moment with just the stalling power of the cage, of the salvos.
And look at that trip as well.
So they're going to have to try and go back at it again. Yeah, and the trip, I mean, if you get a dash on towards it, maybe you have some good spam. Maybe someone who plays towards CT, if it's smoked off, can still pepper some bullets there.
Oh, but then for PRX to elect for a B split push instead. Crazy guy, he's found some information.
30 seconds to go. It's going to end up being RRQ have 4 here.
Yeah, exactly, with the trips again as well.
There's the
trip
trip.
around the survival smokes. Jemkin trying to line up the shots, but something's good for at least one. Devi, though, the trades have to be good, and PRX just continue to waterfall into the side. But look at Jemkin and how slippery he is. Backed into safety.
They got to get the plant and the salvos. They can push you out of position. That's exactly what they do.
And 13 seconds left. The spike plant is not available. Forsaken has to find the kills. Finally, it goes down, and it's just Crazy Guy left. Low HP as well, but still needs to find the 1v2 in position. It just lets time reset just a bit.
If they play high-low at the moment, they could lose their lives. They are.
Crazy Guy. Does he have the shots though? Just ahead onto Patman. And Forsaken with the crouch. The high-low still supports PRX.
That setup as well. If Forsaken gets headshot, the ghost bullet doesn't go through, finish him off. That would have been a headset off moment for PRX, you would assume. Jemkin trying to dig deep in there as well, but my oh my, the stalling power, the reads, the fact that PRX still go into the B site. There's no time to change it up. There's no lurk to bring value for them in this pistol round. You got to keep a sword face for them too, because they have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, the swarm works, and well, at least it's one round, which might give them a couple more with the guns afforded up.
Awkward.
Back into B.
Awkward team flash, what could have been? Anti-flash, by the way, for Jemkin.
All the way towards the back and beginning to peek forward.
It's not too often you see a cool little counterplay on the back of the camera like that. Try and flood on in, catch them off guard. But, hey, you weather it, right? And now we wait and we go again by the looks of PRX's positions. This time you got a bit of a rotation from Xfero as well. Just the pistols, though.
As much as possible. Back in for the little peeks, though, off of the timing. Jemkin out by logs, however, but spotted out thanks to the C's.
Very well stuck here. He's going to have all the utility go his way. Fragment and Thorns.
The spam's just to prevent him from escaping. The salvos, though, but then PRX once again with a full arsenal, just happy to look for the fights.
Yeah, so that's 2, right? Always should be good.
This one is the key round now.
This is where we get the guns in possession for RRQ.
Think out there again.
This is where we really start to see
This
how
one's the
much
key round.
effect the first half has on this game, right? They afforded themselves 9-3, 6-round advantage. They can afford a couple of mishaps here and there in this half. They can afford themselves, you know, a chance for PRX to maybe start to make a comeback, but you do have to start to consider for RRQ, right? How long does it take them to recognize what PRX are going to be doing on this attacking side? Are PRX really changing up their approach time and time again?
Not too much currently. Previous round was just a confident B push given the guns, but now you got to really slow things down. And Odin being fired off as well. PRX now aware.
And slowing things down are going to work a treat for RRQ as well, because that allows them to rotate where they need. That allows the likes of Crazy Guy to have the salvos put at the right time. High cam again to spot some early information, though currently gate crash for Jemkin towards the A site where his locale is anyway. So it currently would be a retake scenario if PRX quickly got into the B site.
But that comes down to Xfero as well as Cushy. Again, right? These signature agents, you've got the trips. And if he's able to anchor down well enough.
0 Point is calling for a rotate with Tree not occupied in its entirety. Crazy Guy a little bit behind, but Cushy towards the spawn side of things. So it does look like with 30 seconds to go, it may very well be a bit of a retake scenario.
PRX have managed to slip through. What a lineup from Patman. The trip being noted as well. Devi slowly sneaking himself forward into the one and done.
Let's see the 5v5
Watching for the
retake.
angles though. The door's been
Oh, no.
broken. Devi, oh, not able to hold. Jemkin, this could be the start of the assault, but Patman has grenades. Something trying to hold as well. Dodges the first flash. The second one being sent through by the Omen, and it's just Patman trying to receive contact, but RQ proves to be overwhelming.
Bonus round going the way of RRQ. They came into it with a better gun, so PRX only some damage for their bonus round. Double digits achieved for RRQ. You're just waiting to see if anyone was going to fall prey into the trap wire for Xfero to spray on down, but it never eventuated. So that's a full 5 versus 5 retake that really Jemkin getting a lot of the damage in there with the team to back him up as well. Trade's working out a treat, holding numbers advantages. Now we'll get the full proper buy to come out from PRX, backed up by the Nightfall. You can see an answer back for Jemkin though with that dimensional drift. How stellar has RRQ been when that ability is in play?
Especially for a potential retake. PRX though, position, a quick Nightfall, but slow down.
Really early to allow something to get up towards the tree. Super quick, but kind of held at bay at the moment. Xfero at the glass.
Ooh, almost domed. Still with the damage found, it's going to be PRX breaking their way into the A side. The Odin eliminating Forsaken. Devi back in though, but not able to take out Crazy Guy.
Just picking up the ultimate of the Armageddon as well in this 3 versus 3.
Spike has been planted at the very least. What are the positions going to be? Dimensional drift to scout.
Could be everything.
Straight into the site. Another smoke. Armageddon out from A main, and PRX out of position. Cushy for the kills. It's a double that ends the round.
What a flash. What a flash.
Uh-oh.
From Jemkin as well.
PRX are in
Patman
trouble.
completely blinded. No, actually, Jemkin's got his 2. It's a self-blind.
You failed. Now
No words.
I believe that's a self-blind to come on out. I mean, in the 3 versus 3, when you've got the dimensional drift and the Armageddon coming your way anyway, you cannot sit in towards the main. Gotta say, all the info, utility, and the fact that Crazy Guy just survives with that Odin there too. Ah, he's blinded up by the clone. That's what it is. That's a rough one.
Just that much utility being sent into the wayside, and it's 11-5 now, Komodo. You're running out of chances, and this could be RRQ's very first grand final.
And this is where I talk about the space that they afforded themselves of the first half, right? They can have slip-ups if they want, but if they don't, well, you're just going to keep on carrying on. 12 is the name of the game to hunt on through. That's a quick headshot onto Jing.
Another one found. And then for the trips to come back in online, PRX trying to recover.
Need to see individual brilliance, you feel like, for PRX to come through here, but it does feel like the teamwork of RRQ is at its most potent on this map right now. The angle, Monyet, try and find Patman. Damage done, though, will scare him off.
I mean, teamwork, individual brilliance as well, just to check. And PRX just trying to scavenge this round as much as possible. Patman, if he was able to find one, that would be great, but everything's thrown off balance.
Slowly but surely, up through mid, 45 seconds. Haunt to be broken, head to be removed.
Recognition from RQ as well, though. They've already put themselves inside a spawn, but something a little bit quicker with the blades takes down Jemkin. Salvos will stop and stall Forsaken. Another kill onto something. Crazy Guy, the IGL leading from the front.
And Patman tagged 4 from Monyet earlier, remember?
There's just no chance. Look at them all stacked up inside a spawn. As soon as Patman reveals himself, this will be series point. Tries to get ahead of it, but there is no chance at all.
Yeah, there was not a snowball's chance in hell in that one for PRX to win, it feels like. 12-5 series point. What does Pilski know that we do not? RRQ weathering through 4 maps here. 2 victories in overtime. 2 clean ones from PRX. Is this where the train gets derailed? Smashing into the mountain.
Just might be.
7 series points.
It's just way too much for PRX to deal with. The weaponry not too great in this round either. Decent flash over, some space around the middle. Jemkin looking for the peak.
Yeah, stuck at the moment. Will be bailed out by Xfero's cage if he wants to try and get out of there. Weathering through the suppression. They'll just skedaddle on through.
Crazy guy as well, marking tree. PRX though, that's not their true final
Oh, last
destination.
round, last round.
No, not at all. They do want to pivot straight towards this B side, though. It might be another retake angle to come through from RRQ, because remember, they have 7 rounds to play with. They can afford to take a couple of losses.
All it takes is one more point for Cushy to get to the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. Null command, though, for Patman. You feel like he has to drop that in towards this round, potentially. Stave off this retake. There it is, as the plant goes down.
Which won't leave him with too much towards the future rounds. Right now, stuck inside of logs. His position pretty much revealed. A 0 point just to hold even further back as well. Another fragment. But some peeks out from spawn now.
What's he doing?
They know exactly where Patman is. He will just go in guns blazing though. Just single kill, but traded out by Monyet.
Oh, this lurk.
Something up from the back, and he finds the double necessary. 2 targets left. And unfortunately, this is not over yet. PRX will carry forward.
Yeah, but the investment for them in that round, Quack. The Steel Garden and the Null Command, you're not going to have access to them in the next one. You flip it over, and RRQ, we've got a Hunter's Fury to play with. They're from the shadows. These ultimates can be called ultimate for a reason. They can be round-defining abilities. And as we're talking about right now, it only takes 1 round for RRQ to get into that grand final for a rematch against Gen G. Affording a timeout now. PRX needed this timeout. They need the opportunity to talk things through, because you have to remember, they used both of theirs in the first half, after round number 3 and round number 10. So the fact that RRQ deploy one here, have a conversation early, is a bit of a blessing for PRX.
A double-edged sword for themselves, but we will see. They are the ones on defense. They can pull out something surprising. PRX need to be completely locked in every step of the way. And I'm not entirely sure that they've got it in them, even as a fan myself.
I mean, we just need to see them be a lot more heads up, a lot more clinical in the early information gathering and what they can bait out, what rotations they can draw early. Finding an isolated duel, little by little, could be monstrous right now. I mean, talk about it as well. Crazy guy currently up on the kills there with
I think
16
RRQ should start farming orbs.
Oh, and it starts off with a huge explosion up by B. They pushed up. Jemkin gets away with daylight robbery.
Ridiculous.
Hunter's Fury right off the rip as well.
Oh, no.
PRX trying to dance around it.
They do successfully, but losing something, that's your duelist, your opener. Is that 1 of 5 down for the count to seal the deal here? Rotations already from RRQ to the correct location as well.
That's all they needed. Not really knowing too much across the map neither, so.
Good timing on the drone. Just the fact that you reveal that there's still members of PRX here. Keep you at the right location. A paranoia ready to rip from
It's a
Monyet.
GG.
Jemkin in position around stairs as well. Crazy guy to stall the push with the salvos. And PRX has no recourse but to continue pushing. Jing down and out. And the rest of PRX continue up front. Still though, RRQ have the site completely surrounded. Every position marked thanks to the neural theft. Can they even get the spike down? They try to slow it over with the thorns.
Plant down.
Pushes up from both sides though. You gotta watch for stairs as well as lane. Forsaken trying his best to isolate the angles as much as possible. Takes down the first head. Off to the next one as Patman trades up. And it's just Xfero trying to sneak on over. With discipline, he finds the first, and it's down to the 1v1. Patman needs to come up huge, but he's not able to do it. Xfero has derailed the PRX Express. We've brought this through all this every destination. And down to the final score, 13-6. 2 overtimes, an incredible first half, and RRQ will soar themselves into the grand finals against old rivals Gen G.
Commiserations to PRX in this one. They had a monstrous effort to get through the group stage when it looks like they were down and out. They start to go.
Look the message
Everyone's
also.
favorite meme at the moment, track by track. But at the end, they still made it to Toronto. They'll come in with the 3rd seed, but it is RRQ here that get the glory, that get the victory, that get the opportunity. One more series tomorrow.
Nice try,
to try and
PRX.
lift that trophy. This time here We didn't have a fist bump in the beginning, Quack, but you know that there's fist bumps at the end here because it's RRQ. Ladies and gentlemen, they get that chance again to the grand final against Gen G tomorrow.
Much love between both teams for sure, but yes, a much coveted opportunity to strike back against Gen G. I mean, how long has this opportunity
Actually,
eluded
for me,
RRQ?
this game,
3 years.
I
they
think,
brought in Crazy
honestly,
Guy
if
now,
I'm
and
PRX,
what a
I'm
map
gonna be
he's
very
called on
disappointed.
Ascent.
Yeah.
100%.
Like they threw 2 maps
Really
away.
excited to see what it's
Could
gonna
have been
look
an
like
easy
tomorrow for these guys
3-0,
in that rematch
even a
because they
3-1.
didn't really deliver too much in the previous series.
But yeah, like,
remember? They got
but I mean, I think for me, RRQ played well also. They still came back from all these hard things, right? And then last map they crushed them.
Well-deserved win. It's going to be RRQ facing
I think, yeah,
Gen G
that's my
tomorrow
analysis
in the
about
grand finals.
this game.
Congratulations, guys. Jemkin, this one's for you.
I think the Pearl one is the crucial map for PRX to close up.
Alright.
Yeah.
잼킨 선수 그리고 이වක් 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
It's already up, you know.
아 정말 치열했던 하루였습니다. 먼저 경기
I think even the split map, I think
물어보고 싶은데요.
PRX had
워낙
the
이제 프랜차이즈 리그
usual
출범
advantage, but
이후로
they got 54
다전제는 처음
times.
치렀는데 걱정은 없었는지 지금 승리한 기분은 어떤지
Yeah, I think that's
잼킨
the
선수에게
reason
먼저
also. I
물어보도록
mean, like,
하겠습니다.
again,
Congratulations, guys. I mean, how crazy was that series, Jemkin?
I mean, I
Your
think that's the
first best of
problem. I
fives
think,
in the Pacific
like,
League.
they threw too many rounds, too many thrifties.
13-3, 13-2. 2 maps we won was all time. I don't know. Somehow we win them. Like maybe we got lucky, maybe they, maybe I don't know, they got unlucky. But in the end, it was a very nice game.
아 진짜 오늘 경기 정말 미친 것 같다고 얘기를 하고 두 맵을 내주게 됐는데 진짜
Lost to this game, right?
대패해가지고
I think their form right now is
이긴 게
really
너무
good.
좋고 어떻게 그렇게
Who,
졌는지
RRQ?
잘 모르겠고
No, PRX.
PRX도
Yeah, I think
Even though they lost,
yeah, that one for sure, that one for sure.
이겨내고 승리할 수 있어서 너무 좋은 경기였다고 얘기를 합니다. 이어서
I
이호
agree with that one.
감독님도 RRQ 이제 퍼시픽 첫 결승 진출에 성공했거든요. 정말 오랫동안 간절히 바랬던 순간일 것 같은데 지금 어떤 심정인지도 여쭤보고 싶네요. 이워크, it's going to be RRQ's first ever appearance in the Pacific Grand Finals. I know you've been working so hard for so long for this moment. So, you know, how does it feel? Unreal?
Feels like it's time for revenge against Gen G. I think it's been a long time coming. We played really poorly yesterday. Even today, at times, we looked really bad. But I'm really proud of the guys in terms of how we brought it back.
Next year, we'll go to EW's here, right?
Yeah, Gen G now is gonna. I know Gen G and RRQ both in
먼저 이
EWC now.
젠지에게 복수할 시간이 다가온 것 같다라는 생각이 가장 먼저 든다고 얘기를 하는데 사실 어제도 조금 삐그덕거린 느낌이 없지 않아 있었지만 그래도 오늘 선수들이 정말 멘탈 관리도 잘 해줬고 그리고 끝까지 너무너무 잘해줘서 특히나 마지막 어센트에서 너무나도 잘해준 것 같아서 참 자랑스럽다고 얘기를 하는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 오늘 첫 번째 맵 프랙처를 승리하지 못했잖아요. 크게 내줬는데 빠르게 멘탈을 다 잡았습니다. 좀 어떤 얘기가 있었는지 여쭤보고 싶네요. I mean, the series went back and forth, but you know, mentality is pretty much important. It's crucial when it comes to the best of fives. And you guys had that huge loss, right, to start with, starting on the back foot. So, you know, what did you tell the guys to make sure that they were able to reset the mentality?
Well, we've prepared since the last week. We prepared. We want to play all 5. We're mentally ready to play all 5. So just because you lose the first map doesn't mean it's over. So I think we didn't really get to play. We were not shooting back, and I don't know. Brain was a little bit off. We made a lot of mistakes. We looked like a real rookie team first map, but I'm glad that we showed what we are capable of a little bit later on.
워낙 지난주부터 그냥 5개의 맵을 모두 플레이할 각오로 임했기 때문에 멘탈적으로도 좀 준비가 됐었고 그리고 첫 번째 맵 내준다고 해서 크게 승부에 지장이 가는 건 아니다라는 마음가짐으로 임했다고 얘기를 하고요. 첫 번째 맵에서는 뭔가 손도 안 풀려서
Something will be thinking about that
것
round.
같고 또 뇌도 이제 뇌를 일깨울 시간이 더 필요했던 것 같은데 그래도 좀 멘탈적으로 이 다전제에 좀 준비를 많이 했기 때문에 오늘의 승리가 있었던 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 자 그러면 잼킨 선수 또 펄이 오늘의 첫 번째
승부처가 아니었나 싶은데 펄에서 0.03초 해체로 인해서 스노우볼이 많이 굴러갔고 어쨌든 결과적으로 보면 어센트까지 경기를 끌고 갈 수 있었던 거거든요. 그 0.03초 심정은 어땠는지 궁금합니다. I
Yeah,
feel
she's also
like,
talking about the
you know, having
0.03
Paul
second.
under your belt was pretty much very
The something
important.
one.
When you look across the whole series, what happened today. And I think a lot of the momentum kind of swung your way after that 0.03 diffuse. So what was it like just watching Xfero diffusing it?
To be honest, I think no time, something like that. We didn't know that, but somehow I diffused to have it before that, and Xfero had time, like 0.3 seconds. So like, I guess we got a little bit lucky with that.
Were you happy?
Yeah, because we don't need to play qualification.
일단은 진짜 그 해체하는 순간에 시간 없을 것 같은데라고 얘기를 했는데 뭐 어떻게 된 건지 모르게 갑자기 해체가 완성이 되고 그 라운드를 이겼기 때문에 너무 기뻤고 많은 것들이 달려있던 경기였고 맵이었기 때문에 진짜 너무 기분이 좋았고 약간 운이 많이 좋았던 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 마지막 맵 어센트 정말 스코어를 많이 벌리면서 시작했는데 어센트 들어가기 직전에 자신감은 얼마나 있었는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. And also, you know, it all came down to how you guys performed on Ascent. So how confident were you in your Ascent heading into that map, Jemkin?
To be honest, super confident. We know Ascent is a good map, and we prepared. We knew it's going to be Ascent at one point in this best of five, so we came like with a positive mindset that like we know we're a stronger team on Ascent.
너무 자신이 있었다고 얘기를 하고요. 준비도 많이 했었고 뭔가 느낌이 좀 어센트가 마지막 맵으로 나올 것 같다. 디사이더로 나올 것 같다라는 생각이 있어서 정말 많이 준비를 했고 페이퍼렉스 상대로도 자신감이 있었기 때문에 이렇게 오늘 자신감 있게 승리를 거머쥘 수 있었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그럼 이옥 감독님 아까 말씀해 주신 것처럼 또다시 결승전에서 젠지를 만나야 하는데 확실하게 복수를 하고 이기기 위해서는 어떤 점이 중요할까요? 이옥, as you said, you know, it's time to get your revenge on your nemesis Genji in the grand finals. What do you think the team needs to do to make sure that you lift the trophy and also get that win?
I think maybe this time we need to shoot back. Yesterday we didn't do much of that, so hopefully tomorrow we can just come and just really kind of fight with them. They're also a really strong team. I think they're probably definitely they deserve to be in the grand final. So I think it should be a really good match, and yeah, I hope that we can win.
일단 총을 잘 쏘고 젠지만큼 총싸움을 잘해야겠다. 그게 급선무다라고 말씀을 하시는데요. 어제는 좀 총이 안 맞았고 그리고 좀 많이 위축돼 있었던 느낌이라면 내일은 자신감을 가지고 젠지 선수들이 잘 쏘는 만큼 RRQ도 그렇게 총싸움 그리고 좋은 에임을 보여줘야 할 것 같고 사실 젠지가 너무 잘하는 팀이고 충분히 결승전에 올라갈 만한 저력이 있는 팀인 걸 인정하기 때문에 RRQ도 단단히 준비하고 또 자신감을 갖고 총을 잘 쏴야 될 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 이제 잼킨 선수에게 내일의 각오 물어보도록 할게요. 총 얼마나 잘 쏠
Wow, the interview is actually very long.
건가요? 잼킨, are you gonna shoot back tomorrow?
Can you translate?
Are you gonna shoot back tomorrow?
I will time my
The
best.
interview is actually very long.
For like dance time, like since last year, always playing against them. I don't know, but I hope I'm gonna shoot back to the.
Okay. 젠지 만나서 작년부터 젠지를 상대한 지 한 10번 된 것 같은데 그때마다 좀 총이 안 맞는 느낌이지만 내일은 정말 총 잘 쏴서 잘 맞출 수 있도록 노력해보겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 잼킨 선수 그리고 이옥 감독 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Yay!
Thank you, Jemkin and Iok. Good luck
All
tomorrow
right.
in the grand finals.
JC, I think that's it from us, right?
And that's good.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching. Keep supporting us. Bye bye.
On time, it's going to be
Bye
RRQ
bye.
facing on Genji.